why have I given him money, bruh?
Wait, what has... Okay, alt 20 months? 20 months? You get a life. All right. Sorry. Thank you for the 20 months, Altiera. Thank you so much. It's So Love Sunday. Absolutely. 1 second. I just have to turn off my extension for King of the Castle. So give me just 1 moment. Creator dashboard extensions. Disable King of the Castle for right now. King of the Castle later. Bro, this guy. Hi, Tyrannical. How are you? Let's not mind. I was supposed to tweet a bit. Not tweet. I was supposed to go live a bit ago. All right. Oh, wait. I didn't even change my stream information. That's so cringe. Step back and look at my... Okay, that's true. We are going to be playing marbles first, actually, so I'm a liar. I'm a liar. All right. Marbles with viewers. Come, exclamation point, play. There you go. Perfect. We're playing marbles first, so that's what we're doing. Hello. I might as well say hi. Hello, Rosie, Meph, Latorjo, Altier, I guess. All right, Tyrannical, Fox in My Socks, Mad Max, Nightmare. All right. I will stop the delays and I'll get started on marbles, and then we're gonna have a nice little chatting session later when it comes to the Q&A. We're gonna do a little bit of Q&A later as well, and then FNAF Lore time for the people who are a bit cringe about FNAF Lore. It's pretty base, to be fair, but all right. I am starting up marbles, and then we can all play marbles together. All right, give me 1 second. Forgot about FNAF Lore entirely. So did I. I submitted 30 questions in Q&A. Please prepare. Any questions submitted by Meph is not going to get answered. Meph has no good questions he could be asking. Welcome, Spring Seasons. How are you? Okay, why does Marbles not have any music right now? Isn't Marbles supposed to have music? Okay, I'm going to play my own music then. I'm playing my own music if Marbles not going to play any music. All right. Surely that's quiet enough. All right. Gamers addicted to Arc Raiders. I have no idea what that is. Why is everyone disliking Meph? What do you do? Meph is like a D1 rage baiter. That's why people make fun of Meph. I'll do Frozen. Never let stuff have Oxy. Only play Stardew. I love Stardew. All right. The other thing is Stream Beats. I mean, I can play other things, but it's the easiest thing to get. Just meow, off rip. Meow. Thank you, Alt. All right, exclamation point play if you're interested in playing. We're gonna start with some marbles while I get more energized and play a bit of... Or well, Kiki, I did lie on accident. Maybe I said King of the Castle. We will still do King of the Castle later. Welcome, Stop Comfort. Welcome, Toko Pilled. Susu's here, Pecan. Hello, the Brunette Fox. Just because you said that, Kenna, I'm going to be making sure I give plenty of commentary on yours so you die. My marble isn't stupid this time, Max. Every marble ends up being stupid. That is just the name of the game. All right, I'm going to give it 45 seconds, exclamation point, play if you are interested in playing. I'll give it that 45-second countdown. The curse is back. Welcome, Big TJ. Welcome, Abviance. All right. You have 35 seconds to join, exclamation point, play if you're interested. My marble was especially stupid last time. Well, you gotta lose a little before you gotta win a little. All right, you gotta lose a little before you win a little. Marble is round shaped this time. Spring Seasons, I hope you fall off immediately. Where are you at? Where's Spring Seasons? Wait, I'm blind. Right there, Spring Seasons marbles right there. Anyone who can knock Spring Seasons off, 20 gift. Well, I was gonna say I can't really give gift to like one person. Free sub to the person who knocks Spring Seasons off. All right, we're gonna continue. I can never keep track of these beginning bits, but it looks like verse versus Ari was in the lead. Then we go to Pecan, and then Taxi Zab taking it right after. Kind of somehow doing good, so I'm gonna have to keep calling her out so she doesn't do too well. All right, Floof Dog immediately coming in with the Brunette Fox off on the left side though. I think the Brunette Fox is gonna take the earliest lead here, and it's a non-sub leading the charge per usual. I think being a sub is just a debuff. So everyone who's gifted just chooses to debuff someone else. Speaking of, verse Airy taking lead, Colburn right behind with Mad Max. My music turned off? There it is, it's back on. All right, I'm gonna slow it down here. Verse Airy in the lead. Over here on the other side, we have Max leading the left side. Our caboose is Big TJ and Less Fairy though. Just a bunch of sub spring seasons near the end. Tyrannical not doing the best either. Taxi Zab in the lead. Man, there's a really big spread of application supervisors. All right, I'm gonna speed it back up, see everyone who gets around this tube. Coburn retaking the lead. Maybe we actually will get a sub in the lead. My roller isn't round. You know what? It's because you're such a square. All right, Slurps the Duck Wizard in lead now. We're immediately seeing Renezka, Mad Max, Taxi Zab. Our mods actually doing... We have 3 mods in the top 10 this time. This is unheard of. All right, Colburn, Floof Dog, and Slurps. I don't know why we have so many notable names in the lead this time. Lenzo, Susu, and Taxi Zab. Solilolo, where'd you come from? Anyways... Solilolo now taking the lead. All the notable people are now in the lead. If mods manage to get in the top 10 today consistently, I don't think we have to beat them with hammers. They may actually be able to get paid. All right, Colburn also taking the lead with Kiki. There has been not a person in the lead who I don't recognize yet, which has been, or within the leading group that I have not recognized. Welcome Switch D, thank you for the follow, and Ojalian. All right, we have Colburn and Nightmare up in the front with Floof Dog and Less Fairy. Down here, Kiki the Adorable already cleared the first obstacle. I think she's gonna take the lead. It's wanting to say Solilolo is in the lead, but I think that's just because of who's up here. In the meantime, I'll check who's in last place. Taxi Zab. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. We have Big TJ and Delamant are all of our last place leaders with SX. Oh, yep, SX right here in the dark. We're gonna go back down. I'm gonna see who takes the full lead. Kiki the Adorable, Floof Dog, Susu, and Meph. Oh my god, this is a cursed lineup. All right, Kiki takes it first, then Floof Dog, and then wait, did someone just die? Either way, then Susu comes in. Our top 4 could never have been able to guess it. Okay, Tokofield, Octavia, and then we have everybody else. Looks like we have Mad Max, Tyrannical, Quicken. Okay. Royalty of Hearts, and then we have everybody else in the back down here. Octavia, how did you die? I don't know how you died in this. All right. Great start. Litorgio getting kicked all the way back. Are the mods going to get sabotaged this time? Tyrannical dies at the 4-yard line. Oh my god, everyone else is getting hit off. This is... All right, Saki, Storm, Nezka, Shadow Galaxy, Big TJ, Brunette Fox, Rosie, Lenzo, Lesberry, Isaiah, SX, Soliello, Litorgio, Delman, all dying, like dropping like flies. Blue Corvus, and those are our final results. We only had 15 people get, the rest of them died all at the end. We have Kiki the Adorable, Floof Dog, Meph12, Susu, Tokopil, The Space Quicken, Royalty of Hearts, Taxi Zab, Kenna, Pickon, Slurps the Duck Wizard, Fox in My Socks, the only non-sub to actually make it this time around, Nightmare, Dolly, and Colburn. Congratulations, guy. Thank God Quicken didn't win. You were so right for that, Doormat. Thank you so much for the great luck against Quicken. All right. Our next randomized map is... It's actually pretty basic, but we'll start running down. Exclamation point, play to play. Welcome, Canonical. Pomodel, Kuro, Dis. So many names that I recognize. Welcome, everybody. No, it's all about the top 3. Only one Doormat is right. Only the top... Yeah, actually, I'll give it top 5 matters, but... We'll get everybody in. We'll start it in 45 seconds, and then we'll get everybody in. So, besides that, how have we been doing over the past week, chat? Oh my god, I hate saying the word chat. Anyways, how's everybody been the past week? My marble will be boxing Satan in hell. Well, Max, if you manage to fall off the edge again like you do every other time, it'll be there. Love the lore tweet, that's great. Thank you, Kenna. The first tier 3 sub. Thank you. Okay. W's for Kenna. We have Kenna's the first tier 3. Colburn's the first tier 2. We actually have a whole spread now. We actually have a little bit of everybody. So that's W's for Kenna, top gifter, tier 3. Colburn being, of course, our tier 2. We now have a token for every tier. All right. That being the case, we're now starting off. Everybody's falling in. So the yellow taking the lead. You're doing terrible bad news. Oh, I apologize. Hopefully your marble does better to make up for it. All right, as everybody's going down the toilet bowl, it looks like Floof Dog, Surly Yellow, and Slorps are in the lead. Alrighty, and then of course kind of getting us started for that sub goal. Alrighty, I'm gonna go right down here. See Slorps and Green Apple Green with Floof Dog and So the Yellow taking the lead here. Citrus not far behind. Can Citrus save the mod tier again? Alrighty, as people are getting sliced and diced up here, let's see who's taking us from behind, and that is Latorjo and Lenzo. You guys, Latorjo is just going from being on the Spooge stream months ago, doing a fantastic job, to now just staying behind. All right, well, thank you, Boneless Cheese Fries, for the follow. All right, as we continue, we have Soaky Cakes, Colburn, Solo Yellow taking the lead. All of the goats. Big TJ. Is that I don't know who that is. Is that a fake marble? No, that's, what the hell? Why is there, I don't even want to guess why Citrus has a weird name. All right, people are getting bounced off. The original Citrus died. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't know what this is. This looks like a clone of Citrus who just died. It doesn't even count for a win. We have Verse, Octavia, Susu going down. Dis, everybody else falling. Spring Seasons, Capao, Liz. Somehow Citrus managed to cheat one of their marbles in, and it still didn't count. All right, we have Mad Max all the way back here. I'm gonna be honest, Max, I don't know how you found your way down here. Taxi Zab died, Stop Comfort, and Lenzo died. Kind of barely went by. Tyrannical Royalty, Capao, 3 Liz, Spring Seasons. Everybody's falling, and nobody's staying alive. All right, we have Starfish. Oh, T-Canna. I'm just gonna keep looking around. Tasty Kirby, SX died, the Brunette Fox, Slurp Wizard. You know what they say, slow and steady wins the race. Let's see if you can actually get it together here, Max. All eyes are on you. Let's see if you can make it. Completely fell. Thank you, Benji Raiders. W for Benji in the chat. Hello to all the Raiders coming from Benji Buttonish. Somehow Citrus managed to cheat and still lose, unfortunately. So hello Raiders, hello Benji. W's for Benji. Actually, let me see if I can, let me tab out real quick. Let's see if I can VIP Benji. 1 second, taking a quick pit stop to make sure Benji can get some appreciation here. Never mind, he just followed. I think he hates me. All right, 1 second. Let me get a VIP to Benji. There you go. Welcome, Benji. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the 20 Raiders to the stream as well. All right, we're gonna go to the final results. Math, you cannot have VIP. I'm so sorry. All right, we're gonna click random track here. There you go. You have the diamond next to your name now. Oh my God, what is this? All right, we have Capo being the first one in here. I think it's just a straight line race. So I think this is going to be the most normal marbles track we've had this entire time. What is this? Press B. I don't want to, I'm not going to listen to the random marbles player. All right. A map I can win. Okay, so it's going to be really hard to fall off the map this time. So everybody should be able to finish. Thank you, Kenna, for the 5 gifted. All right, Kenna just decides to see the 10 new sub gifts per time and just makes it a goal to never make it, so we fail a goal. So W Kenna's, W to Kenna, thank you so much for the gifted. Alrighty, I'm gonna click start. We're gonna start in 45 seconds. This never will fail, honestly. Kenna's the goat of the stream 90% of the times. I'm just here to be a funky little jester. Can you make me VIP rank first in the game? We'll see. If there's somebody who can really surprise me in marbles, that's when I'll give VIP for it. But for the meantime, also, I did not click start. I lied. But until then. All right, 7 seconds to get your marbles in if you're not in already. All right. That being the case, all the marbles are now going to start. I don't know how this is going to go. What's B do? I don't know. I decided to press B. Okay, my camera can hardly keep up with how fast the marbles are going, but I'm just going to keep it like this. Who is that with the super marble? Hello, Jay Franklin with the giant blue sparks coming out of their marble. Kuro taking the lead. Brunette Fox right behind. Kuro not being able to stay. I expected everybody to go a lot faster, but I think it's a more traditional race this time. Alrighty, everybody's following the press B button, which I don't know what that does. I just press B and it stutters for a second. Oh, right now, Mad Max taking the lead. All right, Mad Max hard lead over everybody else right now. All right, Kiki the Adorable also going ahead. I don't know what's deciding how fast somebody goes, but they're just obviously our favorites this round. We have Mad Max, Kiki the Adorable, Capel, Kenna. I think this is the most normal race we've had. We're at the 10-mile line, 10-yard line. I don't know. It's Quicken. If Quicken wins this round, I think I have to end the stream only 16 minutes in. Okay, so we have Quicken taking the lead. Delamit coming right past him. Fox My Socks and Mad Max following shortly behind. All right, I'm gonna keep following. 1 second. Delamit, the Tyrannical coming in with a steel chair from the sidelines. All right, so Delamit, Space Quicken, the Tyrannical. Everybody finished. I'll give you a chance to look at your placements. Our top 5 are Delamit, Quicken, Tyrannical, Brunette Fox, Tasty Curvy, Octavia, Colburn, Capel, Taxi Zab, and Fox My Socks. Everybody thank Delamit for making me not end the stream by beating Quicken. So thank you, Delamit. As we go down, Sodioletto in last place, as was foretold. Franklin versus Airy, Izzy, Dolly, and Rosie all in last place. If you're in last place this time, this only gives you good luck for your next track. Sodioletto somehow managed to not only get last place in state confessions, but also get last place when it comes to marbles. Thank you, Dolly, for the B. You did speed boost yourself with B. I think I'm funny. That's what matters. All right. I'm going to give everybody 45 seconds to get started. I'll actually join this time. Welcome, Blooming. I'll actually join this time because I've forgotten to join all the other times. Ish13C is in the marbles? Okay. VIP to whoever kills Ish13C. You get to take his VIP if you manage to knock him off of the map. All right. That being the case, I'm going to give it 45 seconds before we start. Knock me off, see what happens. Worst he can do is ban you from state. All right. You have 35 seconds for everybody to get your marbles in. We have 48 marbles in at the moment, so I know there's a few more of you who haven't joined. You have no idea what my marbles capable of. That's very true. Welcome, Luvene. I can't play in state anyway, says Royalty. I don't know if that's worst. I'm coming for you, Ish. Ish has a lot of shooters out for him today. I wonder how this could have possibly happened. All right, 13 seconds to be able to get yourself into this marble games, and then I'm gonna pay attention. We have a lot more pink names in chat this time, so we're gonna see how that goes. All right, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, we've started. I'm gonna get a better view down here. Dolly, Abvians versus Susu. We just have a real harsh starting feud this time. Benji with the black flag. Okay, I see where he's at. So we have verse Pecan and Canonical. I am beating Ish per usual. Kenna beating Ish, and then we have everybody else falling in behind. I'm gonna come up here and see where we lead. I actually did not pay attention to what this map was like, so we'll have to see. Canonical immediately died. Everybody else bouncing straight up. Taxi Zab, myself, Tyrannical, Ish, Kurox, and Storm Club. As we continue forward, we have verse Cinnamon Swirl Roll. Cinnamon Swirl Roll always seems to do good in these marble games. All right, we're continuing. I do have to open my hype chest, but that can wait. All right, as we go down, we're doing Falling Down the Stairs Simulator with Verse, Royalty, Rosie, and Soki in the lead. I'm going to go in slow-mo for a second to see who our cabooses are this round. Our caboose this round is being Kuros and Blooming. And then over here being Isley, Mad Max. Mad Max, I am so sorry. You always seem to be leading from behind. All right, everybody's jumping on. Verse still in the lead. Again, something with subs always being in the top 5 for the majority of these. Royalty, Rosie, Pecan also going up. Rosie shooting ahead and falling. Oh, the flame was too bright. Advance falling over. Verse in the lead the entire time's falling over. I'm gonna slow it down real quick. We have Big T and Kurox. Non-subs, 4 of the top 5. That is insane. It is pay to lose actually on a solo live stream. All right, we have Octavia. We have Claire Wowzer falling off. Octavia staying in. Pomo and Claire Dis, Delimit, myself, Tasty Kirby. Kiki, you have overshot. I am so sorry, Queen. Thank you for the sub, Benji. I appreciate it. You are also paying to lose. Congratulations. All right, Lenzo, Floof Dog, Booming Life, Les Fairy. Where did Ish die? I think Ish died. That is a W for Ish death in chat. Anyways, Kenna, I think, is actually the very last person. I mean, I think VIP is just paying to lose as well. All right, Kenna coming in, leading the final, being the final last marble. Let's see if Ish managed to die, and he did. DNF. He has only been in one race, and he's lost that many times. But Benji's been in 68 races. See, Kenny, you may be 21st, but you're better than all these people. All right, we'll do another random track. Welcome, Raziel Bell. Oh my God, it's this. We're making a comeback to my favorite map I think we've had in Marbles thus far, which is the Frozen Peaks map. So everybody, make sure to join. Welcome, Nia Hawk. Welcome, Raziel Bell. Big TJ, you've been here. I'll actually join myself as well. Join in with exclamation point play. Where's my hype chest? Okay, I opened my hype chest. The Soul of Union map. That is true. This is the Soul of Union map for those who know. All right, it's gonna be starting in 45 seconds. Welcome, Microwave, first time chatter. All right, you have 40 seconds to get in. Ish is still playing, so whoever, I didn't see, nobody knocked off Ish. I think Ish just managed to kill himself last time, but if I can see who can kill Ish this time, VIP awaiting for the victor. Now I sound like a streamer. I have to commentate because if there's any silence, then I'm going to 6-7. Am I right, guys? Mods, time him out for 4 years. Mods, smash his balls. Can you ban him? All right, 5 seconds. We're gonna be getting it on Susu 6-7. All right, whoever can get in. We have 56 marbles. It'd be much better if it was 6-7 marbles. All right, Meth redeemed a timeout. Ish, we'll time him out later. 6-7 is bannable, says Benji. All right, everybody's falling down the side, so be coming back up. Kurux in the lead with Verse Ari. Big TJ apparently also leading. Why are, okay, it is pay to lose in this game. Kurux hard lead actually, because he's already down. Everybody else is up here. Never mind, Kurux threw away his lead like it was nothing. Doesn't matter to him. Kiki the Adorable coming up ahead with Torjo, Floof Dog, Kurux. Ish 13 sees the leading pink one. Oh no. All right, this is a hard map to keep track of, and Kurux fell off the map. Floof Dog fell off the map. Ish 13C fell off of the map because of these boulders. Ish 13C already died. That is a shame. A shame. All right, SX fell off the map. Nightmare, myself, Nia Hawk. Kiki still staying in the lead. Kiki has had some phenomenal games the past bit. Tyrannical, I'm so sorry, but you have been taking a huge L in the back here. All right, Meph died. That is a W. We love seeing Meph fall off the map. All right, Blooming also falling. Kiki staying in the lead with Microwave, Blue Corvus, Verse. Oh my God, Fonks, my socks also falling down. All right, we have our VIPs in the middle here, Benji and Kenna. All right. Ooh, Isley fell off. Benji fell off the map. I lied. I called out the VIPs and they immediately eat shit for it. All right, Big TJ and Capel both stun locked at the front. Will these stuns stop them from having the rest of the people join them? Royalty of Hearts fell off. Alrighty, Dis and Blue Corvus keeping ahead. Everybody is stuck up on the rebel from these, and it's just a whole line of marbles. It's really anybody's game besides for the people up ahead, which is Big TJ, Capel, and Huskiri, and whoever Potato Lover is, who has the box that I don't know what it means. Alrighty, as we continue down, we have Capel, Potato Lover, and Huskiri. All right, our top 10. Also, besides them is Coburn, Dis, Claire Wowzers, and it's really just going around. Now, if you remember from last time we played this map, it was really easy just to get stuck in this snowflake and then die. Continuing, Potato Lover somehow still in the lead with whatever that means. I don't know if it's a clone, if it's a secondary, or what. Cinnamon Swirl falls off the map. We're gonna look back and see who else we can find. Colburn, Dis, and Claire Wowzer. It looks like Claire Wowzer is gonna be the one who gets stuck this time around. Tyrannical not in the complete back end anymore. Tyrannical in 5th place. Let's see if Tyrannical can keep it after being dead last, not but 5 minutes ago. All right, Spring Season's now in our complete last place now with Slorp, Latorjo, Les Ferry, Brunette Fox, Delimit, and Kenna. Potato Lover's clone somehow making it first. Let's see who can steal this. It looks like it's going to be Franklin or Colburn. And it was Colburn taking first place with everyone else right behind. Tyrannical taking 10th for the mods. Taxi Zab right behind. We have Quicken, Mad Max, and Kenna right here. Kenna beating those three out. Kiki the Adorable. Suluelo with Dolly. Dolly looks like is our token person stuck in the snowflake this round. So sorry, Dolly. Better luck next time. Alrighty, we actually didn't have as many deaths this time as we did last time, but for now, I'm unsubbing and
subbing to Ish.
I'm unsubbing and subbing to Ish. Honestly, I would rather you just never mind. Give Ish all of your money. He is my boss. Alrighty, waiting as Dolly goes in, and Dolly ends with not a bang, but with a whimper. All right, winner being Colburn. See, unlike last time we played this map, the majority of people actually made it. So our top 10 this time being Colburn, Franklin, Stormcub, Huskiri, Tasty Kirby, Microwave, Zaya, Rosie, Capel, and Tyrannical. Is it a 60-second timeout for the redeem? Yes, let me time out Ish for 60 seconds. Somebody redeemed it. Ish 13C 60. All right, Ish has been timed out for 60 seconds because somebody redeemed it. All right, we're doing a random track. All right, we'll probably do another handful of marbles games, and then we'll switch over. And I'll let you guys decide what we do right after this, because it's either going to be Five Nights at Freddy's lore with the Matt Pat videos, and I'll have to give my reaction after the FNAFathon, or it'll be us watching, unfortunately, an Ish video or peek, but it'll be giving commentary on the first season 1 Ish video. Either or, you guys can decide. That being said, though, 45 seconds, exclamation point play. Get your marbles in here so we can compete. All right, I see. Let's see who I see in here in the meantime. We have Ask Me Anything, Fox Not Sauce. Did you see Turkey beat every FNAF game almost first try? I did not, but good for Turkey. I wish him the best. Ooh, slipped the tongue. I think he should spend 12 hours trying to beat them like I did. All right, so of this list right here where we have 14 seconds, we have Kenna, Taxizab, Floof, Microwave, Delamet, Rosie, Kurok, Skolburn, Kiro, Kiki, Tyrannical, SX, Slorps, Quicken, Soki Cakes, Susu, and a whole bunch of people at the bottom. All right, as we go, we're gonna see Encore. You might have actually gotten in just in time. All right, as we continue, Encore did get in a very last second. Welcome, Encore. All right, as we continue, we have Microwave, 3 Bliss, Zaya, Ambience. Somehow I am somewhere in the lead. This is rigged. All right, Ambience, Liaz, Mr. Solev, which is me, Cinnamon Swirl, Les Ferry, Soliello, Izzy, Encore, Dis, Octavia, Kiki, Claire. Who's taking up her leave? Stormcub 3, I'm so sorry for your loss. All right, as we continue ahead, though, Colburn absolutely dies. I'm so sorry, my tier 2 sub. All right. Cinnamon Swirl Roll avoids every obstacle, goes just straight down the list, no regrets. Razio Bell falling off the map, full government names with Big TJ. All right, Ambience, Les Fair, Cinnamon Swirl Rolls, and myself keeping ahead. We have Stormcub 3 still in the back. If I win, I give myself a VIP. I think that's the goal. Les Ferry falling off the side. Cinnamon Swirl Roll either somehow cheating, or Cinnamon Swirl Roll coming win with a steel chair off to the side when Les Ferry dies. I'm gonna slow that down. I'm not sure if anybody saw that or if I got that in time. Zaya just flew over the entire map to land in the end goal after I was glazing Cinnamon Swirl Roll. SCP Garden Fox My Socks falling off the map. What is this? All right, Cinnamon Swirl Roll. Oh no, I'm accidentally pausing everything. Call Me Cal falling down with their fake marble. Lenzo, Pomodol, Huskiri, Octavia, Floof Dog. We're going immediately back here. Encore, I know I was just giving you credit before for getting in late, but you're also all the way down. Fox and My Socks timing themselves out for 300 seconds. All right, Kuro, Green Apple Green, Delamit, and Man Max are all the way in the back. I said I would VIP who impressed me. I might be VIPing Zaya for that. We'll see. All right, as we continue though, we have actually a surprising amount of mods finishing this time. I'm not sure just because there's more of them or what. Let's see if I can beat Blue Corvus. Nope, Blue Corvus is kicking my ass. I did not beat Blue Corvus. All right, Susu Encore not coming in last anymore. Mad Max, Mad Max and Litorjo really showing that mods cannot take the W anytime soon, but at least they're finishing it. Unlike to this time. Oh no. All right, let's see. Livy, Sylvie. And we have a winner, which is Zaya 98. All right, who redeemed it? Next game after Marbles, Roblox or King of the Castle? All right. Rank Marble players. All right, so my ranking for Marble players is Zaya, Cinnamon Roll, Franklin, Leah, Lenzo, Soki, Huskiri, Floofdog, Octavia, Bloomin, Abviance, Dolly, Claire, Tyrannical. All right, see you later, a nightmare. 14, we take those. You're the mod in the lead. All right, I'll probably fit in another 2 to 3 more Marbles games, and then we're gonna switch over to some lore. I'll have a poll to see which lore we do next. All right, exclamation point play. We're playing Mountain Pass Original, which is this cursed looking map. Alrighty, I'm gonna give everybody 45 seconds starting right now to get in. If you see it right now, you better be typing exclamation point play or you're not gonna be in this round. That includes me. Welcome, Confused Alex 23. All right, exclamation point play. Can't wait to die in the most random way possible. Mad Max, you're probably gonna be at the very last until you die in the most random way possible. Perfect. My headphones are making really weird noises as well. All right, 17 seconds. Make sure you get in here. All right. Who's taking the early lead here? Looks like everybody right here. TaxiZab and Floofdog have the best start, actually, along with whoever this person is. Verse Airy. Those three start out in the lead, and we'll see how it continues. Slow rolling to begin with. I'm gonna go down here to see who falls down the sides. Capel taking the lead. Colburn immediately dropping down. Colburn just managed to get all the screen time, the main MCSer. All right, Colburn coming up top. Hero, 3 Lives, and Soki Cakes. SXN then taking it from Colburn, it looks like. And never mind, Colburn is staying in the lead because Colburn is the GOAT. All right, as we continue, we have Colburn in the lead. Then we have Kuro, Soki, Raziel, Bell. But they're all getting slowed down at the white pouch, it looks like. Hopefully nobody gets launched up this time and cheats to the very end, Zaya. All right, Dolly in the very last again. Dolly, how many times are you going to stay in the full back end? Encore in 7th place while Colburn maintains that lead. Raziobel, Sioko, and Kuro with Pomo and Tyrannical. Tyrannical, you are doing consistently the best almost every single time of all the mods. Oh... That's embarrassing. All right, Dolly still in very last. There is nobody behind Dolly on this game. It is only, never mind, Avance and Dolly in the very last with nobody else behind them. Consistently, it must feel terrible to be last place in marbles. All right, as we continue, it looks like Kuro. Oh my God, Kuro and Raziobel in the lead. Colburn falling all the way behind with Tyrannical. All right, what a group. Encore, Tyrannical, Colburn. Both Tyrannical and Colburn get stuck, leading Encore, Raziobel, Soki, and Kuro to take the lead. All right, they get boosted ahead. Raz, I don't know how you're doing so well. I'm going to be so honest. All right, Raz, Encore, Soki, and Kuro. I'm going to go check on last place again. Looks like Blue Corvus is in last place, immediately next to Confused Alex and Picon. All right, as we continue, Soki, Raz. Ooh, Raz immediately getting hit. Let's see if she can make up for... And never mind, Encore gets launched up. Cannot redeem it. Encore is one of the first deaths. All right, Soki, Colburn about just cheated ahead, bounced off the map. That is instant karma for trying to cheat the course. Dis immediately falling down with Pomo. Colburn, unfortunate. Royalty immediately dying as well. Is that Quicken somewhere in the lead? Floofdog, Blooming, and Leah's all falling down. Right now, it's Soki and Quicken are 2 leaders. And we're nearing the end. Kuro, Raziobel, Tyrannical also consistently doing pretty good. I don't know how 3 Liz is still in last place. Floofdog, you did die, unfortunately. All right, Quicken is continuing ahead. If Quicken starts to win, I'm going to have to turn the camera away. Quicken... Ooh, immediately chokes. Looks like Quicken's gonna get knocked back up to the top while Kuro and Razio maintain their lead with Verse. Everybody else joining in the mosh pit down here. Let's see if we can go up and check on the rest. All right. Hey, I'm not last for once. Slurps the Duck Wizard all the way up here. I don't know how you're up here. Loyal Bird just died. All right, continuing up ahead. Let's see if I can get to whoever's going in the first place. We have Les Fairy, Claire Wowzer, and Verse Airy. We're hitting a slow patch here. It's gonna be, I think it's gonna be a close one. Les Fairy immediately taking it. Claire Wowzer, Verse, and then everybody else falling in right behind. Tyrannical, Mad Max, Taxi Zab. We have the mod gang over here on the right. Tyrannical taking it for the mods again in the lead. I somehow was not last place. That would be really embarrassing to get overtaken by me. We still have Taxi Zab, Kenna, Love, Blue Corvus, Latorjo, Quicken, Tasty Kirby, Franklin, Delement, all from behind here. Slorp, I am so sorry. You're gonna DNF with how far behind you are. All right, as we continue. Abviance coming up behind. Delement, how the mighty have fallen. First place one game. Well, I think you were first place one game to being one of the last this time, just behind. Actually, you will be last place. All right, and now we can slowly watch Slorp, who's managed to catch up in pretty good time. Let's see if they can beat whatever this is following them. I don't think it's possible. Nope, immediately is getting knocked back in. I am so sorry, Slorp. All right, looks like our top 10 this time were Les Fairy, Claire, Verse, Lenzo, SCP Guard, Fox Mysox, Kuro, Stormcub, Meph, and SX, with Tyrannical leading it for the mods and all of our DNFs down here. The pin besides the replay, I've gotten got by that a few times. All right, this would be our last track for marbles, and it is planets. All right, perfect. Everybody join in. I'm gonna give you a few more seconds before I start. Welcome in Sky. It's literally for all the marbles. Give me 1 second while I fix my headphones real quick. All right, perfect. I fixed my headphones now. There's not gonna be scratching in my ears. All right. All right, we're gonna start in 45 seconds. Everybody get your marbles in here, exclamation point, play. I'm gonna go grab a sip of water while you all funnel in. 35 seconds. If my marble loses, I'll exclamation point rebel. Wrong game, I think, but we will be playing King of the Castle later. All right, welcome Ayuka loves. Hydrate. I'll hydrate after this marble games. All right, 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Exclamation point player. You will not be able to participate. I hug Aku. Last second join. Is there gonna be any other last second joins? Nope. Just I hug. All right. All right. As we continue, I'll go down here. TC Kirby taking that immediate head lead. Ayuka and Encore, two non-subs in the lead here with Floof Dog. All right, as we continue down, King of the Castle is not hard to do. It's actually very fun. So if you stick around, it's very fun, very interactive. We'll be doing it after whatever our next segment is. All right, as we continue, our leading group is Brunette Fox, Ayuki, Canonical, Claire, and Floof Dog. Our last place, Max. This has to be intentional. This has to be intentional. All right. As we continue, I just ignored a call from my manager. We're going to ignore that. All right. As we continue, it's Brunette Fox keeping the lead here. All right. Then Rosie. We have Octavia immediately getting shot off of the map. All right. Ayuka, Rosie, Kuro in the lead. Raccoon Guy with another black square there. Latorjo also in the very back. He's getting fired live on stream. It's fine. Imagine my boss starts stream sniping. I might take the call later. All right. Ayuka maintaining the lead with Rosie right behind. Raccoon Guy's clone right there. Kuro, I don't know Latorjo. I'm not sure if you just got too wild off on the sides, but you have not, you did not manage to stay alive. All right. We have Rosie and Ayuka loves maintaining as you're going down into this huge slide. Let me go up. Let's check again on our last place competitors. Yelex, Sioki, 3 Liz, and Jay Franklin, all not doing the best. My ball died. You're fired. Yeah, actually, that would be a terrible phone call to receive. Oh no, speaking of, I think they just sent me a text. Okay. They want me to pick up a shift. Right now I'm working hardest 9 to 5 known to man, which is called streaming, so I cannot. Welcome, Franklin. All right, we have Ayuki Love, Rose Cherries in the lead, Raccoon Guy's clone. Your marble stats are unfortunately ruined. We have Kappa and Razio Bell right there with Susu, Green Apple, and Kiori. All right, we have Cinnamon Swirl Roll in the back with Ulex Puzzle as well. Unfortunate. That's how long I stream. I do, and I enjoy every second of it more than I do bartending. I heard it's bring your computer. Yes, I'll live stream bartending. We'll see how fun that is. All right, as we continue, we have Yuki and Rosie maintaining their leads. All right, everything's going much slower than I thought. So Yuki was one of our first time chatters, and immediately is somehow doing so well. If Raccoon Guys cheated marble somehow at the front, I still don't know how that happens or where, but Rosie, you are somehow technically first, actually, because Raccoon Guy, that's not a real marble. So you are first place if you look in the top right, with Ayuka right behind, Brunette Fox right behind her, with Floof Dog right there. All right, as we continue back, Yelex, I am so sorry. You and Cinnamon Roll are not doing the best this stream. In the middle, though, we have Taxi Zab, Kenna, Tyrannical, Mad Max, Delimit, SCP Guard, Huskiri, who just got boosted up, Susu. Let's check right back here at our leaders. All right, we have Rosie Cherries, Canonical, and Ayuka Loves. I think they're good. Actually, I'm gonna watch them on this obstacle coming right up. Hero, Canonical, Soy Yellow, Kiori, SX, Storm Cub, Colburn, Tasty Curry, Susu, and Verse Ari just died. Don't tell me how, but they just all ate shit right in front of us. Oh, they're falling down here. Leah's, Kenna, Razio Bell, all falling right here. All right, let's see if anyone else. Zaya, Delimit. Oh my god, 3 Liz, all dying right here at that end. I don't know how you're managing to die, but you are. As we continue, it looks like it's just a free game for Rosie Cherries here. Maintaining that lead, I think they're one of the first marbles to ever start the game leading and end the game leading. I hug Aku, Ayuka Love, Green Apple Green. All right, as we continue, Lenzo, Quicken, Loyal Bird, and Floof Dog all right behind. Dolly, Brunette Fox, Capel, Tyrannical again winning it for the mod team. Cinnamon Swirl Roll, are you still doing okay? You are not. You are falling behind. All right, as we go down, Taxi Zab, Kurox, Lex Puzzle, Love, Cinnamon Swirl Roll, maintaining behind. All right. We will check our finalists because this was the game for all the marbles. Oh, somehow I got a challenge complete. All right, we have Rosie Cherries in first place. Congrats to Rosie Cherries. Ayuka Loves in second place. Congrats. Green Apple Green, Floof Dog, Lenzo, Loyal Bird, Icy Lee, Space Quicken, Capo, Brunette Fox, Dolly, Pomo, Claire, Tyrannical again with the saving, yeah, like Max said, saving mod paychecks. Because if we look down here, our mods are 26th and 28th with DNF. All right. So this is our finalists with obviously somehow Rosie Cherries 904 plus 184 points. All right. Now we're going to be starting the react portion of the stream. I'm going to hit the... Actually, I'm going to stay on this screen right here. I'm going to run a poll real quick. I have no idea what this song is. All right. I'm going to run a poll and I want every single one of your opinions here. Okay, my last poll, I went to go click poll and my last poll was Cruel Tax the Barons, by the way. And I can view the results real quick. My last poll is, do we cruel tax the Barons? And it was a yes. If you're King of the Castle viewer, you would know exactly what that is. Anyways, as we continue, next portion. All right, FNAF Lore React, and that'll be FNAFathon. Or actually, it'll be MatPat, sorry. Or we have season 1 react, and then that'll be ish. I'm gonna give 1 minute of a duration. After the videos that we watched, we will be doing King of the Castle right after. So the poll's been created. Make sure you vote. Right after, we will be doing King of the Castle. So do stick around if you're into King of the Castle as well. Guys, FNAF. Don't worry, we will be doing both in the stream. It's just whatever we do first. We do have FNAFathon people who are here who are really wanting to push the FNAF Lore react, and then we do have a few ish heads here who do want to do it. Regardless, we will be doing both this stream, so even if your option doesn't get voted for, we will still do it. It's just whatever we do first. Okay, not ish season 1. Ish season 1 is really scuffed. All right, looks like it's 18 to 28. I really wish, like predictions, it would show the number next to your name of like your vote so people could shame you if you voted for one way or the other. I need the conclusion. With FNAF to continue, or are we cutting it off? So this will be the end of the regular FNAFathon, and then I'll be getting my VR set up and we'll have an epilogue FNAFathon where we can. So don't worry. The first part we'll do a season 1 react, and then after King of the Castle, we'll also be doing the FNAFathon. So people who are concerned about watching FNAF Lore, don't worry, we still will. It's just whatever we do first. I will probably be pausing a lot during the season 1 video because there is a lot to talk about. Will you beat up Freddy Fazbear in VR? I probably will. I'll probably get scared and start swinging, and it won't be beating up Freddy. It'll be beating up my monitor. VR so long, it's its own stream. Yeah, pretty much. Perfect. Give me just a second. I'm gonna go on the Be Right Back screen while I pull this up. All right, we're gonna do settings. I'm just gonna Alt F4 actually. All right, Alt F4. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna be pulling up Google Chrome. YouTube.com. I win wrestling experience to good use. I get violent when I play. What's it called? When I play VR. Also, I'm on my VODs channel on Google Chrome, and I read something as byte of 87 timestamp. I read that as byte of 67 timestamp, which is unfortunate. All right. All right, let me pull up the ish. No, not in the biggest Minecraft social experiment. I'm gonna pause the music. I'm gonna start it here, and then I will screen share my display. Okay, it's pulling up. Good, good. Window. Where's Google Chrome? Never mind. Google Chrome doesn't want to come up as a window. All right. It's a 30-minute video, and I'm going to be trying to break it down as much as possible. This is the first-ish season. I would like to show the Discord to show you a bunch of other interesting things. However, I do have admin in the Discord, so it will. I thank you so much, Kenna. So unfortunately, that will not work because I'll accidentally leak 100 things. So I'm going to change the thing to just chatting real quick. And I'm going to change it to reacting to ish season 1. Experts opinion. Perfect. There you go. That's a fitting live stream name. If it updates. Wait, if it updates. I don't think it's updating. All right, wonderful.
In an ultimate social experiment,
and I think I'm already going to pause right here. Right here. Perfect. This is where I'm going to pause it already because this lobby was insane. So let me give a little bit of background. Let me get a little bit of background. Everybody here comes from a different background. You literally had factions within factions when it comes to who joined the original ish like season 1 200 players. Right, so we all come from different parts of like literally ish and his friends who were Jedi and Jaw at the time. Me and my group came from a GTA roleplay server called Pro Gamer Network. He grabbed a few people from there, and me and the people I came from all came. So like if I'm looking at the list here, this doesn't show everyone, obviously, because it's not all 500 or all 200. But MPC, Marshy, Kumazaki, let's see, myself. Oh, it doesn't show all of them. But a bunch of people there all come from Pro Gamer Network, which if you were into season 2.7, that's Pro Gamer Dude's GTA RP server. We had a few people who came from the Mr. Beast winner server. This Ish is a Mr. Beast winner. That was almost all the planes. So like Prusso was a Mr. Beast winner. Like Prusso and a bunch of his group. There's a few people on Desert that were from the Mr. Beast group, like Hope's Bounty. There's a lot of Mr. Beast winners. Will they react to Call Me Ish? I cannot sit through Call Me Ish, unfortunately. Call Me Ish, for people who don't know, is Ish's fan fiction that he made in Minecraft. It's his fan fiction. It's his first ever, it's a Minecraft love story is what he called it, to justify it. If you know, you know. He unlisted the video. It's pinned somewhere in in Ish General's chats. Yeah, it is the prologue to every Civ video with storytelling. And it's him and Call Me Cass, because they both were Mindplex players. So if you didn't know that, now you know that he had a, and you can tell the entire time he was really young when he made it. But yes, it's Call Me Ish. So if you ever hear him reference that, that's what it's about. You do a movie night of Call Me Ish. I'm not going to participate if that's the case. But as we continue, we have a few people from the yellow here. A lot of them were from Ish's debate server, because Ish also owned a big server that was used for debates. He wrote a book, by the way, on debates. So everybody here pretty much was a conglomerate of random people. You had a few random Ish viewers here in the green. They were from a different server that was more Civ adjacent that really liked the idea. Literally, welcome Ames. This was the most mishmash of people known to man, just grabbed from different groups. And then you have a few of his IRL friends, of course. So like even going through this list, like there's so many just crazy names. Like I think Bronzy was also a Mr. Beast winner. Bon Hubamos, I believe he was, our bomb test is Mr. Beast winner. Bon Hubamos, I believe that's a debates person. There's so many OGs in this thing. Thanos Chicken, yes, if you watch 1.5, Thanos Chicken was also involved in season 1. How long was season 1? Or how long ago was season 1? Let's find out. 2021, so October, I think we were invited to the server in August of 2021. So August 2021 is when season 1 was. Magic Mikey, that's someone he knew from Mindplex. And there was a lot of Mindplex people too, because he was really big into Mindplex. I think Call Me Cass was a mod in Mindplex, and he was a YouTuber. A lot of people, a lot of Ish OGs, more so than me I could ever be, were from him in Mindplex. He was a trial mod, I believe, or he'd got trial. But yes, so as we go, I'll be putting out some names. By the way, Prusso, this guy right here, terrifying. Prusso for season 1 was the triple lion of season 1, and he was on planes. Prusso quite literally could have 1v1'd my entire group this event. It was terrifying. So the OG triple lion is not triple lion. The OG triple lion is Prusso in terms of being insane and like terrifying a server. He was a maniac. But I'll continue as we go. Also, the original Lanuela skin was a monkey.
Were randomly scattered across 4 maps.
Also, there's so many replay shots here that are so obviously replay. If you haven't watched this video yet, it's insane how much he's gained, and in every video you can see him implement something new. This was his like Civ formula. His season 1 was like his Civ video. His 1.5 was his storytelling video. 1.7 was the like cinematics video. And then season 2, he put it all together, and that's why season 2 did so well. And then season 2.5, everything was just amplified by 10. It was so good. The sparkle shot was not here now.
Massive islands, each its own civilization and its
I'm
own
gonna be pausing a
unique
lot.
biome. The players knew one thing only: if they die, they are dead forever.
The original Heaven animation, your state will find out without you. We used to have this in every single one, but it was too laggy. So in 2.5, when your head raises up, what used to be in season 1 is if you died, there would be an RNG number on whether your head went up to heaven or your head went down to hell. And you can imagine mine went straight down. Mine went straight down the second I died.
We had the Plains Island, the Desert Island, the Snow Island, and
Hey, who's that white boy? Oh my god, it was so bad looking.
the
Anyways.
Jungle Island. The players were given no help or guidance.
And then you can see in chat here, in chat, Ish has learned since then to like censor his chat because oh my god, there's a lot of wild things in chats.
it was entirely
And
up
you'll
to
notice
them
a lot of names. James Jameson, he was in 2.5. You have Pink
to
Wings 10,
gather
who's an IRL, who's been a lot of them.
elect
Daveret, my goat. Even here, you have a bunch of OG names as well.
leader, build a society, and
I say OG.
if it came down to
We'll
it,
continue.
go to war. The things
The Ish13C fan, I believe, don't quote me, I could be wrong. I think Ish13C fan was Wobbuffet. If someone could check Wobbuffet's name MC, I think that's Wobbuffet.
that happened throughout this experiment made for an absolutely crazy story arc you do not want
Crazy
to
story
miss.
arc. This was also insane. This never gets addressed, by the way. I mean, this gets like a slight tangent. Thank you, Megalodon. 5-stream streak, goated. We worshipped Boy Jedi, who was a staff member. I think everybody in season 1 worshipped like a staff member. So like, also Triple Iron. I'm just saying, I'm the biggest Triple Iron glazer of all time. He's up there with me, my goat. He was like the guy. But you have Bernie, Potato. There's a bunch of people here. But as you can see, I stand with my goat Triple Iron since day one.
Any of it. So
Sorry, dog. There's a bunch of names, but
choose a nation to
that was
root for.
we did
I
worship Boy
present to
Jedi. That
you
was
the
something.
state's
Triple Iron called you disgusting. I can believe it.
Thank you to Magicum for the inspiration for this video. Also, if you
True.
enjoyed the video, feel free to give me an incentive to make more like it by subscribing to my channel and liking this video.
Wait. Okay. 1 second. Let me. Oopsies. As we continue.
Much of day 1 was used for exploration and
Yeah,
colonization.
these
The
world
people scouted
these
their
world
respective
painter
islands.
maps. These were all these original ones. We didn't have window brick at the time. Let's not talk about the sub. So these season 1 maps are all like, how do you put? They were all made by Boy Jedi, and there's a lot of like, there's no reason for us to like have experience in world painter. So like, there's a lot of some like, you'll notice quite a bit of scuffed things with the map. Jedi made, especially for one of his first world painter maps, did a phenomenal job. But there are a lot of real wild things that happen. Also, Smile Jumping Wings 10, 2
Looking
IRL
for
friends from the
advantageous
Kamiish days.
locations to set up camp. Those on the snow and
Kumazaki, this guy was also from GTA, the GTA RP server that I brought. Immediately after, because I was staff for that GTA RP server. Immediately after this season, I think he got a disciplinary action against him. So I went from playing with him in Minecraft to immediately having to be like, "Hey man, you're striked. You're striked."
desert islands quickly realized that wood was going to be a very scarce
Wood
resource.
also sucked.
As
We
trees
literally,
were
I remember me and my group, we had to take a map. We had to take the maps that were released, like the renders, and we had to circle where the woods were. Because we didn't know where wood was going to be at, and if someone took it, we were gone. So we literally took it, blew up the maps, and then circled where the wood was, so we could find it because it was so hard.
Seems like this guy right here is
Bonfu
found quite
Wamos.
literally the
Yep.
only patch of trees in the desert.
Hey, live at
The rest is just barren.
twitch.tv/Savane.
At the same time, because of the harsh climate, both desert and snow knew
Also, these maps, I still can't get over. Like, some of the people saw this one and thought this was season 2.
they would need to prioritize farming early in order to feed the entire
I'm
population.
banning Skeppy. The Skeppy joke has been a thing since the very beginning.
Look at this little farm they got going on here. They're
Also,
turning this
I don't know
into
why they just didn't like. I've seen some of the things the staff chat said. They just like shitting on how bad we had it in the snow district constantly, every time. It'd be like, look how small their farm is. Look how cold they are. They just kept making fun of us for no reason. We already had it so
the
hard.
plains and jungle states
I'm gonna be
had
pausing a
no
lot.
problem gathering both food and wood, and were thus able to advance their civilizations more quickly. Citizens of the jungle island had decided to meet up and set up their home at the volcano in the middle of the jungle. Not
Give
this
a
again.
little and you take a little.
So Team Jungle's establishing a communist system?
No.
Yeah, sure.
Now
sure,
we're
whatever.
communist.
Yeah, why not?
On the plains
Yeah,
island,
and like pretty much all the jungle came from that already kind of pseudo Civ server. So like they already had some pretty good groups that they put together, because I think the people within that group, it's like Windowbrick 9209, Elanuelo, the original Elan for the Elan fans out there, and the season 1 map had a volcano. Ever since Windowbrick started taking over, he's always given the jungle a volcano. And part of it's because their group had a volcano. So in every single state map, there's a volcano, especially in the jungle.
And there were multiple
Or
civilizations
near a
starting to
jungle,
form,
if
including
possible.
this small village.
Well, I think food will be very important, so I'm trying to
James Jameson, my
upscale
goat.
my farming.
Yes,
Yes. I gotta support all the people of the plains biome. We're gonna
Also,
start.
Lango's one of the OG goats as well. Lango has done so much for so little thanks. I will never stop glazing my boy Lango.
Breeding some animals, you know.
Sir, you have one pig.
One
that is
pig.
ready.
One pig.
Eventually, many players took to the mines to extract
Davrit,
the
there's
resources
so many
from the
names in
grounds
here
they
that I'm
now
just-
own. And of course, it did not take long.
I'm just
for
gonna
political
realize because it's been a
entities
while
to
since I've
form.
seen this. Neo
Some-
MC, by the way, which is crazy. When I watched this back, it took me like my third watch through to realize that Neo is in this in this video. It threw me through such a loop, especially if you're someone who remembers those days of like Sunday videos where Neo MC was kind of a big deal.
Islands held democratic elections.
At least to me, that's
decide
how I
their
remember it. Oh yeah, this is a screenshot of when we killed the guy.
leaders, while other
Welcome,
islands
Legacy.
saw leaders rise through authoritarian force. Shortly, a player named
Okay, you can't say authoritarian force and then show this little guy. All right, that's fucked up. Anyways,
Solev became the dictator of the Snow
okay,
Island.
so dictator. I was just a little white boy. All right, that's all I was. All right, dictator is a strong word. Authoritarian force is a strong word. So I was actually democratically elected. Thoughts? I mean, I wish I could show the chats, but obviously I don't want to leak. What do you mean instant defensiveness? Okay, all right. Let me set the groundwork for you. I should not quote unquote democratic. I was elected democratically. That is true. I've never lost a democratic vote. Anyways, as me and my group, I'm squinting at me. Okay. So as we joined season 1 of State, we were in something called State 3 chat, right? So Plains State 1, Desert State 2, Snow State 3, Jungle State 4. Those were the 4 states. Right, the 4 states in State, how it got named, how State got its name. As someone who's there was, yeah, I did. So pretty much what happened is I sort of went in and I'm like, people started talking about how we needed like a republic, we needed to vote on every issue, and I came into my group and I gave a sort of like, I gave a sort of spiel. I'm like, this, I think this is how we should do things. I think we need to have a system of delegation. We need to have a leader we can all trust, who is competent. And I think we need to make decisions fast because there's no room to delegate. Sorry, not delegate, but to deliberate on every single decision that gets made. We should have someone who has a plan. And I have a group of people who are willing to accomplish said plan. So when nothing started happening, it sort of became a thing where it was just kind of put on me that I should be the leader. And I'm like, well, I guess so. I'm like, is there anybody that disagrees? I'm like, I will take the mantle of leadership. I will bear this burden. And nobody ran against me. So I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll go. There's a single guy who's like, well, how are you leader? I explained, like, okay, I'll vote for you. All right, I'll vote for you. So that's how I became the democratically elected leader of the State 3. But yeah, I did not intimidate. I didn't like go to the voter booths and like intimidate them. All right. I think I was a very fair leader. I was a leader by default, right? But then like the only other person who's kind of interested, it just sort of happened, right? I was the only one who had a plan. People stuck around me, and like I'm like, Club Gangwin. I will talk about Club Gangwin when we get to Kumisaki. So, and I'm like, my group was relatively pretty small, and none of us were good at PvP. We're a bunch of roleplay nerds, right? Like my group that I came in with did not know anything, right? We could have just gotten bullied out and it would have been nothing, right? But somehow I was the one who came in with a plan. The only other group that was there was it's Ender's group, and that was Club Gangwin. Actually, I'll go into that now. Who had the specific plan, and I'm like, perfect. You can be a member of the High Command. Yeah, the civ events, like this was the first like sort of roleplay oriented like civ event almost. It was more of like a glorified factions server, except you had limited time and kind of natural conflicts were a bit more encouraged. But like roleplay wasn't a forefront. It wasn't like a hard thing. Yes, Magic Gum did it, then Ish did it. At the beginning, he thanks Magic Gum right here. But yes, so that's kind of how I came to be the leader of the snow area with my very dead looking skin. I'll continue, and I'll give some more lore drops as we go.
Rising to power with seemingly no opposition.
Yep, seemingly no opposition. Pretty much, okay, it says seemingly. There was no opposition. Caves and cliffs. We have a farming team. Oh my god, I don't want to listen to this. I vote we skip this. I vote we skip the part where I monologue, by the way. About how things work. I vote we skip this part. Which is over the mountain over there setting up a farm. We have this was the original organization. These were the original cohorts. All right, if you're a season 2 Andy, the original cohorts were quite literally how delegation worked, right? You got automated for saying white boy, you did. All right. Pretty much how delegation worked, right, is we had me, I was the president, or I was the commander-in-chief, right? So we had the commander-in-chief, I had the vice commander. All he did is filled in for me when necessary. And then underneath us, we had the high command. Each one of the high commands were responsible for a specific aspect of I think so. We had a high command, someone who's in charge of mining, making sure we got our resources, a high command for farming. Pretty much that person was in charge of that general group. They were the commander, they were the command of X. And then we had officers who were the sort of team leads. And then those are the ones who sort of manage the delegations. And then they could choose a sort of direct person underneath them. Very, very, very similar to season 2.7 Imperia, just because it's a very basic, everything gets done delegation. Very basic, very easy to do. So what you see in here is you literally see like the original cohorts, like the farm, the mining. There's only 200 people, so this was a crazy group. A wood team. It's not authoritarian. All right, it's not authoritarian. As you can see, who has solved our. And then you had officer chat that he didn't leak. Let's see if I can see some names in here actually. Hello.
You 3 molecules tall idiot, no thoughts, little evil guy.
Okay, thank you, Altira. I think this would be interesting to how Democrat elected Solev reacted to dictator Solev. Well, I would have thought I was very stupid. If this Solev saw what I did in Imperia, because Imperia is a lot more roleplay focused, but I thought it was stupid. So going through this list, Foy 1, he was one of my high commanders with his 2 guys down there. Baloney, this was a serial killer, by the way. This guy right here, Baloney, serial killer. Easy Fam, Dragon Beast MC, this guy about caused a world war multiple times. That's Triple Lion. Triple Lion was my goat. Thank you, Gizzy So Rizzy, for the follow. NPC, he is one of my high command. Potato Man, one of my officers. Potato, that was the first ever state death. First ever state death was Potato right there. All I know him for. We have some of Seth's group. And then some other people put together right here. Who has solved our lumber problem immediately.
The Desert State, meanwhile, had 2 coexisting factions. The first one labeled themselves the Sultanate, and they were ruled by the Great Sultan Storming Hell.
All right, and we have the Sultanate with
faction
Storming
called
Hell.
themselves the
All right,
Amazon.
so the Storming Hell and then the Sultanate they were all the debate server people pretty much.
And they were ruled by a group of leaders, the top leader being Zamta.
And then these were all Mr. Beast winners. So you can kind of see, like, mine, I would argue, is probably one of the most diverse groups, obviously being a little bit biased. This Storming Hell right here, this was pretty much all debates people, and whoever was kind of the more debate or mindset, they were also pretty good roleplay. And then Zamta right here was all Mr. Beast winners and whoever's around that area. And then mine was just literally conglomerations between the 5N people and then just a bunch of randoms. Like,
Faction was composed
it was
mostly
kind
of
of
people
like
who had
clicky
previously
in
won a
almost a
Mr.
way.
Beast Gaming Challenge, meaning these guys are both wealthy and skilled.
Yeah, this was sort of like the
Accordingly,
scary
what the desert
group.
lacked in lumber, it made
'Cause
up
they
for
were
in minerals.
the sort of
what,
them and like the
32
plains, which you'll
What?
see it
I was
kind of comes
thinking
together.
Have some sugarcane, so then we could get an enchantment table.
2 people died during day 1, both on the snow.
I'll say it. Let's see if I can remember what happened in this screenshot. I used to have footage for all this. I no longer have footage. Going here, you have some of the original staff duos who's a mod, Jaw and Jedi. Yes, I think this was Potato's death. I think so, because this was me in full diamond, by the way, which was given to me. All right, I've notoriously I don't think I've ever mined in a Civ event. I think I've only had stuff given to me. I'm gonna be so real. I've never mined in a Civ event. I just get given stuff, and like in season 1 especially, it was like, I didn't want it. I'm like, let's give things out in orders of importance, and they just gave it to me anyways. After I'm like, hey, the borders haven't dropped, so we're good. They started just like, here. Like, because what it would be is someone would give me some diamonds, someone would give me some other diamonds. I didn't like enforce I had to get them. They just kind of showered me. I got government handouts by my own people. Yes, Caves and Cliffs. I'll talk about Caves and Cliffs.
Both on the snow island.
We did have 2 deaths right away.
The first was an accidental death of a beloved snow state.
He says this is accidental, but remember Baloney that I was talking about earlier? Baloney being a serial killer, this wasn't an accident. We later found out. This was an assassination. With Baloney being a serial killer, we had steps that went down to the mine shaft, and they would mine out a hole. So when someone ran down, they would immediately die, and they would just trap people at random. And that's one of the people I had to like. It wasn't just Baloney. Baloney was a part of like a murder cult, right? A murder cult in the Snow District that the entire time I had to deal with. I had to deal with these international tensions. I had to deal with organizing everything else. And there's a group of like what would be considered now RDMers, killing people, just killing people in my nation. Like I had the most fractured nation from the get-go, and I was still trying to hold things together. Yeah, there's a serial killer cult, like an actual cult. That's what they called themselves. Baloney was one of the people a part of it, and there's a few other. And like I'll get to it later, but Ish actually approached me after the event and was shocked because every time there was a sort of conspiracy group to like murder or overthrow me, like it was like the Inquisition. We would root them out, find who they were, and have them killed. And you'll kind of see that as we go.
Remember Potato, who died.
But yeah,
by falling
Potato
in a
got
hole.
murdered by the serial
A funeral
killers.
was held to honor his short life. The second guy was killed due to an execution order issued by Solev because
One of the only okay, by the way, the PvP was turned off for this day, so we had to lava bucket him. So like we did kill Caves and Cliffs, and it'll give you a reason why, and then I'll give you an extended reason. One of the only screenshots in the State 3 Discord server was quite literally us lava bucketing this guy.
execution order issued by Solev because he, quotes, built a monument to worship Cardi B. As a result, he was whopped out of existence. I hated saying those words.
Okay. So while this was true, while he was executed and he did build a Cardi B shrine, that wasn't it, to be fair. Everyone's like, oh, he just liked Cardi B, so you killed them. Kind of true. But that wasn't it. So this guy, we had something called the Golden Rule in State 3. The Golden Rule is pretty much if somebody takes more from society than they provide and they only cause issues, then that is the only time we'll ever execute somebody, right? Because we had something called like execution is the very last step we should ever want to do, because all an execution does is it just like takes away our resources to kill the person, and it's a person out of the event. Like it's such a bad net negative to do. So the only time we should do it is when it's the least likely option. Caves and Cliffs was a net negative. Caves and Cliffs often took our resources from chests, walked around, griefed our builds, and then went to our farms. And this was right after Caves and Cliffs went through all of our farms, trampled all of our crops when a lot of us were starving. And then in the farm that they just trampled, they started building the shrine to Cardi B. In the crops that they just did after they stole things and broke things. So were they killed for building a monument to Cardi B? Absolutely, they were. Was that the only reason? Probably not. Am I going to proudly say that Cardi B is what swung the axe? Absolutely. Caves and Cliffs, they deserved it. They deserved it. All I can say. Everyone wanted 2.7 deckers dead because they sounded annoying. There are so many of them too. All right.
Anyway, that marked the end of day.
And you can kind of see it here, right? This was one of Cardi B's creations, or Caves and Cliffs right here. From all the wood that we painstakingly had to get together with our lack of wood, the snow. And we just cleared it out here. This is what we had left to clear out. This giant monstrosity pile of dookie. All right, this was Caves and Cliffs is doing. Looking around, there's not many.
The server shut down.
There's so many people on this list that are banned, by the way, and I'm just gonna have to I'm just gonna have to glance over half the people that are banned and just treat it as usual.
The remaining players debriefed and made plans for the following morning.
By the way, day 1, 3 minutes. Count that to season 2.5. Day 1, 3 minutes. Intro.
Day 2, the people of the jungle states who lived in the volcano.
I love the jungle. Their entire thing, they changed their name like 3 times, but like the entire jungle pretty much like always had a cool vibe going to them. It was like the Empire of Steel, then they changed it to Arborea, and like they're all about like monkeys at first, like the Monkey Empire.
To have an election. There were 2 candidates. 9209's pitch involved creating a government of checks and balances and citizen rights.
That's true.
Magic Mikey's pitch was that he wanted to be a dictator who executes anyone who threatens his power.
I know who I'm voting for. Oh no. Uh-oh. Wait, where are we at? right here. Dictator executions.
9209
I know who I'm
won the
voting for.
election, but instead of accepting defeat, Magic Mikey and his followers left the volcano to start their own civilization.
Yeah, this was crazy. Like the entire time in season 1, all I would hear is the jungle's exploding again. The jungle's exploding again. By the way, the jungle's freaking out again. That's all I would hear. That's all I would hear the entire time. Is how shitty the jungle was.
However, by leaving the volcano, Mikey and crew left behind their farm, so they quickly ran out of food.
Go to the jungle biome. There's no freaking food in here, dude.
Literally, look at his shoulder. There's a parrot right there.
Hey,
9209, 9209, yeah, 9209 is really cool. 9209 actually being 9209, me, 9209, Window Brick, Minister Bismarck, and Tyrannical all have a Europa Universalis 4 game going on right now, by the way. So 9209 is still a cornerstone of the state Discord server.
Just kidding. I just enjoy causing chaos whenever it
Close the door behind you. There's wow.
Yeah, Mikey
This
is
whole
really
time,
funny.
Mikey could not
Ish was actually invited to Mikey's
figure out or
wedding.
realize that he could catch fish from the river
I
right
was offended I
outside
didn't
his
get-
front
no.
door. In a way, his fate was sealed by natural selection, where only the most intuitive survive. The Plains Island, on the other hand, was led from the top of a mountain by a player named Ewaj.
Ewaj.
While this mountain became the Plains Island's base, some citizens defected and moved after they complained about excessive work demands.
Yeah, that was
The defectors
that was another
gathered in a
thing. Like there were two leaders of the. By the way, Magic Mikey was in season 2.7. I think I saw him once or twice, but he was in season 2.7. This Plains was another thing because there were two leaders on one island that like were kind of butting heads. Like in this, because it was the jungle and the Plains biome, I had no idea who I was talking to half the time because I would be talking to somebody, and unlike all the other regions, I had an entire biome to myself. Right, it was just me. I was the only like nation leader of the snow. So when I'd approach people, I'm like, okay, there's two very distinct groups within the desert state, right? There's the Amazon, there's the Sultanate. I can deal with them both individually. But then when I'm talking to the Plains, you have two people who claim that they're the true ruler. And I'm like, they're half of the time they're pretending to be the other group. And then with the jungle, it was just like, I only had contact with Arborea or with, yes, this island was the Among Us island. Like with like 9209's group, but Mikey's group half the time was like butting in. So it was a really strange. Welcome, Coraline.
Previously mentioned small village, which was now ruled by a player named Smile Jump. Ewaj had previously threatened to kill Smile Jump if he ever challenged his rule over the Plains states, and it did not help tensions when Ewaj himself came to the village and allegedly stole some of the food supply. This fact prompted a member of Smile Jump's village to make this ominous statement about Ewaj.
So you're saying you wouldn't care if he suddenly worked.
I'm gonna wait a second. I
would not.
I'm gonna give a bit
It
of.
might be too late for even Dr. Phil to save
bit of
this
Plains lore.
relationship. Meanwhile, the people of
Okay, so the Plains lore was also really weird because like both Ewaj and both Smile Chump kinda deserved it. Both of them kinda, in retrospect, kinda deserved it. It was just Ewaj had more of the power because he had more of the people who were good at the game to like bully Smile Chump. But Smile Chump was a very how do you put? Smile Chump was very antagonistic towards the people in the Plains, and Ewaj was very antagonistic to people in the Plains. So when those are both your two leaders of your group, nothing good happens. Nothing good happens. Ultimately, Ewaj was just kind of not the nicest to everyone, and Smile Chump was the original state rage baiter. So not a good combination if you want to know what's happening in
the
season
snow
1 Plains.
states continued to labor under the command of Solev, building up a mighty snow civilization with a developed
That's just not true. We were not mighty.
tree plantation.
Yeah, so this was originally supposed to be our home area, and the entire time, and you'll notice, State 3, or what he's going to later call Solev Union, we never had a good build. We never had good builds, right? And despite how many times, also Luigi Tone, despite how many times I told these people, thank you for the follow, Coraline. Despite how many times I told my people, hey, create some cool builds, make some pretty good builds. Like, no, we have to be productive. We need Prot 4 Diamond. And I just kept telling them, like, hey, let's make a nice looking place. Hey, we're in the mountains. This could be a really cool build. No one like planned out builds. There wasn't like a really established group. And like, there was no like civ event prior to this in which like building was one of the main things. So I would just tell them, hey, make some cool builds. It never would happen. It was always, no, sir, we have to become mighty. So the most we ever had was the mining outpost. So he's calling this the plantation. This was supposed to be our main base. Like there's a hut in there.
and
This was our farm. It was built into the actual river.
a main base.
This was also not our main base. This was a mining outpost, right? Like,
Lastly, both of the factions in the desert seem to be thriving despite the difficult conditions of their
Sultan
dry
was cool.
environments.
If
Also, while
to be fair, if I joined state right now, right? Like, if I joined, I mean, it's kind of necessary, Coraline, because it doesn't make sense that like the wooded areas, because it makes sense because we spent all of our time in the mining outpost because that's just where everybody was. We were all mining. By the way, well milk my goat. Anyways, if I was joining state where I am right now and I was joining in, I would probably either be in the Sultanate just because it's a bunch of like cringe role players. I'm a cringe role player. Or it would have probably been the Solev state.
there were initially tensions between the Sultanates
I oversaw the mining.
the Amazon,
That's what I'm
they
gonna call it.
agreed to remain neutral and respect each other's territories. I spoke with the leader of the Sultanates.
The other faction on this desert seems to be a very formidable opponent.
Still screaming what?
Rules of
That happens a lot.
Sovereign.
I
Praise-
don't know why, but like just constantly throughout state, I just find myself screaming what? Which is complete opposite to how I acted usually. Welcome, Red Panda Mountain Goat.
Our Lord.
Welcome,
3
Squins, too.
times per
Hi.
day.
Minister
Do
of
not
Health,
eat pig or
show up.
execution. Anything against our Lord is punishable.
Yeah,
with
if you've seen
lashes or
1.7,
jail.
you know I like screaming
They
what?
have a jail?
And I didn't even
Meanwhile,
know that
at
was
the
something I did.
Amazon, Azamta and the other Mr. Beast winners were expanding their land and developing economic.
What the fuck? Someone needs to kill me,
Meanwhile,
bro.
at the
Someone needs to kill me. Somebody needs to kill me. Sorry.
Azamta and the other Mr. Beast
What?
winners were expanding their
Baka.
land and developing economically so quickly that they started investing in commercial
This was
properties, such as
2021.
this flower shop.
This is my flower shop. I'm gonna build like a little base over at the ocean and do like a little bridge. so
The
that
original flower
everybody
shop,
can,
by
like,
the way. This is
come and
unconnected to
chill
flower
at
lore,
my
but it's the
flower
original
Then
flower
to
shop.
wrap up day 2, on the Plains Island, this happened. Boat clutch time.
Ooh, I remember seeing this because chat was public.
That felt-
So literally, no matter where you were in the map, all you saw was boat clutch, and less than a second later has died.
Mildly
Literally
preventable.
within
With
seconds.
all
If you were
relevant
anywhere in the
political
world, was
entities formed.
all chat was global.
It's time to see.
I have unintentionally aura farmed a lot. Like literally so many times in 2.7, I just kind of would stand still and someone would come up to me and say, "Stop aura farming, bro." And I'm just AFK. Like I'm tabbed out in the Discord and they think I'm aura farming because I'm just unintentional aura farming is my name. Yes, this was
How
before all of that.
Interact.
Let's see how they interact. 7 minutes in, by the way.
The third day presented challenges for almost all of the civilizations. The Sultanates reported to have items randomly stolen, chests
Orlev,
broken,
that's true.
and someone was also killing their cows.
Yeah,
They suspect-
I felt for the Sultanate here. So because only me and the Sultanate, we both had like an underground group of killers. To be fair, the Sultanate had like a single guy, and I had like a whole group of serial killers. Like this is something I got. Yeah, X-ray
that a
detection.
player
You'll see
named
that a
Guardian
lot show up.
Nova was doing this, and they immediately threw him out.
Also,
of the
I
Sultanates
also had
for
just a habit of accidentally killing people who are gonna get murdered, who are gonna get banned for X-ray anyways. So like, they would see someone who's X-raying in like snow, and they were already doing something cringe within snow. So I would then go to try and kill them. There's so many times I killed somebody and got a message from Jedi like, "Hey, we're gonna ban that guy. Thanks."
revenge, Guardian Nova kept coming back to cause further chaos, thus creating a general sense of unrest within
I
the
was
Sultanate.
staffing before I
He's
was
coming
staff.
back, he's coming back. Something's about to go down. Uh-oh. He's killing their cow. What the
The
heck?
Empire of
On
Steel
the
would be
Snow
perished.
Island, Solev
Me and my goat, by the way. The original Aura Farm. All I'm saying, the original Aura Farm. Look at that right there. Unintentional. Look at me and my goat. Me and my goat. Even though he should have had the diamond, but whatever. He should have had the diamond armor, but as we say.
Solev was becoming incredibly wealthy and powerful.
The goat,
See,
yeah, it's the
he's
goat
got
and me.
enchantments, enchanted fishing rod. How rich are you?
Okay. I'm gonna let me talk real quick.
Don't worry about it. Just don't let them know. Don't let the other team, or don't let our underclass know at that, please. They work in the farms.
Okay, okay. By the way, I said that as a very funny haha joke to Ish, right? Because within State 3, we had a joke, right? Because people who work the farms are like, they would be posting like the memes about like, it ain't much, but it's honest work. Like they're low, they were lowbrow. Everybody loved them, right? And it was a running joke in the State 3 that was the case. That's what we were doing. So I make a funny haha to joke, and imagine my surprise. The event's all over, and Ish pulls me into a VC, and he's like, "You know what? I think I know how I'm gonna give your character. I think I know how I'm gonna tell your character." And I'm like, "Oh, how's that?" He's like, "There's a single quote you said to me that I think I'm gonna use as a basis." And he shows me that. He shows me that, and he's like, "I'm turning you into a dictator, son." And I'm like, "What? I'm turning you into a ruthless, like totalitarian hater of the poor." I'm like, just from that, thank you, that. So, and from there, I knew it was for to welcome Sovereign Solace. So like he pulls that clip up, and I'm like, I tried to be funny, and I'm like, don't let our underclass know, because I like that was the type of things I would say in like GTA RP to him. And he used that clip, and it was one of the bases for what comes with the rest. There's a bunch of cool things that happen in season 1.
Had just carried out another execution.
By the way, we killed the serial killer
Of a snow member who allegedly murdered 2 other Snow Stain members. While this allegation turned out to be correct,
oh my god, you can see the Skywars player in me because I hit him and then I immediately start puppy guarding the loot.
Snow Stain members.
Yikes.
While
Anyways,
this allegation turned out to be correct, some
and then I let everybody else in because I remember that I'm not playing anything else.
Like a tyrant. Finally, in the jungle, the cold
like a tyrant. All right, he uses that run of clips and he's like a tyrant, and then he just goes. All right.
war between 9209's crew,
not to mention we killed the serial killer,
and Mikey's crew heated up very quickly. One of the volcano men was exploring the jungle herding 3 chickens. Mikey then killed those chickens. He defended his actions by saying, quote, "I was hungry."
That's fair.
This
I would do the
prompted
same.
some conflict between the 2 factions, which became fatal when Mikey ordered his spy to murder one of 9209's citizens.
Oh, yep, you can see the head floating up from the Heaven plugin.
Mikey then declared war on 9209 and planned an attack.
By the way, this was the most stomp war known to man. You had Magic Mikey's group, which are not PvPers, and there's like 6 of them, versus 9209's group that was like they're just a whole, like, I don't know how the numbers, but all I know is they just 10 times more skilled and like 5 times more people. It was a slaughter. It was a slaughter
of the jungle state. The attack was to take place the next day. 9209 quickly gathered his people, and they decided that instead of fleeing, they would stay to defend the volcano. This set the stage for the jungle's civil war.
That's why we got taxed the 1%. Communists to their blood.
Well, there's a lot of things that we have planned, but our biggest goal is going to make that dang volcano erupt, where all those pests...
Hey, Lava Rising has been in the cards since season 1. Like I said, there's always been a volcano. Everyone's always wanted to make it erupt.
Tried our absolute hardest to maintain the peace.
I love 9219.
Tried his absolute hardest to do the exact opposite. So, you know, enough is enough. So we're just gonna tell the soldiers it's now or never, and try and kill every last one of them.
I love 9219. Sorry.
News of the impending civil war had gotten out. This lone jungle merchant.
Lone jungle merchant, Legacy AN. If Legacy's still in chat, I want everybody to ping Legacy. Tell him tell him lone jungle merchant. Ever since the season 1 video went, there's an inside joke where all we would do is call him the lone jungle merchant has entered the chat. The lone jungle merchant himself. The OG B plot that's better than the A plot. All right, the OG. Lone jungle merchant. All right, we'll continue.
Legacy, while living in a peaceful, isolated hutch, seemed to know.
If you think about him, he's the original sap. He's the original saps.
Groups, they're about to go and
W Legacy, true. Thank you, baby Claudia.
Whichever side wins is probably not going to be good for me, so I just have to stay out here in isolation.
Little did this lonely merchant know, Mikey and his crew had already
if you pay attention to Ish videos, what he likes to do, and this is actually perfect because it's like how movies do it. You have the main plot, and then you have like the B plot that sort of ties into it, and is like constant, like the famous side character. And Legacy was the first one of it. Phenomenal like job of it, and you see that in every single sort of like side story that goes into the main. So season 1, it's Legacy. Season 1.5, it's Wood Daddy and Thanos Chicken. 1.7 actually didn't have one, surprisingly enough. Season 2, I believe it was Los Pollos Hermanos. And then 2.7, you have the whole... It was weird because like the Saps thing was a sort of side character that also side plot that wasn't a side plot. But then you also had like season 2.7, there's 2.5, sorry, was just so much that like it was all side plots tying into a main, but it was kind of Saps in a way. Which, by the way, season 1.5 and 1.7 Saps was a part of, and like I forget how different he is every time. They're like different people to me because he was the first one to die in 1.5 and 1.7 he was elite team. We'll get to that when we get to that. The season 2.7 will be wild. That'd be a crazy react, and I think it'll be like 4 hours long. Or like my react, whatever you take, however long the video is, and add like pretty much add like 5 minutes to every minute. It'd be 5 times longer.
Revolution, and they were about to raid his home and destroy it completely. Fortunately, Legacy was able to fetch his parrots and escape just in time. Mikey continued his pilgrimage through the jungle, heading toward the volcano. 9209.
By the way, Shade, the original state admin.
His men were gearing up, scanning the perimeter.
I'm a yapper. I'm a yapper at heart. I'm sorry. I'm a funky little jester who likes to yap.
Mikey and his crew reached the edge of the volcano, and the attack began.
Okay.
Looks like they're sneaking up the volcano.
This entire thing was crazy because we heard like crazy civil war, and then we see 4 deaths. Oh my god, the war is over.
It's up the battle.
It was great.
This is it. Mikey's men are attacking nearly
By the way, the life of Atomic Miner, that's Rex, who's my vice commander, or my vice leader. Atomic Miner, another member of that what's it called? Of that group. Atomic Miner was like one of the most wanted of the server, because of that like cult serial killer group. Atomic Miner and Baloney were both a part of it, and there's a few others. Yes, if you weren't here, there's a murder cult.
But it looks like 9209's
yes, the lava's not actually ever risen.
At this one point, Mikey's men now retreating back down the volcano. That's Magic Mikey himself. He's getting some good hits on this guy.
Magic Mikey, the original dictator. The original dictator. All I'm saying, the original dictator who dies from fall damage.
It's Mikey died.
Yeah, it was
fall damage. Oh,
it was something.
boy.
It was the funniest way for him to possibly die. But Magic Mikey was the original one. Dark Lord, I think, was another member of the cult.
I spoke with the 9209.
The way he died was through attempting a block clutch, which is the most fitting death I have ever seen.
I love 9209. I'm a 9209 shill. I'm sorry.
Revolutionaries. How do you feel?
9209 coin to the moon.
Okay, there we go.
Oh my god. Okay. I remember seeing this in chat. Storming Hell, go a single event without getting assassinated.
Oh my gosh. Major.
Also, by the way, you can tell he was filming this because one of the funny things I noticed in the video, he's sitting here with Legacy with an aura shot. He's taking an aura shot of Legacy when this happens and then teleports. Arborea was found out after, but like there's so many different names because I'd heard so many. Like there's the Monkey Empire, there's another really long one that I also know what you're talking about. And then it got changed later to Arborea. Just a bunch of different names, but every single one of them were based. But by the way, mid aura shot, because Legacy was farming aura with the torch, boom, has to teleport.
Oh my gosh. Major assassination just happened. Guardian Nova, the
Guardian
previous
Nova,
Chaos
he
Maker,
was
had
something.
come back to kill the leader of the Sultanate. However,
Storming
this
Hogo, a
allowed
single
for the
event
other
without getting
desert
assassinated
faction,
challenge,
Amazon, to
impossible.
demonstrate their military might by hunting Guardian Nova down and killing him to avenge
To blind
the
them
death
out, the
of
leader.
Storming Hell. Oh, they got him. A funeral was held to honor the late Sultan,
There you
and
go,
the heir
August-
to the Sultan,
August 12th.
Arvine,
There you go, that's the
became
start.
the new leader.
Hey, the music was always on point though.
The Sultan's death was a sudden
Also,
and
half of
tragic
these replay shots that you see right here from after. So after the event ended, a bunch of people got creative mode, and they kind of built up their civs to look a lot better to get shots.
one, but it was followed by several days
Like, so that one down there with the head, that was him after the fact.
of peace. The weakened Sultanate worked on repairing its nation and building from where it left off. The
I don't know,
alliance
we're just
between the
doomed to have
Amazon and
events
the
in August
Sultanate
or
was
around August, I
stronger
think.
than ever, with new trade routes formed and communication lines opened. At the Amazon, Hope Bounty's flower shop was finally completed. Oh, you're already okay.
Oh, this reminds me. There's
Very
something
good.
no one let me
Hello,
forget, but in the
I would
end
like a
credits of
tulip,
this video,
please.
there's a little
We
Easter egg that I
have
put in there.
Orange, red.
How are there multiple tulips? Oh god, your bodyguards have arrived. They freaked me out. Celebrating its success, the Amazon then gathered for a group photo with Zamta in the lead and Guardian Nova's head in the back.
This is really based. So like of the Amazon was really, I didn't edit the credits. I was in some of the replay shots, I kind of hid myself, which I'll show. The Amazon was really weird because half of the Amazon was the nicest people you could have like possibly met. Like no mean bone in their body, and the other half were super toxic. Like Zamta, like had a few of his moments, but Zamta was super nice. Hope's Bounty was super nice. Like it was so weird because you'd meet one person from the Amazon who's just like, you'd walk away and be like, man, that guy's toxic. And then the other person's like, this is the nicest person I've ever met. And they were all in the same group. It was such a mixed bag. All in all, as much as me and the Amazon did beef during the event, I liked the Amazon. I mean, I liked almost all the groups within the event.
After prolonged discussion, 9209 and the rest of the Volcano Men decided it was time to move to a new location for a fresh and hopeful beginning. The fishing merchant of the jungle, Legacy, had now joined the rest of the jungle community and suggested that they could move to the place his home
Legacy?
used to be.
Oh my god, that's
agreed.
the lone jungle
That
merchant.
day, they picked up their stuff, repaired Legacy's house, and built the jungle's new civilization in that very spot. Legacy, along with his parrots, moved into his old home, but this
And
time
the original
he
animal
had made
companion
friends
too,
with
by the
him,
way.
and he lived in a thriving society. Meanwhile, on the Snow Island,
We're bringing it back.
Solev
It's the
continued to rule with an iron fist.
An iron fist.
and
This
his
guy can only use negative adjectives. He can only use negative adjectives. The tyrant, authoritarian force. Like, just use a nice adjective or no adjectives. All right, be a little nice to me. I'm just a little guy.
Was prospering. The Snow civilization had built.
This was the only nice build we had, by the way. And then this was another aura shot, but it was like for Jedi, not even for me.
built a holy temple to worship their god Boy Jedi and to showcase
First time religion's ever been directly mentioned. Their god Boy Jedi. First time. But me, Triple Lion, and then a bunch of our goats.
People. And of course, we cannot forget about the two Plains factions, Iwaj's base and Smile Chump's village. The village was
for a
now
village
doing
that's so peaceful and passive, they chose the most antagonistic of them to represent them. It was so bad.
especially well with many new members and houses to accommodate them. At the end of day
there's
7,
so many
the
dogs.
villagers gathered to
By
celebrate.
the way, that's something I forgot. Speaking of so many dogs, right? All of the Ish seasons have notoriously had day 1 lag, right? Like the lag on day 1, that's been pretty bad. And typically it's been pretty preventable. Recent seasons, it's just because we're pushing the boundaries of what Minecraft can do, right? Like when you're doing things that initially push the boundaries, like we're gonna counter that. But in season 1, it was entirely something that's preventable. Thank you for the follow, Lewinsky. So as an example, in season 1, there was a lot of, oh, my dog just freaked out. There was a lot of entity lag, right? And that was because when in season 1, when we were looking at, or I say we, I'm so used to in the staff percentage, when Ish was looking at the map to begin with, and he was noticing that there wasn't many animals. He's like, oh, I think the people are going to starve. So what he did is he went into the Minecraft server config and upped the animal spawning by like 10. And it's like, I think I'm happy with this. So day 1 lag was unbearable. And lo and behold, the person who found it over here, they're not here, but they're from the village called Totori Cage, which is one of Ish's friends, IRL friends, found a chunk that was every block of this Minecraft chunk in the ocean was squid. Every block, like there were multiple squids per block. Does he up the animal spawning so much? And for some reason, it only affected one chunk in which there were thousands of squid just sitting there lagging out the server. Like, it was so bad. And that was one of the main reasons for lag day 1. Entirely preventable, right? Minecraft servers can go up to 200 members perfectly fine. It was so bad. And there's a screenshot of it somewhere, but it was Squid Union pretty much. Yeah.
Success.
Also here, like there's a few people you recognize from later videos. Quip10, by the way, season 2.7, he was one of my enforcers. He was in like the armory, who actually dealt with Shade, who was in chat. So that was one of my boys in 2.7. Pinkwings 10 and Suzuki, they were original Flower Cult 1.5. Nurses 1.7 and Project Phoenix or 2.7 hospital staff.
And I made this
2.5 did have
especially
bees.
for everyone. So
The bees
there
were a
you
repeat
go.
of squids.
Yay,
It was wild.
cake, Yay!
I love the fact that no one cheered.
That was Wazek, by the way. For those who remember Wazek, the person who's like the fact that nobody cheered, that was Wazek who said it. Who wasn't even playing in the event, but he still got that voice line in. But yeah, that was Wazek. If you're a season 2 believer.
Night came to a peaceful end. The age of jungle innovation is upon
This jungle
us.
build is
The
phenomenal.
expanded village out
I'm
from
so upset
Legacy's
we didn't get to
home,
make some
complete
builds,
with the
'cause we had
Among
some
Us
really
proving
talented
monuments,
builders.
allowed for the United Jungle citizens to invent new things. First, they made a frickin' sound machine. Why is this a good idea? Why? You had no music disc, so you did this.
Yes, I had to make do. You didn't give me a lot of options.
Yeah, the jungle was very
Then they made
innovative,
a lag
much to
machine,
Ish's
which basically
dismay.
means they put boats everywhere.
Ish, I can't fly. Ish, I can't fly, bro. Can you?
Well,
Yeah,
I
issue.
can't have more
One
than
steak.
10 FPS
Can you do
while
it
I'm at
one
the
steak?
jungle base. Looks like we all
The
have
boat
problems.
incident.
I was gonna
There's
destroy
two. There's the noise machine incident. There's the boat incident. There's the giant Among Us statue
all of those
incident.
while they were offline, but then I got a Discord message from one of my paying YouTube donors, Xoratorque.
Yeah, that's like, okay, to be fair, in Ish's defense here, that's like if I'm running an SMP, right? And if in my also I've never noticed this background. In my SMP, I was streaming it, and for some reason every time I'd go near Kenna's base, Kenna, like, it was super laggy, and I'm like, okay, I see why. There's a million cats here. Let me go and kill the cats. And Kenna shoots me a message. If those cats are gone, you're losing a gifter. And in my defense, I would be like, you know what? Absolutely, you keep your cats. You keep your cats. This is the Xoratorque equivalent. But Xoratorque was one of his forever channel members. So I can't blame him, right? Putting me in Ish's shoes. I'm not touching those. I'm not touching those boats. All right, I'm not touching them.
I decided to
I
keep
get
the
it now.
boats. There was, however, one massive tower-looking thing that the jungle civilization was building that maybe could be productive, but no matter
The
how
wooden
much
fence.
I asked, they wouldn't tell me what it was. What is this?
Here. It's a wooden fence.
The only thing
That
they
was
tell me is that it's a
the
wooden
joke. They were telling me that too. It's like, hey, if Ish ever asks about what this is called, a wooden fence, don't tell anybody about it. Just that it's a wooden fence, which is the original Iron Torch, the original super defense structure, and they made this pretty early into the event. They planned all this out. It was
fence.
great.
That clearly is not a wooden fence. While the people of the jungle were enjoying themselves, the rest of the political world was not as secure. Indeed, there was a conflict arising, and this conflict was not contained to a single island or nation.
I know what's coming up.
There was about to
This
be
guy.
a major
Also
international
Among Us statues.
diplomacy disaster. Among the people of the Snow State, Solev was a relatively popular leader.
Dark Lord 56. This was another one in which we trapped him, and there's no inventory search plugin, so we had to send your inventory. This guy was another member of that serial killer cult. I believe he was one of the last ones we got. But this was the murder that people really weren't happy with for some reason. It was like, well, what do you have? We knew this guy was a part of this killing cult, right? Also
with high approval numbers.
Oh yeah, the approval rating. We'll
The
get to
Snow
that.
State. Solev was a relatively popular.
So yeah, so this is the kill that people weren't very happy with in the group, and I'm like, hey, this is the last one we have to do. We were pretty sure we have every member of this group, and people were still unhappy after the victims' heads were found in this guy's inventory. By the way, we found Potato's head in this guy's inventory.
Popular leader with high approval numbers.
Also, strength 95% favorable. Not true. Wasn't that good. Competency 93%. I'll take it. Economy, I'll take it. We were pretty communist. It's economy is kind of a. And then I like how he assumed that this poll was fake. All right, he wants as many jabs to make me evil.
That being said,
This poll
not
100%
everyone who
real.
claimed to be on his side actually was. A player on the Snow Island named
Kumazaki. I'm gonna wait for this to go, and I'll.
Kumazaki did
I'll get
not
to it.
like Solev's rule over the Snow State, seeing him as a dangerous tyrant. Kumazaki was the geopolitical expert of the Snow Island, and
I'm gonna stop it right there. They say the second they said geopolitical expert, that's when I got to stop it. All right, so Kumazaki was one of the people I brought in from the 5M GTA roleplay server, right, run by the Pro Gamer dude. He was one of the people I brought on. He was a person who I knew from the server. I was staff, and we already had some issues with him, but I'm like, sure, let's bring him on. So when I brought him on into the server, right, didn't do much. He was one of the people. He went on his own, made a little bit of a hermit, and slowly but surely, I get a report from half of the people on the map, out of nowhere. I get I think it was Alanuela or 929. I can't remember who messaged me, but who messaged me is like, hey, this Kumazaki guy is trying to get everyone to ally against you, pretty much, right? Which we'll get to. because me and State 4 had had an alliance from the beginning. We were each other's goats. Right. So we got that report, and I'm like, okay, this Kumazaki guy's, we came in together, but he's not too nice. So then he starts going around and going to other people within State 3 and telling them to go against me. So he then approaches Club Gangwin, which is Ender's group, which by the way also planned to betray me at some point, but later thought I was cool. Every event I have a traitor group, but he approached Club Gangwin and tried to get them to rally against me, and sort of pretty much what he wanted is he wanted to be leader through like brute force. He wanted to get everybody, all the nations, all like the powerful players within the server to sort of like unite and force me off of leadership to then sit in there. The only thing is this guy only had support of foreign states only, right? Nobody in my group supported this guy. Like everybody he went to ratted him out almost immediately. He went to Club Gangwin. Club Gangwin told me about it. He went to a few of the other people. They told me about it. He went to State 4, which was the jungle state. They told me about it. The only people that backed him was the Amazon to some extent. The plane, one part of the plains. Smile Chumps group did tell me about him, and then the Sultanate. Right, they were the only ones who supported, and that's because they were afraid. Like the other states were afraid of me because like my name was the only one in chat, and they thought I controlled an entire biome of like killers, because obviously we had a serial killer group. So like, they, out of fear, Kumazaki is like, I'm going to use this to like become leader of a system I did not create. And like, all of that would be all good and what have you. But Kumazaki, after we found this out, and inevitably, sorry to spoil, but after we inevitably kill him for it, this guy goes in my DMs and crashes out like hardcore, like calling me many names, was not happy that I would dare. He was not happy that his plan did not work. He's like, I had my plan all out. He was not good. And not to put too much dirty laundry out there, but this is the same guy who is also gonna get who also was gonna get banned for X-raying anyways, because if you saw earlier, someone called it out for the X-ray report. It was this guy. he was gonna get banned for X-raying. He crashed out, and then I can't remember if this was after this or if this was before this. He had also cheated in a friend SMP in X-rayed and got caught X-raying in a friend SMP. Like, he was not a very chill fella. I was not very happy with him after this, because I'm fine if you go against me in an event, right? I don't hold it personally. I don't, like, it's a part of the event, right? But this guy who's not a very chill person. And the crazy part is people didn't expect this, because he went into this event as my friend, because we came from the first bit, and he lost it. I'll see, the messages are there somewhere, but he deleted most of them after I'm like, hey bro, you kind of freaked out over Minecraft thing. I didn't even start, mind you. He started it. I just ended it. Anyways, I'll continue. Also, geopolitical experts only give him a little extra credence, because he was just a random guy.
Plan. The plan was to create a secret global alliance with all world leaders except for Solev.
That's true.
Then, with that leverage, Kumazaki would ask Solev to resign, and if he refused, Solev and his entire regime would be eliminated.
Yeah, he pretty
by
much
the
said
strength of
overtly,
the
it's like,
entire...
what happens if he says no? He's like, we just kill him and everybody who supports him, by the way. That was his solution, is just slaughtering anybody who supported me, which was all of our organizational staff. All of our officers and above supported me, so he would have been like, I know how to get over this government that 50% of us are a part of. I kill 50% of the population that disagrees with me. And that's what made Ender go to me.
World's military power. After that, the alliance would stand and world peace.
Before the big sparkle effect, this is what it was.
Power.
It was the explosion effect. This is the original sparkle.
After that, the alliance would stand and world peace would be achieved. Those who agreed to join this alliance included
Thank you for the law,
Zamda and the
Irene,
Amazon,
and Lewinsky.
Arvine and the Sultanates, and Iwaj with his plains base. Smilechump and his village chose not to join
They
because
ratted
did not like
Kumazaki
Iwaj, who
out.
they thought himself was a tyrant. The Jungle State didn't join because they already had a secret alliance with Solev and the Snow States, an alliance which ended up thwarting Kumazaki's entire plan.
We gotta
Solev
get the
was
explosion
informed
for
of
the
this
Citadel.
plan
Yeah,
by the
I'll
Jungle
make
States,
Altiero do
and
it. Don't worry.
He promptly executed Kumazaki for his conspiracy to overthrow the government.
By the way, Kumazaki combat logged 4 times. He combat lagged 4 times. And they had to like get him back in so they could get the cinematic death because he kept combat. He kept combat logging. I forgot about that too. that was funny. Anyways, we'll continue. Sorry, there was a lot. If you couldn't tell, it was a time. This was 2021. All right. But also, by the way, there's a all the applications. Every single application was accepted, right? You joined the Discord, you sent in an application, you could have put, I just want in, bruh, and you would have got in. I think I have a list of all the apps still to this day, but they just highlighted them all and made them green.
I've just been informed of a plot.
This is okay. Sorry, I'm yapping a whole lot and I apologize. But what's coming up is this is one of Ish's first things of like an aftershot, by the way.
I've just been informed of a.
Anyways, this whole monologue, right? He has like, hey, can you join the acting server or the after server and like just build yourself a little throne, by the way. And like we're gonna get a they did that's the thing, legacy. Anyways, he's literally like, I just gonna get a voice line, and he's like, meet me at X time. Well, I show up at this time, I make a little throne, and he still hasn't shown up. And he's like, oh, I'll be there in a bit. So I just keep building the throne. And he's like an hour late before he gets there. So what turned into just a little throne with a little bit of armor turned into this.
Overthrow my government.
Turned into this because he was just so late. He was so late. And then I made a joke to him, right? You notice I have netherite armor here. It's not possible to get netherite. Not possible. I made a joke to him and I'm like, I'm going to wear netherite just to mess with your continuity. He's like, oh, I don't care. He's like, I don't care. Keep in mind, if you've worked with Ish in any of the later seasons, he's very, 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 very particular about continuity. And like, no, it has to be the armor that they wore. Like, no, we don't want to confuse the viewers. Versus season 1-ish, where I'm like, I'm going to wear netherite. He's like, okay, cool, whatever.
I've just been informed of a plot to overthrow my government and slaughter my people. A plot supported by the foreign warmongering
biggest throne in the
states,
man.
created by one of my own.
By the way, this entire speech was off the hip. He's like, hey, I want you to say something that's like this. So I literally, I was in a VC. He gave me like 30 seconds and I wrote that and we edited it like 3 times. Because my original speech, I can't remember what it was very specific and it was very like me trying to justify myself because I didn't know I was going to be the villain at this point. It was trying to justify myself. So I made it and then we just kept taking detail out of the speech until I'm like, ah, I see what it is. Which, I mean, entirely fair.
Members. As a result, that member is dead. For every action taken against me and my people, there will be a swift and righteous reaction.
That's the only line I wanted to keep. Only line I wanted to keep was, for every action taken against me and my people, there will be a swift and righteous reaction. It's such a silly throne. That's the only line I wanted to keep. It's a big throne because he was an hour late. I made that throne 4 different times because I just kept. I'm just like, oh, I just kept adding. It was a very small, deep slate throne at first. That's all it was. It was like a very small chair, and then I made it bigger. And I'm like, I waited 5 minutes. He didn't show up, so I made it bigger. And I made it 5 minutes later, so I made it bigger. And he just kept being late. And I'd like go down, I'd get a drink, I'd come up and be like, well, guess I'm gonna keep going because I have nothing else to do because he's leaving me on the build server. It is really funny.
They've made their move. Now it's my turn.
I didn't know why he's like, say it's their turn, right? He really wanted me to say they made me, or like really wanted to make it like they've made their move. Or I can't remember. Like pretty much he wanted me to say as if I just did something, right? And I didn't know why, but it's because there's going to be an assassination attempt that happens that he's going to claim I ordered. And I walk off slow motion aura.
Iwaj, while an effective politician, was disliked by many. Most of those who disliked his leadership simply moved out of his base, but some of those people stuck around to create their own version of justice.
So like, okay, this assassination, I knew it was gonna happen before it even happened. All right, like I knew it was gonna happen. I just didn't tell Iwaj because Iwaj like literally established myself as an enemy. He's like, they told me this was going to happen. And I'm like, cool. I'm not going to complain. Right. I didn't order the assassination, but like, I'm not going to complain. And regardless, before this, this was going to take place, from what I remember, at least, the Smile Jump Village knew DRP was going to be doing this, and are like, when Iwan is assassinated, they're going to blame us. Let's leave and go to the Snow State. They asked me for refugee permissions. Thank you for the follow, Dredden. And I already said Irene, but thank you again. So I said, sure, I'll take in the refugees. I'll be good guy. Welcome, evil lesbian Prince Sam. I'm like, I'll be a good guy. I'll take him in. Well, little do I know, after DRP failed, Hittori Cage killed him anyways. And it's like, it's not like I'm gonna complain that the person who hates me more than anybody else, like, and wants me dead and is like my dedicated enemy, just died. All right, I'm not gonna complain.
Somehow, Iwaj actually managed to escape, and his people killed the assassin. It was a close call. But Solev did not merely commission one assassin.
I was framed! Did not commission merely one assassin. I was framed! Anyways.
Hittori Cage, a spy for Smile Chump's village, had succeeded in killing Iwaj. The assassination order came from both Smile Chump and Solev.
That's just not true. That's just not true, by the way. That's just not true.
Who are now in an alliance.
I knew about it, and I'm like,
it looks like
that's so right. Like, I'm not gonna complain.
People are planning to obliterate Smile Chump's village now. Smile Chump's village.
But yeah, so anyways, Iwaj gets assassinated, right? And how he gets assassinated is really weird because he survives DRP. Right. And then he immediately logs off. Right. Immediately logs off after that. And he's like, he's purposely like, I don't, if in case there's another assassin, I don't want to log on. Right. You know, teach their own. Teach their own. And then I remember this, like, this is a huge thing. He logs back in to talk to Ish. Right. And he's like, oh, I'll only log in if you teleport me somewhere safe to talk to you. Which, I mean, regardless, I mean, I don't think that's cool, but whatever. Well, they start talking, and Iwan's just messing around his base. So it's like, okay, they're not going to get teleported. He knows he's in a risky spot. He's not logging out. So he took off all of his armor in the middle of the base that he was just just worried about getting assassinated, and he gets shot by Hittori Cage. Like, natural selection. That's all I can say. I'm not gonna, obviously I can't say any of the staff discussion that happened after that, but as a member at this time, he was very upset. He was very upset in all the public chats. But he just decided, you know, I'm going to take off all my armor after just thinking I'm going to get killed, after just logging off so I couldn't get killed. So he was willing to blame Ish for his death, saying he'd get revived. Didn't happen. I mean, as everyone can see, it didn't happen. But like, it's the dumbest way to get killed on demand. If you're, I don't know, commit. You got to commit. But I wasn't going to complain either. I didn't like contract out the assassination. That is true. He also hard metagamed and was super toxic. So everyone was using server VCs, and in the final battle, he would go into their VCs and just start screaming and yelling out Hamilton lyrics to try and like disrupt their VC. So everyone muted him.
Minutes away from Iwaj's army invading to slaughter all of the inhabitants, the people frantically picked up their most valuable possessions and climbed down into the village's... This is also so cool,
by the way. I thought this was insane. I watched it when I first saw the video. I watched it like 100 times.
The people frantically picked up their most valuable possessions and climbed down into the village's emergency bunker. Once every single resident was underground, the entrance was blocked off, and the villagers used an escape tunnel to exit the bunker and leave the Plains Island for good.
Music peak. Also, I took in refugees. That doesn't sound like a villain thing to do. Also, every single one of my speeches here just at the hip here. So like even this isn't like looking back, it's only cringe if you think it's cringe. But like they approached me and they're like, it's just like, wait, say something. I'm recording. Say something. So I had to say this, and everybody was quoting it in the comments and like, a democratic nation. Because he's the entire time, because I didn't know what he wanted me to say. It's like, I make it seem like I'm the president.
Welcome to the bastion of freedom, the last stand of hope. Here you're free from the oppression of your tyrannical government and free to live as you please under the rule of our great and democratic society.
Roleplay nerd at heart. Roleplay nerd. All I'm saying. I'm doubling, yeah, pretty much I'm doubling down. That was my speech, and I took it. All right. To be cringes to be free. Great democratic society. It's true. It was true. I got elected. All right, I was one of the only ones who was elected.
Time
to bring the dogs in.
Oh my god.
Bum. Have you ever talked about D&D or tabletop? I have not played D&D since middle school. I want to. Have not played it since middle school. They were free to live as they pleased. We quite literally gave them a refugee village right outside and promised to protect them. It just, we knew they were probably going to get attacked.
This
Hello,
was the
Ames.
make or break day. Will there be negotiations for peace, or will the conflict escalate
Also, all the
into
afterbuilds
a
here.
major war? It goes without saying that the desert leadership was unhappy with the Snow State for harboring the Plain State refugees, who they saw as traitors.
Okay.
After Smile
Freedom
Chump's
fighters.
village was looted
Freedom
and burned
fighters.
to the ground, the new leader of the Plain State, Lord of Lightning, was almost immediately killed by another Plains member for quote
This was
no
so
reason.
funny. This was so funny. The Prusso Lord of Lightning, one of them accidentally shot the other with the bow, and then they just completely overreacted and like Lord of Light. I think that's how it went. Lord of Lightning accidentally shot Prusso with a bow. Prusso thought he was trying to have him killed because like he was a threat or something. So Prusso iced this guy, iced the leader of the Plains militia because he was like he thought he was going to get assassinated. It was
whatsoever.
Because
There was
Prusso
chaos
was the
in
original
Plains
Triple Lion.
States, and some Plains members took this as an opportunity to abandon the island and migrate to other states. One Plains member named Ron
original
traveled
Great
to
Migration.
the desert island to become a member of the Amazon. The Amazon immigration officers conducted a background check and thoroughly vetted Ron to make sure he wasn't a threat.
Ron, I'm protecting you. I am your
Ooh,
immigration
I
lawyer.
fell over. Okay.
Thank you. Oh, I have to go to court now?
For security measures, we have to do this.
No, it's okay.
All my other team did was just yell at me. Or we all just, it was just pure chaos.
Yeah, that's pretty much that was the Plain State. Everybody who said it, all the refugees who talked to me, all they would just be telling me is like all of the just heinous things that they would happen, that were getting said, like not the disorganization, but just how mean it was. It was crazy. Thank you for the follow, Via.
So that's why you left. This
It was so sad, by the way. When I that's why you left. Because they're getting yelled at. The immigration lawyer bit was so
Member,
funny.
My friend Fireball X3 was also on his way out. He had
Also,
no
this is
idea.
the only video Ish features it, but he does shit like this all the time.
Yeah, I was watching him and I just could not resist doing this.
Oh my god, Alex.
Alex?
What are you doing?
Trying to scare you.
To be fair,
Yeah,
so
it
did I.
fucking worked.
So did I.
What did you do? Just shoot you?
Puts on full diamond, gets in a boat, and comes the other way down the river at
Oh my
me.
god.
I did something similar, especially in like 2.5. I would like. There's so many things I did that was so cursed. Warden sounds. I play a lot of those. Summoning TNT around like people. There's a lot of people who sold their souls. Trapex in 2.5. This is another one. There's the Soul of contracts. I made Trapex in 2.5 fight a warden. For cheese because he was part of the Con Quesadors and they needed to make a cheese spell, so I made him fight a warden to get cheese. Around Tyrannical, I'm not sure if Tyrannical is still in here, but Tyrannical, like, or especially around Nevermore at the beginning, I would go underground and spectator and like I said, summon TNT. No, I made people fight Ravengers too, Panda, but I made him fight a Ravenger, but I made him survive a warden. Better turn of phrase. I made him survive a warden. I did both. I love Ravengers. If you couldn't tell, if you've ever been in a state event with me, which I wish I could live stream, we're just not as a staff member, but like it's just not possible. I love Ravengers so much. They're my favorite mob to spawn on people because they're like big and bulky enough and like cause problems, but they're not OP or like destroy the map that much. I love Ravengers of all the mobs. Yeah, they're giant puppies, pretty much. All right,
Oh my
let's see.
You're such an
Now, what remained
sound
of
effect
the
for the
Plain
cursing.
States was a small group of highly skilled fighters led by a player named Kanuke. This group made up what was now the Plains Militia. In the jungle, the people continued to expand their village and build that massive tower.
Iron Torch.
They also bonded over their
the
new
wooden
favorite
fence for the first
activity,
one.
fishing, which not only strengthened their community spirits, but also improved the quality of life for all
Yeah, they
their
were
people.
all about
It
fishing.
also
Literally, final battle, and they're just like, yeah, we're just fishing. Also, I didn't even see, but Kanuki, the goat, one of the state goats.
Classified the diet of Legacy's parrots, who
Legacy's
had only
parrot?
been eating seeds, a well-deserved treat for being alive since day one and having survived Magic
Yeah, I
Mikey's
remember
raid
Ish
and the
telling us about, like, I
jungles.
think I know who's gonna be the character of season 1. Because he's like, this guy survived everything, the final war, and his parrot survived too. Big W. And Kanuki W's as well.
Civil War. Legacy himself had
And they
become
did-
somewhat
they-
of a
they pretty much
hero
did
in the
replace
jungle
politics
when, in
with
the
fi-
previous
with
day, he
fishing.
led an expedition into the snow state to hunt down and
This was
kill
true. This
a
was
jungle
also super based because they're like, hey, we're sending in a what's it called? We're sending in a person to hunt a jungle trader, and like they were just hunting in the snow. And I had to put out an announcement like, hey guys, if you see this person, kill him. If you see this person, he's trying to kill the other guy. So Legacy just putting down traders like dogs.
After this near-death expedition, Legacy hoped
You can
that he
even
could
see
finally
us in chat. It's very obvious they were
Jungle
allied,
trader.
right?
After
Because this
this
guy
near-death
dies, and you can
expedition-
immediately see Ender GG, one of my high command yelling Pog, let's go, by the way. Which I wish Minecraft had emotes, because the let's go emote's great.
Legacy hoped that he could finally
Bozo,
retire
let's
and
go
live
out.
the rest of his life peacefully.
You
with
can
his
tell the
parents
jungle and the snow
in
were
the
tight.
jungle village. On the international stage, the two major alliances became official. First, the United Sands, led by
United
Zamza,
Sands,
which
true.
included both of the desert factions and the Plains militia. On the other
I do
side
have a
of
let's
the
go.
world was the Solev
Made up, by the way. He made this up. I am not that, what's it called? Narcissistic to name an entire union after me. By the way, also, if he didn't, of course, names never existed, right? And notice how he never calls my nation by its name. He only says me or the Solev Union, because he didn't like that. We had a vote for a bunch of different like ideas for names of like our group, and we just went with State 3. Yeah. So like it just kind of happens. Like he didn't like that we liked the name that we kept, which is State 3. But State 3 was important to us, right? Because that's what we were dubbed at the very beginning when we chose our biomes at random. And like we were the only unified entire biome. We're the only unified one, right? That's what Floof. I said the exact same thing. Because I'm like, he doesn't like State 3. Like I almost verbatim. But yeah, like so like State 3, he didn't like it. But to us, it was important because we were the only state of everyone that was united. We were the only ones who had a single group inside of it. Like the jungle had two, Amazon. Desert had two, Plains had two. Like we were the only ones who had ones who was important to us. We even had like a little GIF for it that somebody had made, like a graphic design GIF. But no, we were Solev Union with the narcissistic. I'm not. It seems like I was very narcissistic with the naming. I promise I did not name it State 3. I promise.
Union, led by Solev, which included the Snow States, the Plains Refugees, and the Jungle States. Attempts at peace between the two were well-founded, but quickly fell through.
Also, Meph, you misspelled the egotistical, and you named it egotestical, so it got automated because I thought you were saying testicles, because you didn't spell egotistical correct.
Due to rising tensions caused by a variety of transgressions from both sides. On day 10,
Yeah, by the way, Dragon Beast completely sabotaged our national relations by going over to the desert.
Member of the Plains militia infiltrated the Snow States.
By the way, this whole thing was terrifying to us because we didn't want to lose a single person. Luigi Tone, who I think is on Money SMP, right? Because like just the other day, I'm scrolling through on my phone on Twitch where it has like a shorts where it shows things, and I see someone called Luigi Tone TV, and I'm like, Luigi Tone? That's the guy we fucking killed. That's who we iced in season 1. Because Luigi Tone came over to season 1 to like our state in season 1 and tried to like assassinate me and a bunch of my high command, and he almost did. Like he almost did. So like me seeing him in Twitch, like I'm even like, really? Is the same guy? Because I think he was on Money SMP. Is he? I actually didn't know he had 89 subs, 89K. I didn't know he was a content creator at all. Right. I only figured out he was on Twitch like a bit ago. But yeah, he came over, tried to assassinate, and we just funneled everything we could to Triple Lion, and Triple Lion's almost outgeared terribly, and Triple Lion's still shitting on this guy because Triple Lion's the GOAT. So like we chased this guy. This was like the longest chase of any, like season 2.5 pales in comparison to the Zin chase with the Luigi Tone chase, because we were on ice with ice boats. So literally we spent like 30 to 45 minutes chasing Luigi Tone, trying to kill him.
Hitori Cage, the plains refugee, killed the infiltrator in hopes to
And
prove his
Hitori got
allegiance to
the last hit.
Afterward, Solev held a ceremony promoting Hitori Cage to a senior.
Yeah, and then I had to create like last minute. I had to create a little like thing to promote him to officer, because he like proved that he wasn't a spy by killing him, pretty much by getting the last hit providly.
Officer position in the snow
So like
states.
pretty much what I did is I had him come up, give off his old shield, and we gave him like the shield that had the
This
what's it
ceremony
called?
was a direct insult
The
to the
snow top
desert
mountain on it.
factions who were already having a bad day after the leader of the Sultanate, Arvine, was caught in flagrante
But no,
delicto
he
with
was
the
100%
town
just
chief.
trying to slaughter us, and
Arvine was
we were
exiled,
goated.
and a player named Banju Buemos became the new Sultan. The people of the Snow State were delighted with their success, and even more delighted by the failure.
And then this was Club Gangwin with all their lava casted walls, who had like a little fort off to the side
of the desert. But the United Sands was not happy. They
Is
were
this day 10?
angry that Solev had thwarted their original plan for.
By the way, all right. Speaking of things that I found right before, there's a spy within the, what's it called? That is true. He just wanted to leave. There's a spy within Club Gangwin, and which is the fort over there. And because there was a spy, and we're kind of figuring it out, I was looking through. Yes, it's my throne. Thank you. I was kind of looking through it, and I found out that the guy, I think his name was Geonator. Geonator was a traitor, and I told Ender, I'm like, hey, Ender, you need to kill Geonator. And Gene's like, they're like, yeah, we already thought he was pretty suspicious. So they waited the entire day, didn't do anything to him, only for him to use the villagers we just got to get Prot 4, and then managed. Well, actually, he didn't even get Prot 4. He and Iron managed to kill 3 of the people in Club Gangwin who had diamond armor with Iron before trading with our own villagers to get Prot 4, pretty much wiping out one of our forts just because he was a traitor within our ranks. Like, and after I already told them to execute this guy.
The refugees who killed the plains leader.
Which you'll
In
see.
addition,
You'll see.
2 highly armored snow members then visited
I still
the
don't know
desert
why this
island
happened.
uninvited, which caused many on the desert island to worry that an attack was coming. Desert propagandists then started to echo the sentiment that Solev and his evil regime were going to obliterate the people of the desert. Upon hearing this, the leader of the United Sands, Zamta, called an emergency meeting with his top officials.
2021 emergency meeting 2021. That's all you got to know.
He ordered that defenses be built and that the state provide armor and weapons to all desert citizens. To end the meeting, Zamta held a vote on launching a preemptive strike against the Snow State.
Yes, the very democratic preemptive counterattack. The preemptive counterattack.
The officials voted in the affirmative, and shortly, the United Sands declared war on the Solev Union.
So yeah, that's whoever you think is the villain. All right, the guy who took in refugees and gets attacked unprompted, or the warmongering desert states. All I'm saying, that's up to you. You get to decide what you think is more evil.
It was time for the Great World War. The United Sands prepared
Well,
for
look,
its
my
attack.
goat.
The war
Actually,
plan
I think that was actually Rangers footage, and I think it's funny. I think that was Rangers footage, and it Oh no, this was a different one. Okay, at one point, Ranger and Wellmilk know each other, and I think Wellmilk got credited for Rangers footage. There you go. All right, let me continue.
Simple. Surround the Snow Island, approach the center, and kill Solev to rid the world of tyranny
Also,
and
Smiles from
achieve
Burning Away is very
world
accurate.
peace. Zamta and the United Sands had reached the Snow Island and had ordered their secret spies to create havoc from within. This
Yep,
was
there goes
incredibly
Geonator, and then Border was the first over the wall.
effective. Solev's military
Border also in Iron, killing our diamond guys. By the way,
were
sorry.
dispersed, which allowed for an easy infiltration.
I'm just saying, if we had Triple Lion now, they would be done. If we had Triple Lion now, soloed at 1v100. Seeing all these names.
Hitori Cage running for his life. Hitori Cage goes down.
Border was insane, and Prusso. Prusso was the original like raid boss. Prusso was insane for us, like for state at the time.
Smile Chump and the Plains refugees had all joined the fight, but they were simply outnumbered.
Yep,
the
everybody
United
dying.
Sands destroyed the Snow State, killing almost every citizen. Solev took his remaining fighters and fled his home.
Hey, this is what inspired Solev Viva La Vida, which is my favorite song, and someone put an edit over my thing. Yeah, and it was so crazy because literally during the fight, it's like, okay, Club Gangwin's under attack. So we run over to Club Gangwin, me and my small group of fighters. We get there, nobody's there, right? The fight's already broken out. All right, we pull back. The few people we have who we had looking around get jumped. We go back to our main bit. Everybody's already dead. So literally everywhere we went, they were just killing them, and we were like, what was it called? We were just barely not there in time. So it's like, okay, we lost all of our people. All we are is a fighting force. Like everywhere we go, we lose our base when we stay. So we just have to regroup, and we went to the jungle because the jungle was begging for us to come over there.
The leader of the jungle state, 9209, declared a full lockdown and ordered that Solev, now a refugee,
How bad does that have to be for that to be an automod? It saw you say climax and it was not happy.
To greet Solev and lead him to the place where the rest of the jungle
boat
was
drifting.
hiding. That place, which had been under construction for many days, was now complete. It was.
Yeah, and the jungle was so bad to navigate. We landed on like the northeast side and rushing through triple land. Sorry, and it was so bad to navigate that entire jungle. Yeah, they just have to call this 30 minutes of me glazing Triple Lion. That's pretty much what this is.
After the United Sands tracked Solev and arrived onto the shores of the jungle state, they realized the magnitude of the challenge ahead of them. Nonetheless, they gathered their soldiers, prepared an attack, and thus it began, the Battle of the Wooden
This
Fence.
VC, you can see it, because this was the VC. They were just using a public VC. And people joined. Also, Legacy AN, the Lone Jungle Merchant with the purple egg. Ish13C fan. Yep, that's Wobbuffet. Alanuelo with the COVID mask. Turlismos, Neo MC, 9209. That's all the ones I recognize. I think even after, because Zomto was spamming L, and then after I did the same thing, he'd sent me a message or something in public chats of like, I'm sorry for being toxic, after realizing that he wasn't the nicest in chat, and I didn't care, but like he still apologized. Ender Pearls being in here, that was a crazy fact that Ender Pearls were in here. All the aura shots of me doing nothing, by the way.
After the United Sands lost some soldiers, they made a new strategy. Instead of climbing up the tower, they decided to build above the tower. Like
The
that,
trees
they
were goated.
cracked the puzzle
I remember seeing the trees, and I'm like, holy shit, that's so smart.
The wooden fence.
Yeah, and by that point they were in. This is a bit out of order because I think I jumped prior to this. Zomta getting the kills. Zomta and Lasher were also good at 9219. No, he gets killed by my trader, Geonator. Although it doesn't show here, but either how I died down here, and I might have the what's it called? I might have the footage somewhere. But what had happened is I'm at the top of the tower, and at this point, all is lost. Like, they're about to get to us. So quite literally, it was just an argument of like, 90% of these guys are after me, right? So I think I remember being in VC with a few of the guys I'm with. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Like, just leave, because there's no way I'm staying alive. So as they're building the trees up, I'm just like, I have to delay their advance, give them a few more seconds. I jump on one of the trees that they're building up, I switched my like sharp 3 sword for somebody else's KB2 sword, and I just jumped on the tree they were building up. That Zamta happened to be there, by the way. Like I didn't know Zamta, the enemy leader, was there. And all I did was KB people off, and I KB'd like 4 people off, but they were smart enough to put water at the bottom. So I KB'd 4 people off, holding the line, and I'm a 1.8 PvPer, so I was spam clicking, so we can ignore that. Holding the line on this tree, trying to sacrifice myself so they could E-Pearl out. And then like here, he did me so dirty. Ish did me so dirty right here by showing me with the water bucket. So I'm getting shit on here because it's border Zamta Geonator, because all of my ops are in one spot. They did me dirty because I got lit on fire with a lava bucket, and I put myself out with water, and he just cuts out me putting out with the water. I try to jump. I am not good at Minecraft. That's just not true. When I had this water bucket, I didn't even think about water bucket clutching because I just wasn't in the Minecraft sphere. I never intended to save myself with a water bucket here. I only put myself out of fire. So he did me so dirty because it looks like I'm trying to put myself out, but in all intention purposes, my hands were off the keyboard at this point. I'm just looking straight down. My hands were off the keyboard. I did not try to clutch. Because let's make it clear, I would have failed the clutch if I tried. I would have failed the clutch if I did try. I'm not trying to say I'm good at Minecraft and I would have gotten it. I didn't even think. I wasn't a dream viewer. Unfortunately. Actually, no, fortunately now. Never mind. So I didn't try to water bucket clutch, but if I did, I still would have failed.
9209 and most of their
I didn't even try. My hands were off the keyboard.
Jungle soldiers fled the tower and dispersed throughout the jungle. The United Sands had defeated the Soul of Union. This was the end of the Great World War.
The Legacy, bro. Hey, this looks so much nicer than the Iron Torch looked like, or the Ashen Bastion looked like. Actually, it didn't get completely destroyed and devastated.
The people of the United Sands returned home to celebrate.
Yeah, and these were all built after the fact, but they were still really nice. They had the giant desert fried chicken, the KFC. Ooh, wait, let's see if you can actually see it in this. So they fully finished the flower shop and after the fact in creative. Who is that white boy? Someone tell me. Let's see if my Ish didn't even know. I hid it from him. Who is that white boy? You have Ender here who also died. Who is that white boy in the corner who's crouched? I'm just saying, this links the seasons together. I lived. But yeah, you can kind of see it right here. There you go. That's a better aspect. All I did the entire event was ruin his continuity with Netherite and staying alive. Wait, actually, are you? Let me see if I can.
Profitable.
Wait, let's see if I can. See if I, because I believe that one was Shade, that was Ender. Somebody, I don't know who that is.
Business.
Pink Wings, Susie. I think that was Crazy Gojo. No, I don't think that was Storming Hell. That was a different soul. That might have been not Banhu Buemos. Actually, it might have been Banhu Buemos. Never mind.
Business.
But yes, everybody's in Hope Spanish Star Shop.
The Sultanates and
me wearing a player head with my outer layer of skin on.
I
see.
Achieved their long-desired world peace. Meanwhile, the Snow Island was entirely empty except for the occasional visitor. One day, a graveyard honoring all the fallen Snow
putting
citizens
in graveyards. Original Flower Lore, sorry.
mysteriously appeared in the middle of the abandoned Snow Island. Nobody knows who
Slayer of the Thieving Rat King, because that's what they called Iwa as the Thieving Rat.
But the United Sands leadership decided
the village
to
did.
let it stay. Eventually, many of the former Snow.
A lot of people originally in the comments sort of kind of found out about the narrative change because the how do you put the fact that I'm allied with the single outwardly stated democratic country, which is like state 4, the fact that I took in refugees and it literally says sacrificed himself for us with like the giant throne.
Eventually,
People
many
kind of caught
the
on.
former
There's a little
Snow
bit
and
of
jungle
a
citizens
tweaking,
met up
but
and
to be
created
fair,
a secret
if I
jungle
had
enclosure
lived, then you would have
where
been
they
like,
could
this is the
all
good thing about
peacefully live.
authoritarianism, which
They
you can't
grieved
have.
over
Alright,
the
it makes
friends they
sense that I'm the
lost
villain.
in the
It
Great
makes
War,
110 cents.
But at least
I'll
they were
always still
able
get a
to
laugh
keep
at it
each other
though.
company.
Every
Right
time.
next to the new hidden enclosure was the house of a lone jungle merchant.
The
who
lone
had
jungle
barely
merchant? The lone jungle merchant? Oh my god. Wait,
managed
legacy.
to escape the battle of the wooden fence, but he did escape along with his parents.
With his parrot, the lone jungle
longtime
merchant and his parrot.
companions fished together for as long as they could before the sun went down.
Along with his parrot. The state experiment. KK and Lengo, the original 2 devs, the goats. Thanks to everyone who participated. That's me. That's me, chat. That's Legacy too. Me and Legacy. I think we're the only season 1ers in chat. I think we are. We'll find out. I think we're the only season 1ers though. I wonder what this video is. But yeah, let me go down. Legacy really went full circle. That's my goat. Also, anyone who's here who saw I wasn't subbed on this channel. All right. Oh yeah, you have a bunch of people who went back. You know what? I'm gonna see what's the most recent comment. I like 2 hours ones, but I can't finish it. I like the ones that are 30 minutes so I can see them. Jesus loves you all. Thank you. Jesus had. Oh well, that's YouTube. The legendary series is born this day. Oh, it's everyone going back. Damn, Sylv is even more base than I thought. I already know what that's to. Whoa, somebody's giving out my funny. Anyways. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a poll. The lumberjack is Bismarck, yes. All right, here's the poll. I'm gonna do a poll. All right, we're either going to do what next? Because we have to do MatPat. All right, that's something we're gonna do. Don't worry. We can either do FNAF Lore right now. We can do King of the Castle and then wait, King of the Castle. Then Lore. All right, and we can do FNAF Lore after King of the Castle. Or we can do season 1.5 and then wait. Into FNAF. Wait, okay. I think I may be getting it. All right, I'm starting a poll. Vote in the poll. Subscribe to Ish13C. If you're not subscribed to it, oh wait, no, sorry, his name is just Ish now. Sorry. Wait, did he get it? He did get at Ish. That bastard. All right.
In an ultimate social.
Go to Ish. Subscribe. He's the goat. I mean, like the video. I guess I'm in it. All right. Let's look at the votes. There's a lot of 1.5ers into the season. Can I intervene? Oh my god, there's only 3 FNAF Lore voters right now. There's only 3 FNAF Lore voters. That's so unfortunate. That's so unfortunate. And there's also 28 season 1.5. I can't give that much commentary on season 1.5. I can't. That's just I'm not. I want my lore. Okay. How long? Let's check. How long is the video? 20 minutes. 20 minutes. All right. Here's the game plan. Actually, yes, Legacy. I think I have that. All right. Here's what I'll do. Here's the game plan. Season 1 into season 1.5 into King of the Castle, then to FNAF Lore. All right. Wait, I'm gonna get it. There you go. That's the new game plan. All right, new game plan is in chat. All right, season 1, 1.5, King of the Castle, FNAF Lore. 1 second, Legacy. Let me go on the be right back screen. Legacy, are you in the Discord? Legacy, are you in the Discord? Where are you at? I need to find him. Okay, he just died. He just died. 1.71. 1.7 will not be tonight, most likely, because 1.7 is like 40 minutes long. No, it's like 30 minutes long, actually. 1.5 is only 20 minutes. It's actually the shortest video, which is the only reason I'd be doing it. He's in VC1. Oh, I thought he'd be in the other one. Okay, let's see if I can find him. There he is. I thought he'd be in the... Welcome, Legacy. All right.
Hello. How are you doing?
I am doing phenomenal. All right. You have one job tonight, and that one job is to explain jungle lore. Jungle lore in season 1.
So originally you have a few groups in the jungle. You have Magic Mikey's groups of, I don't even know what to call them. I think it was Got No Speed who was the leader of the Sovereign Republic of something. I can't remember the full name. And then you had 9209 who was the leader of Le Monkey Empire. Before the event actually started, you had Got No Speed's group and 9209's group. They merged into one group and became the Empire of Steel. I'm not sure if that was like a day one thing or like a pre-event thing.
Mm-hmm.
But the result was that 9209 was the leader and Got No Speed was the ambassador. So one of them handled internal affairs and the other handled external affairs. As shown in the video, you ended up with Mikey's group trying to assault the main base on the volcano. But another thing that was planned beforehand was Alanulo and I believe Window Brick had already made the design for the wooden fence, which the name for that came from an inside joke where I forget who it was. Said, why even try to work on a defense building if it's not going to be any more effective than a wooden fence? Which, that's where the name came from. If you want the screenshot,
that's actually
I'm sure Alonso has it.
A really based reason. Like immediately say, it's just going to be a wooden fence. That is, I think, every based naming system has always been to make fun of criticism. That's actually really
absolutely funny. So for later on in the event, you have Hunter Ema. I don't know who he's associated with. I forget if he just wanted like plot armor or something, or like a role in the video. I forget. But he goes and he kills Got No Speed, which is the entire reason that whole hunting him thing ended up happening. And I did jump ahead a little bit, so I will go back later. Unfortunately, day 10 is the only day that I don't have of my recordings because OBS was recording in MP4 instead of MKV. So I lost my recording for day 10, but Hunter Ema was another one of those people who was constantly combat logging.
Yeah, we had a lot of that. Like it really, season 1 and especially 1.5, which we'll get to, like it was literally like the Wild West. Like like you said in chat, like it is pre-season, like pre-events or pre-civ event like time period. There were like no rules. It was like a faction anarchy server where you just were, the only rule was not to hack. And obviously say anything terrible, but like I was surprised how well it went. It should not have gone that well, in my opinion.
Especially with stuff like cube lore. Like there was a whole war over the cube, and no one even knew how it worked.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot to talk about the cube because I block it out of my memory. Oh, I'll have to yap about that for a second.
It's like it's very easy though. Like if you have the world inside the cube, just search for the chest with the air block above it.
Oh yeah, I remember checking it after, like the original cube, like the original staff intervention. Okay, I have to get in, after this. I have to get into the cube because one of my people died at the cube. Right? They were
that's hilarious.
One of my people died at the cube, and it's like it was an international incident, and it just got swept under the rug, both in game and never mentioned in the video. But
yeah, so also with the wooden fence thing, the main reason that they swapped over to my location, where I based, was not actually because of the war against Magic Mikey, because they really wanted to be on the volcano. It's just that because of the volcano and where they were going to build it, it meant that at the time, because I think it was like 1.16, 1.17, so the build height was not super high. If they started building the wooden fence on top of the volcano, then it would have been very easy for attackers to get to basically the middle of the tower and just start climbing up from there based off of natural terrain. So they moved over to my location to make it very tall and harder to attack.
Yeah, I do remember that. I don't know how, like, I remember that getting mentioned, but I actually completely forgot about it here because I know there was a reason. For some reason during it, I didn't say it, but to like justify, I'm like, I think they mixed with another group. But no, I do remember, I think it might have been Lanuela mentioning that like they're just moving everybody down to the bottom area because of build height limit, which is also really dumb. We had the same issues when like that temple, we're trying to build above it. Build height limit just didn't let us. One of the best thing Minecraft ever done was increase that.
Yeah, absolutely. And also just for my character at the time, that whole merchant thing came from the fact that I just wanted to do my own thing. I saw the entire map, figured out where the closest part of the jungle island to the center of the map was. That's where I based intentionally so I could like set up international trade. And then the borders didn't open until day 7.
Mm-hmm. And like for people who don't know, especially for the what's it called? For like civ events at the time, because Ish is one of the first ones who like really pushed like the civ event genre, right? Because it's like anything. You have the first person who did it, which is Magic Gum, and then Ish, in my opinion, that blew it up. Who, while everybody now, it's like they're wannabe Fluxions or wannabe Sabs. For the longest time, there was the wannabe Legacies, and especially if on the apps teams, because Legacy, you just had like an compelling side character, right? Who like, you just
that was a thing.
Yeah, you played a character really well, and you kind of just did your own thing, and it resulted in something. Pretty much for like even years, you had people who just wanted to replicate that, but in an unhealthy way. Because even despite being the lone jungle merchant, you still participated in the event. You participated in the experience, in the community, and even with Arborea, or Empire of Steel, etc.
Do you want me to explain those names, by the way?
Yes, go ahead. I know you explained it in chat, but go ahead and explain it on on stream.
So I mentioned this a little bit earlier with the merge, but pretty much what happened is you had Magic Mikey's group. I don't think they had a name. And then you have the Monkey Empire, and I think it's like the Sovereign People's Republic of... That last word is what they like simplified it down to. But I just can't remember what it is. Those two merged. You have the Empire of Steel. Alanulo still hates that name to this day, but that's what they wanted to be called. That's what the group was called. And then after the event, we were kind of just thinking about names. And I looked up the word for tree in, I think it was Latin, which is arbor. And from that point, we kind of just referred to that Season 1 village as Arborea. But it was during that same naming session that Alanulo came up with Aculon. But Arborea wasn't a thing until after the event. During the event, it was Empire of Steel.
Oh yeah, and you can tell a lot of the like even with the naming systems, half the time I've been wanting to say Arborea or Empire of Steel. I've been wanting to say Aculon, just because you can tell the amount of like influence, even just in groups, that sort of went there. Which will get me into 1.5 when we talk about the Union, which if you remember the Union that went nowhere. What was that legacy?
Amazing name.
Oh yeah, the Union. That was something.
Oh, was it the Union or was it the Citadel?
I'm pretty sure it was the Union, and then I might have been the Citadel was where it went, because it was the Union. It was like a purple flag with like the yellow rings, and it was like the Union of all like the Season 1 groups, because we were gonna get like ousted. But yeah, the lone jungle merchant character, it definitely inspired a lot of people who, like at the end of the day, just kind of wanted to be legacy, and they didn't know the substance behind it. There's like, I want to be in the video, but I want to not do anything, and this is the best way to do it. Versus like the actual nuance that you had within the events, which you were a lone jungle merchant, you thought about what you wanted to do, and obviously first one to do it, so you weren't copying anybody else, but you still had an impact. Because if everybody was a lone jungle merchant, it's just an SMP that is 50 people all by themselves.
Right. Like even where I was isolated on the coast, I was still in the VCs with all the other jungle guys, like still learning about what was going on, like physically alone, but communicationally not.
Oh yeah, like you still participated in like all your own ways.
Right. I also remember a lot of people not liking the character that I was doing in 1.7 because of that image that they had of me from season 1.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of the image that sort of transfers over, and it's unfair in a lot of ways. Like even though some people like doing the same character, there's still like, for instance, for a 2.7 or 2.5 comparison, no one will be able to look at Flux the same way because they'll unintentionally take that into the next events. For all the people who are here from 2.5, or like Elanuelo, for instance, going into other events, they're going to see him as a leader regardless. But thank you so much for coming up and giving your insight, Legacy. That's probably the one black area I have. Everybody, I'm shouting out Legacy. Fantastic guy. Check him out. Thanks for coming up. I appreciate it. I'm disconnecting you. Have a great rest of your night.
Have a good reaction.
Perfect.
See ya.
Thank you. And we will be going into, let me hit the Be Right Back screen. We're going to be going immediately into season 1.5, and then we'll be doing the rest. So big shout out to Legacy. Thanking him for coming up and giving us a bit of insight for the jungle. Because to be honest, despite the jungle being my ally, them being my ally resulted in me not having to look into him. So I knew not much about him. So W Legacies, give Legacy a follow, give him some appreciation. Speaking of follows, we're 2 off of 1,100. We're almost there, 1.1, even though last time we were not even at 1,000. All right, we're going to be hitting the 200 players simulate a civilization on Minecraft Island. I'll have less to give in this video, but there's still a few interesting quirks that I'll go. See you, Eric. Verse, have a fantastic night. This is also the first event that had, drumroll, Doormat. First Doormat event, despite me inviting him to season 1 and forgetting to message him. This is not the prison one. This is the simulate civilization on a Minecraft island. Also Cube Lore. I completely forgot the cube in season 1 inspired this one. For the people who don't know Cube Lore, I have to keep it a bit mysterious still. Season 1-ish in the staff put a cube at the center of all 4 islands. And they just didn't explain it. They just put a giant cube that was like black concrete surrounded in barriers that had chests in it, and we didn't know because they didn't go forward with it. But it had chests with like heads. It was so weird. That's all Cube Lore, pretty much. But we're going to be going into 1.5. This one is the most scuffed. It's my least favorite event, but Doormat was pretty much my bodyguard. Thank you for the follow, April195.
Experiment 200 Minecraft players crashed.
Also, even despite it being, I love this. I love the premise.
Onto an
like
island.
It being a plane crash and it being thematic.
Social experiment.
How it was executed, I was just not a fan of. It still came out pretty well. Because like when we spawned, this was phenomenal, except for the people that spawned on Magma Block and died. I'm wondering if I should follow Triogami, my goat, my detective. You should absolutely. Triogami, I'm not going to be doing 1.5 right now, 1.7 right now. I'm going to be doing so much Triogami 1.7 glaze, by the way. There's going to be so much Triogami glaze in 1.7. Anyways. Ancient Lazarus Origins. That's true. That's true. For some reason, my latest following is not updating, and that's making me not a very happy person. I have to fix my latest following later. But welcome, Trio. And Laura199 with 1,100 followers. That's big W's. Okay. I'll continue as is. But yes, 1.5, you'll see a lot more notable names in this. You can already see Manhattan Man right down there. This is also where we get the tyrannical rule, by the way, and Doormat. So we'll continue. By the way, there's so many people that spawned on this map and they spawned on a tree and got stuck, or they spawned on magma and died.
Minecraft players crashed on.
Let's see if I can actually see any notable names from here that we might recognize. Oh my god, actually, wait, Spider was 1.5? Wait, I had no idea. Wait, Spider's a 1.5 Andy. I had no idea. So was Barden? Barden was 1.5. Big C I knew. Lord Bernie, obviously, he was a season 1. Tyrannical Rule, I actually didn't know until like a bit ago. Tyrannical was also season 1.5 Andy. He wasn't just season 1.7. This Thorn, we're gonna see Thorn. Davert, that's season 1. Courting Soul, season 1. Colors, yep, season 1.5. Sillamimphar, Sillamimphar was also season 1, my beloved. Bomb Test, I believe Bomb Test was season 1 as well. And on Meister, Big Floppa, those are both season 1s. Doormat with a Q, my beloved. Doormat MQTT instead of MCTT. We have Olanuelo, Fluxion, by the way, with whatever the hell that skin is, right? All those all the 2.5 viewers. Jingle Jingle, those are your keys. Fluxion, Jingle Jingle. Funny Buns, Hitori Cage, Hope's Bounty from season 1, Hikaru from season 1. Looking Down, Dragon Beast, Potato Man, so many notable names. Joe Field too, for all the Joe Field lovers out there. Going down, Lampire, Legacy AN. I wonder who that Legacy guy is. And then as we go, Mataz, Manhattan Man, Luke Eats Oats. That's not going to be everyone. It's only going to be down to the M's.
An island. Their goal is to build a functional.
So many people come from watching the season 1 video into the participating to 1.5. So many people. It's actually really crazy. I learn more and more every day how many people that are phenomenal in the civ scene come from
functional civilization. And just like in real life, if
Legacy?
you die, you remain.
By the way, the Saps
build a functional
Saparata also came from this season. You know how he came from season 1.5?
And just like in real
Wait
life,
for
if
it.
you die,
First
you
death.
remain dead forever.
First-
Will the players build a successful civilization
First
and perhaps
death in
find a way to
1.5.
escape the island, or will the civilization crash and burn? I present to you the Island Experiment.
The island, not the state experiment, the island experiment. Oh yeah, a bunch of people saw season 1 and immediately went. Also, by the way, we all saw this Ops phase
day
cam.
one.
That's not spreader. I'm not sure if he's comfortable with that being spread around. It's in the video. Let's keep it chill.
All 200 players
Anyways.
woke up at the sight of a plane crash. Just 2 minutes ago, they were in the air.
Weedy
when
Oz
this
is also there. This was also a thing. They wanted us all to scream. So I'm not sure if you're here.
Attention passengers, brace for death.
Oh, they
Now,
didn't put it
all
in. They had us
200
all screaming in VC.
Players seem to be doing okay, except for this guy who somehow spawned high up in a tree and couldn't get down. I teleported
Oh my
to
God!
him,
Wait, I
laughed
think this
at
is
him,
this
and
is
then I
Piggy.
left.
Okay, Piggy
Here's
was also
what
a
the
goat.
players knew. They had crashed onto a mysterious island. There were 200 of them, and they only had 1 life each.
This
Given
is
these
the origin of
circumstances,
flower
they
lore
knew
as
that
well, by the way.
best
This entire event, you'll notice, was also what's it called? Was also around Christmas time, and because Ish was using Optifine, you see a bunch of Christmas skins, but especially because of Optifine, you'll see later, everyone will have Christmas hats. And again, continuity. Especially when it comes like later part of the event as we're getting closer to Christmas. It's just very festive for being a giant wasteland where everybody's dying.
option was to work together, and so they decided to set
No
up
wings
camp
on the
right
library
next
playing some niche info. That's true. And when everybody was in there, it was the most scuffed plane known to man when we were in that lobby. And like it was so we clowned on Ish forever because I think he was one of the ones who made it.
to the crash site where they knew they were
And we kept
safe.
making fun of Ish
Dang.
Airlines. Outlying Crow, that's the name. I think he was season 1 anyways. Doormat.
Look at this. This is impressive. Some players, however, were eager to
See if I can
explore
find
the
any more
island.
names I can
As
pull
such,
out.
Several exploration groups were sent out across the island in an attempt to fully scout it out and discover what
Another
exactly
volcano,
this
by the way, for those who don't believe
out
me.
across the island.
Oh yeah, I did that too. By the way, again, so sorry. I'm gonna keep pausing. Me doing the slash me still have died to fall damage. This also, I couldn't find it in the season 1 video. But like, I think there's a huge, like not a huge, but there's a decent bit of drama because I did in season 1, if you typed a message, there wouldn't be like these little brackets after your name. So if anytime you would say something, it would look like a server message. So I think at one point in the video, I found this out, or some point during the event, I found this out and I was trolling people. Thank you so much, Kirigami. Have a great night. I would type in chat, "Well, I've burnt to death trying to fight skeleton," and people would freak out in chat thinking I actually died because the death messages looked so similar. And one of those instances got caught in the recording. So some of the comments of the Ish video are straight up like, "Wait, Solev died. Did he get? Oh my God!" He like accusing me of cheating because I came back to life after getting killed by a skeleton. So you'll notice midway through season 1, they made the death messages. I believe it was red. They either made the death messages red or add the colons. So this was me trying to do it again in season 1.5 and realizing like I typed it, it didn't work, and so I tried to do the slash me to die to fall damage. Still didn't work, by the way.
island in an attempt to fully scout it out and discover what exactly this island
Zamta
was
my
made
goat.
of. The players figured out that the island was composed of 4 different biomes. The plains biome,
Zamta was also Tripleline and Zamta were like my original like attack dogs. In 1.7 Zamta was more my attack dog.
the desert biome, the snow biome, and the jungle biome.
Spider in chat. I also, by the way, there's so many 2.5 people I didn't realize. I'm gonna call out almost every single time. Calling
Biome.
boys.
The strangest thing, however, that the players found was a large mystical
The tower. Anyways, the tower.
at
This
the center
tower.
of the island where all the biomes connect. Most were too afraid to even approach the tower, while some players
yeah.
climbed to the very top.
I
Call it stupidity.
technically in every event I've fallen down a tower in every event, and this is true. Season 1, I fell down the tower onto the tree. I appear been given a sacred lantern. Oh my god, the lantern! Oh my god. Anyway, I'll get to that later, or I'll get to that now. Season 1.5, this one I fall down the center of the tower. I didn't die, but I fell down the center of the tower. Season 1.7, I got hit off the tower and died. Season 2 I didn't participate. Season 2.5 I didn't participate, but season 2.7 I dropped down the center of the tower to get to my bunker. So in every single nation, the last day of the event, I fall down a tower. Sometimes I live, sometimes I die, but I fall down a tower. For this thing right here, 2.7 foreshadowing, that's so true, Erudites. For this one right here, Jofia Whispering, I appear I've been given a sacred lantern. There's a whole bunch of drama on season 1.5 because one of the staff members was giving out a soul lantern to people and like making god lore out of it. They were told this wasn't allowed, or like they were told later it wasn't allowed, but like they're like giving out a lantern and trying to like make a religion, like trying to force a staff religion that had to get shut down because it was so. There were so many plot lines that weren't supposed to happen in 1.5 that were happening.
Or bravery. Regardless, it will later be called natural selection. Eventually, some people in the main
natural selection
sanctuary
twice
decided
twice
to go down into
twice
the
in the
mines
same
to
video.
extract resources from
Or
the
like
island
twice
they
in a
now
row.
inhabited. In particular, they were looking for iron so that they could make armor to protect their people from whatever danger this island was going to present. Meanwhile, some players realized that the plane crash site might have some plane parts made of iron, and they were right. Those who extracted the plane remains soon became very wealthy.
Ranger
Other than the
wealthy, not
explorers
true.
and the miners,
Legacy
the
AN,
sanctuary
sorry.
also employed their
Also,
farmers
Warden
to
and Dark,
provide food for the
and Socks.
population.
There's so
I
many
spoke
people
with one
who
farmer
I
named
recognize who I don't realize come from 1.5.
Legacy, who's
1.5 has, I think, the most retention of notable players of any event, despite season 1 being like the OG
survived the
season.
plane crash with his parrots.
I have a bunch of seeds so that way we can get this farm going.
The sanctuary's decision to get a farm started early would prove
Welcome,
to be
Best Dog
very
Shadow.
beneficial in the later days. The players
Famine
needed
incoming.
to
Okay, very, very tactful foreshadowing, by the way.
to be very beneficial in the later days.
Tactful foreshadowing.
The players needed to establish a political system to maintain order, as there was some crime starting to occur, like this underground robbery.
Like this.
Guy just told me he's about to hold someone at
Hold them at Lava Point.
Drop your valuables, Thomas. I
I wonder if we recognize this fella. I wonder if we recognize him. Who's getting robbed at Lava Point. I haven't watched this. Need to go watch it. You do, Bean Flask. It is great. I'm only 2 minutes 50 seconds in. I wonder who this could be. Surely he's not going to do anything in 3 years. Surely. He's always in there. God looks at Thomas and is like, put the white boy in a scenario. Just put him in a scenario.
Drop them. Oh. Oh my god, it actually worked. The people decided to make a system in which they'd vote for a council of leaders with one main leader on top.
Yeah, he only did this. Okay. So this is where I'm going to get and start yapping.
A player
1 second.
named Solev, who was originally one of the island scouting leaders.
Okay. So I'm going to do a little bit of
leader
yapping here
on
because
top.
this is
a player named Solev.
Ish typically doesn't change all too much about his seasons, right? He takes the basis and then he just makes it more palpable for the video. This is the only time I think Ish has ever just like lied pretty much, like overtly, where he's like changed something that just was not true. And I blame YouTube, and I'll tell you why I blame YouTube. Showing 5 leaders on top would be too confusing for the viewers. Yes, that's exactly what he said. So we had something called the Union after season 1. We were told in season 1 we'd be going right into season 2, which would be another Civ video where it's like you take a bunch of nations, people create groups. So what it was is we took all the leaders from season 1, right? This is before the repeat rule. So this was like the anti-repeat rule. Because what we did is we took all the leaders from season 1 and we all came together and made this thing called the Union. And the Union was pretty much just season 1 members who didn't want to get replaced. And I personally, when I was going into season 1.5, I overtly said I won't want anything to do with this season because I'm waiting for season 2. I was like cooking up ideas about season 2, about ideas that I'd be able to play. Like I had a bunch of different ideas in my head. So when it came to 1.5, I'm like, I'm going to do nothing. I'm going to be chill. I'm just going to relax. Well, because I still technically had a pretty large group in the council for the Union, because once we found out 1.5 was going to happen, the Union turned into the Sanctuary, which is what we're going to talk about. So since 1.5 is thematic and it's like we're a plane crash, the Union doesn't make sense, right? Calling it the Union doesn't make sense. So we're like, okay, what makes sense for a plane crash? The Sanctuary. And we set up around the crash site. We're trying to find a way out. It makes sense. And we had a council of leaders like, okay, this is what our group thinks, this is what our group thinks. Ish is like showing all the leaders of the Sanctuary that's a council system is too complicated. Make a what's it called? Determine a leader, right? Determine a leader from your group who's a figurehead. But while we were figuring out who this figurehead should be, it was actually a pretty easy vote. We were all going to say Lanuela almost immediately. It was too late. He already recorded that much footage, so he just called me the leader for the first few days, which is a lie, right? So like the repeat rule is a necessary evil in state. It's a necessary evil, right? It's not fun for some people. I get it. I love leading. I love leading in events. I love putting people in groups together. I like seeing them, but like I did not participate in this event and I got put there, and that contributed to my repeat rule along with being a prison warden. So because I was season 1, 1.5 and 1.7, I didn't participate in season 2 because I'm like, I've gotten featured 3 videos in a row. That's not fair. I'm just going to staff, right? I'm just going to staff. So like season 1.5 shot me in the foot for participating in my season 2. Either way, like, and it wasn't like a humble thing of like 1.5, like, oh, I've already been leader. I just wasn't doing it. I just wanted to fuck around. That was my only goal. I did nothing besides like kill my at the time girlfriend for doing flower lore. That's all I did the entire event. So yeah, we'll continue, and I'm gonna call out a lot of the falsehoods that we're seeing.
Who was originally one of the island scouting leaders.
And like scouting leader is because like I just wanted to be in the snow and fuck around. So we literally, me and a few people who were like just friends with me, so like Gecko's Rock, Doormat, a few of the other IRLs, like we just went over to the snow and we just built a base. And then everyone's like, no, we need to all base together over here.
And then took the mantle of power over the entire sanctuary. Soliv,
yeah, I don't like seeing my big forehead here.
Made freedom a main concern of his platform.
Which is true. I mean, for my group, I'm just like, do whatever the hell you want. This doesn't matter. And that was true. The sanctuary is very freedom oriented. So how I personally led my small group, which was not the entire sanctuary, it was very just like the Aussie fair, do whatever you want.
And allowed players to build, farm, and explore as they saw fit. This freedom,
but it was like 5 groups that all came together and were voting on how we should do things.
The players who disagreed on fundamental issues like what to do about criminals, how to allocate resources,
none of these were
be allowed to have weapons. Now, Soliv was not aware of the fact that out in the jungle, an alternative civilization was starting to form. Led by a player named Colors, the people who settled here did so because they had doubts in the leadership of Soliv, who many saw as weak and afraid to take action.
Welcome to Ground Zero, is what I'd like to call this place. This is the foundations of new comings, new opportunities. It's wonderful.
Colors provided the new jungle civilization with freedoms, but also with a steady hand and decisive action. At the end of day 1, several members
I forget he doesn't say the name. So there's a little bit of tension here, right? And this was a bit of out of game tension and in game tension. So Colors and his big group, what they named their groups, they named it HK, or Heartful Kingdoms, right? There's a few people in the sanctuary, myself included in a little bit, who thought that it was kind of off theme, right? It was kind of off theme. Like it was, you're making a kingdom, you're making like a bunch of trading, medieval, like sort of back and forth in a plane crash scenario, right? It's a deserted island. And some people thought it just didn't match. And there's a few other out of game issues that like the interaction, we're all supposed to be working together. And it seemed like a repeat of season 1. I wasn't that involved because I was just meandering off to the side. But it caused a lot of conflict between our two groups. Why did it take you 4 years to open your eyes? Because I had to open it up when it
Jungle's
matters.
army hunted down wanted criminals, including thieves and accused killers. Through its steady leadership, its military strength, and its cocoa bean-based economy, the jungle civilization was seeing lots of success. Instead of there being
That's true, and like it did kind of turn into the HK, or this group right here, had a lot of the really new members, and then the other group had a lot of the older like season 1ers with some of the adjacent season 1.5ers.
Civilization, there were now 2. This was not part of the plan.
It was not part of the plan. He's very right with that. Also, this player live counter I think was just completely fabricated. The other ones are pretty close. This one's fabricated.
It was the second day on the island, and no help from the outside world had arrived. Those who tried to escape by simply sailing away quickly realized that it was impossible.
Rest in peace, PDA.
The players had no choice but to settle in. Over the days, many cultures and religions started to form. In the sanctuary, a player named Pinkwings10 made what she described as a, quote, flower cult.
One of you, sit in the chair. We will commence shortly.
The actual... I was too creeped out to continue watching, so I left.
The original
Also in
Flower Lord, by the way.
an
Anyone who tells you
artificial
otherwise,
desert
that's the
was
original.
dug out so that a player named Storming Hell could make a mini.
Yes, and then the mini sultanate was because all of us didn't agree to like move to the center to make us like to kind of be in all of our own regions. So what they decided to do instead is like, all right, if we can't settle in the desert, we're gonna move the desert to us, and they built a mini sultanate.
That was similar
They excavated
to his
sands
home.
and stole it and then put it.
Reminiscing of our old home.
Put it there.
If there's no desert here, we'll just make one.
In the jungle, meanwhile,
Because like,
I found.
let's see if I can pull it up real
Old
quick.
home. If there's no desert here, we'll just
come
make
on.
one.
In the
Go ahead,
jungle.
Stormhale. We're up here, right? So there's a little bit of sand already from this little beach. They still excavated and just expanded the sand that was already here for this little beach. Like, and they just kept increasing it and making it from a little oasis to a desert.
Meanwhile, I found several subcultures like the Volcano Men, a group of people who lived on the jungle volcano.
The Volcano Men, if I remember correctly, and I could be wrong. I think these were just a group of like anarchists. 1.5. All right, I'm gonna go on another little tangent here. 1.5 because it was right after season 1, which blew up. Which, by the way, that's something I didn't mention. In season 1, Ish had like less than 10k subs. I personally, and I'll be the first one to admit, like season 1, I did not expect I didn't expect it to go anywhere. I expected like 300 views. And if we look right, let me go right here. Me expecting, especially where we were, I expected season 1 300 views. 300 views. I didn't expect anything. It's at 14 million right now. Not a single person expected it to get as big as it was. So we went from fucking around to nothing. He had 62 and expected. There you go. Like it just nobody expected anything. And then season 1.5 runs around and it explodes. There's so many people who joined the event and they just didn't know what a Civ event's about. So while we got a lot of really good Civ enjoyers, a lot of really good role players out of season 1.5, there's a really big divide. Because half the players in 1.5 were super, super, super RP heavy, right? To the point where like it didn't even fit in like 2.7, right? Very, what's it called? Very RP heavy. Then you had the other people who expected just factions and they were like anarchists, let's kill everybody, etc. So for every notable player that you see in season 1.5 that was good and that has contributed a lot to state and to the Civ community, there are probably 5 each of them in this event, or over 5 or 10, that just straight up would ruin any other Civ event and would be like banned. Like, and we see a lot of anarchists in this event in particular that just went around and like just murdered people. Because they're anarchists, and I think those a lot of the volcano people. Also, yes, Tyrannical. I was talking earlier. You were a 1.5er.
Bounty and her followers, a largely autonomous group who chose
Hey,
to
we didn't have scythers then, Meph. We had watchers.
live
Thank
in
you.
an underground bunker.
Our culture is not your costume. We had
for their
scythers.
own
Or sorry, we had
safety.
watchers, not
Lastly,
scythers.
some players chose to settle completely on their own outside of both the sanctuary and the jungle. A player named Wood Daddy did not
Wood
want
Daddy,
to be
my
involved in
goat?
any politics or civilizations, so he made himself a small cave where he and his cats could live.
I was gonna be going home, visiting the wife and kids, playing Crash. I figured, well, might as well make the most of it. Realized really quick that building a farm in a cave is not a good idea. So I have expanded because I'm terrified of starving.
This fear of starving would serve Wood Daddy well, as he was
Wood Daddy is a creature.
for what was about to happen next.
Wood Daddy is a creature. GTRP, he is just the same. GTRP, like the times I've played with him, he likes to play interesting characters. Last I knew, he was playing Mickey Mouse, not to be confused with the Disney character. He had a rat face, like a rat mask that he wore, and he would be in a voice and he would annoy Ish constantly. Wood Daddy is a creature. He's great. Definitely a Wood Daddy supporter.
All right, it's now raining for the first time. Let's see what the people do.
Okay.
Daveret, my goat.
Lightning struck the tower, and the curious people came to investigate. This marked the first server event. Let's see how the people react when they all get the extreme hunger effect, which quickly diminishes
I wonder
the
how this
player's
went.
hunger bar. If the
From my knowledge, can you explain Nox Imperium lore? The thing is about Nox Imperium lore is it's like really weird because there's like two different stories. Nox Imperium, to begin with, was like a troll group. I don't think it was. There's two lines that I know, and I'm not entirely certain on the lore. There's the way Bismarck took it, in which it was real. Okay, if that's the case, then I knew that there's the Flixion, like there's the Flixion group, which was super weird. But then I know Bismarck also ran a group called Nox Imperium, in which he would be super over the top, like join the Shadow Empire, like being. There's a lot. I'm not even fully up to date with Nox Imperium lore. All I know is it is definitely a meme now. It's definitely a meme. Also, for the famine, everybody saw this coming. Jedi accidentally leaked it, and then Ish accidentally leaked it in chat.
player doesn't find food
or in the video.
time, they die.
Great hunger begins. Oh my god.
Look at the chat right now. People are freaking out.
Oh, look, Nathan's Cookie. There's so many names. So many names. Sorry, I'm a name lover. There's me, Geckos, Rocks, and Socks.
Look at the chat
I don't think there's anyone else I recognize.
right now. People are
There's Hikaru, Nathan's
freaking
Cookie.
out. Some players
Still
ran
on farm.
back to their homes while
Legacy, Lone Jungle Merchant.
others stood still in an attempt to stop their hunger bar from going down. Shortly, the players who were not carrying any food started to die.
Flexion,
and
Window
he's
Brick,
taking damage fast.
Manhattan Man,
Both of
Thanos
the
Chicken.
Two major civilizations
So many
realized
names, so
that
many
there
names.
was only one cure for the famine, and that was to find a cow, since in Minecraft, milk eliminates all potion effects from a
Don't worry.
player. In the sanctuary, one farmer told Solev that during the first
Triple
day he
Lion.
had
Okay. Can me and Triple Lion go a single
In the
event
sanctuary, one farmer
without standing or a farming lane? Can me?
Solev that
Sorry,
during the first
season
day
1 was
he had
Triple Lion
gathered a cow
glaze.
in
Season
his
2.7.
pen,
Okay.
and
Enough
with
Triple
that
Lion glaze for
began
me.
a
I promise. I'll
massive
change.
Rush to that cow. Is there a cow in here?
Oh yeah, there's a random cow that got found underground, and there's just a whole line of all of the sanctuary lining up to get milk.
They have one cow. Everyone in the sanctuary is
poor cow.
milking this one cow. Solev and his people quickly cured themselves
Not
of
me
extreme
and my
hunger
people.
and were thus
All
able
of
to
us and our
return to
people.
their normal lives. In the jungle civilization, however, there was a much different story taking place.
Thorn took the cow.
He's selling milk buckets for a
For
diamond.
2 diamonds. 2
Are
diamonds
you
a bucket.
serious? There was only one cow in the entirety of the jungle, and it was hidden by a merchant named Thor.
Yeah, I know
who
nothing
wanted
about
to sell
HK.
each
It was-
milk
it was-
bucket for
I
2
was not
diamonds.
wanting to be
Colors and the other
involved.
jungle leaders received their milk buckets quickly, while those who didn't have any diamonds rushed to their
Yeah,
stashes of cookies and
literally the only thing I had to deal with HK was like having to deal, or HK, which is their group, Artful Kingdoms, was like the raiders that would come over that would say they were from us. We would then kill said raiders, and then there'd be a huge freak out because we killed those raiders, because it's like they called our group RDMers, and we're like, we're just defending ourselves, dog.
themselves until they found another cow. Many of those players died
Heartful
from
Kingdoms
starvation.
was
Players in the jungle
just
also
kinda
started
there,
raiding
in my
each other's
opinion,
farms,
my
and
humble
in
opinion.
some cases even killing each other for food. Oh, what the
They
heck?
also killed each other a
They just
lot.
killed someone for food in Wood Daddy's cave. Good thing Wood Daddy's in here. While
No
the
Toxic was one of
sanctuary
those people.
prospered, the jungle went to sleep, hungry, agitated, and on the brink of total collapse.
Also, can the jungle go a single season without being super
By the
chaotic
third
and
day,
revolutionary?
Many in the jungle and,
like
the outskirts
killing each
had
other.
died from either starvation or were killed by the sword of another player, desperate for food. Even the otherwise passive group of Hope's Bounty had to kill a thief who attacked her people.
Someone was looting our farms and our stuff, so we had to just get rid of him.
At some point, Solev himself silently came to the village
Also,
to see
I
the
didn't know he was watching me for this. I think I turn around and I'm like, what are you doing here? Like, what are you doing here? Because all I did is I was just curious about what that side of the event was, right? 2.7 jungle is pretty peaceful. It was, but it wasn't, because like I had a bunch of people in 2.7 jungle and like they're ready to kill each other half the time, and they were killing each other half the time. I mean, the fact that CERN and like other people died, all the reports I had was like up until there's like a united front for them to unite against, very chaotic. Anyways, when I was here, like I was getting followed. All I wanted to do was just explore the side of the map, because I'm like, I was hearing all the rumors and I'm like, I just want to see it for myself. So I went over here and this guy's following me
firsthand. Also, by day 3, the jungle merchant Thorn eventually realized the damage and deaths
I
caused
still don't even
by
remember
his
going
own
over.
monopoly. So he gave away the ownership of his
Jofiel
cow
mentioned?
to the people of the jungle and let them have milk for free. Furthermore, all the people were now aware that the mystical tower in the middle of the island was dangerous and nobody dared approach it. After the Great Hunger, finding out how to escape this island became a top priority. In
So
some
many
parts of the
SOSs.
island, life was depleting quickly. But in other parts of the island, like the House of Wood Daddy, things were rather lively. You're putting 2 cats in a bed to frickin' breed them?
Well, they didn't want to breed on the helipad, so we figured they needed the right environment. So I don't think this is good. Oh,
Actual excitement, by the way, that you could hear the fact that he had to turn that down via the decibels.
Wood Daddy had run
Oh my god,
into a
Jevel! Don't worry, Jevel. We saw
Thanos
Salamim Fire and we were glazing
who was on
Salamim
the
Fire already.
verge of starving. Wood Daddy not only saved his life, but allowed him to stay in his home after realizing
Never mind.
that Thanos chicken also had
Everybody,
his
can
own
everybody
cats.
do me a favor and just pretend like I'm saying terrible things about Jevel? Like, just be like, how could you say that about Jevel? What the fuck? Do me this one favor, please. Like, Jevel did that? Question mark? Oh my god. Why would you? Yeah, I know. I can't believe. We need to get FOMO. There you go. Give Jevel FOMO. I know. That's true. That's true. Jevel did all of that. I'm sorry. That was too far. Unacceptable. Unacceptable of me. Damn. Damn. Up to my way. Unfortunate. Unfortunate.
And now
Continuing
both of their
on.
cats
Continuing
have a
on.
cat. I
I'm
hope
calling
this
that a
doesn't
victory.
escalate even further. It was sudden when on day 3.
Also, in every event, I think has it been every event? Most of the events, there's been like an insane amount of animals within an area. Because I think what it was, season 1 you had the squids, season 1.5 you had cats, season 1.7 there was no chance to get animals. Actually, wait, no, season 1.7 it was the horses. All right, there's the horses. Season 2, I think there was parrots again, but it wasn't actually that bad. And then 2.5 is the bees.
Scandal struck the jungle. Someone had found out that at the beginning of the Great Famine, the jungle merchant Thorn
And then
had given
2.7 it was
colors
every single
and
one.
the rest of the jungle leadership milk for free, even though everyone else had to either pay 2 diamonds or starve.
2.7 no, 2.7 you say parrots, it was all of them. And 2.7 I had to go after one of the events and have to go to literally like every single one of the districts and have to like use a harming potion to kill all of them. Because there were so many. Like the cats in the desert were so bad, and like it got to the point where it was in one of the final battle days of 2.7. There's still people who had stacks of wolf eggs, right? And in one of the epilogue days, they were just dropping wolf spawn eggs onto one of the people walking up. What was it? Like one of the people walking up the steps to try and attack the snow, and I had to go into their inventory and take it out and be like, hey, like, come on. Like, you know you're probably not supposed to have 3 stacks of wolf eggs. You know you're probably not supposed to do that. And you're not supposed to spawn them in mass on top of somebody. Like, let's be real. Like, anyways, it was bad. Like, the amount of like, and I couldn't slash kill at E, like, for wolves or cats because like it would have killed people's pets. So I only had to kill the wild ones.
Plunged right back into chaos.
Also, yes, Thorn does not get the lone jungle merchant stand. That is only legacy.
Thorn the merchant was assassinated by a lone vigilante, and the jungle leadership was hunted down by revolutionaries seeking retribution. Hope's bounty was able to find the jungle leader Colors and lead him down into her bunker, and together they evacuated the jungle through an underground passage.
That's what, yeah, that sounds better.
This passage took them straight to Solev's sanctuary, where they requested to stay as refugees.
This is what happened, by the way. This is also a fabrication. What happened is Colors walked into the sanctuary, walked up to me, who's not the leader, by the way, and just kind of stood at me. And he was messaging me throughout this entire thing, like, wait, stay looking at me. Stay looking at it. The people love it. The people love it. And like, I'm just sitting here. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, does his entire group walk up to me in the middle of this? And I'm just like, we're having a little stare down.
Solev met with Colors to
and like, you can see, like,
the situation.
I'm trying to like go up to the side.
Large crowd.
And he's like telling me like, stay there. Stay like the people love it. Like we're getting so much like the kind of like we're getting so much attention. Like Ish is there. Ish is watching like for the shot. Like for the shot. I was not a fan. I was not a fan. I'm not a fan of 1.5 in general. And I'm not the leader, by the way. So this was so awkward. This was so awkward for me because he's messaging me this and I don't know who this guy is. I just see him have a crown, and I'm like, why do you have a crown? Like, either way, though, we do have a few other people. We have that's Triple Line right there, Gecko's Rock, Zamta, Davarit, me, Potato Man, Doormat, Seth Hyphen, Doormat. Sorry.
Started to gather. Solev
Everyone's
told
gathering.
Colors that if he let in refugees, his sanctuary would be targeted, and
It's just not true. We're just talking. Anyways, also me letting in refugees
his
again.
people would be attacked. Colors promised that if Solev offered him and his people refugee spots,
And like everyone's
they
just
would
standing
help
around.
in
It's like,
any
what's going
defense
on?
efforts
Because like
necessary. Solev was hesitant, but eventually he agreed to take Colors, Hope's bounty,
and then yeah,
their
we'll
people
get to it. Give
into
it
the
1 second.
sanctuary in an effort to unite the island as one civilization. A
Where's Doormat?
civilization
Where's
that would
Doormat?
work together with one goal in mind: to escape
it was
this
so laggy.
island. But then, right as the agreement was made, they heard a noise in the ground.
Wait, there's somebody else. I think this was a better shot of where everything was. I just spoiled that. That's fine.
Was made,
Don Spooks. That's a name.
they heard a noise in the
There's strategy. Strategy's the name I saw. This was also just a random anarchist RDMer, by the way. Went kaboom. I'm right here. It looked so bad because look at the angle. I'm literally just standing there and they walk up to me. So when this goes off, when this like explodes, at first I'm like, I thought they were trying to assassinate me, and I'm like, I didn't do anything. Why are they trying to assassinate me? But then afterwards, like after I realized that's probably not the case because it happened right on Colors, I'm like, oh no, this looks like I killed him. Because I'm standing here and he's falling down in front of me and dying. Storming out PDA Stargazer. No, Doormat, no. Oh no, not my goat. And then Colors blew up. Yeah, it's whatever. Doormat, no. By the way, this video is what spawned the first ever state fan fiction. I believe it's the first ever yaoi fan fiction. By the way, it might have been the first ever one, but it's the first ever state yaoi fan fiction. Soul Yellow, you can't laugh at Doormat's dead. Doormat's the reason we have state yaoi.
Of day 3
Can't yell at
took
it.
the life of the jungle leader Colors, the Sultan
And a mod made
storming
it, by the
hell,
way. It made the-
and 3
made the
other
Wattpad about it.
sanctuary citizens. This event was planned and carried out by several jungle revolutionaries who wanted Colors dead. Solev,
Someone time out Soul Yellow for 60 seconds. Legacy
seeing
redeemed it.
many of his friends die, and after coming close to death himself, feared for his safety, and so
Yes,
the next
60 seconds. There
day
you go.
he resigned from his sanctuary leadership position and held an election to replace his seat. The
Also,
people
there was
voted
never an election to replace my seat. It's just this is about when we're like, yeah, just choose Elanuelo. Whereas the day prior to this. So then he just went boop.
overwhelmingly for a player named Elanuelo, the sanctuary's chief architect. Elanuelo ruled
Chief
in a
architect is
similar
probably a very apt
freedom-oriented
term to
manner
use for
as
him.
Solev, but
He's
focused
literally
his
like,
platform on his
I'm just saying, Flux using the title the architect for himself as stolen valor. All right, is stolen valor because in every event there's been a single architect in every single event, both literally and figuratively. Because like the wooden fence, Alanuelo, right? A lot of the builds on 1.5, Alanuelo. 1.7, Alanuelo was one of the people who built the map. One of the people who built the map. Iron Torch Season 2, Alanuelo. 2.5, he wasn't really there. 2.7, one of the people who built the Alanuelo. Lanuelo or Lanuelo? I don't know. I've always said Lanuelo. I'm not sure if that's true. Elanuelo. It's okay. A lot of people say Lanuelo. I've always said Lanuelo, and that's just how I say it. But it's probably Elanuelo. I say it both. But either way, like if there is an architect, pardon me, sorry. If there's an architect of state, it is absolutely without a shadow of a doubt. Alanuelo. Sorry, Alanuelo. Most deserving of that title. Of anybody ever.
And on securing the safety of his citizens. His first plan of action was to find those responsible for the explosion and execute them.
Yeah.
He also directed
first and second ever guillotine, by the way.
of action
the state guillotine. This was one of the ways I wanted to execute somebody in season what's it called? 2.7. Actually, we did. We used it with the dripstone at the top.
Explosion and execute them. He also directed the building of the Sanctuary's secure underground bunker. For the first time since the plane crash, the people on the island...
that bunker was actually really useful. I think Storming House should have been down here, but these were a bunch of the Sanctuary leaders. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. I don't think it's shown, but there was another disaster. So let me give a bit of lore about 1.5. 1.5 is originally supposed to be the natural disaster season, right? There's a plugin they had that was supposed to have a tsunami, that was supposed to have, I think, actually a volcano eruption. There's supposed to be a lot of natural disasters that occurred, but none of the plugins wanted to work day of. None of them. They were all too laggy, didn't work for all the players, so they had to pivot. And that's where you got the famine, right? Because that was one they already planned. The second one of the replacement ones that they did was something called Justices, in which they spawned hundreds of skeletons with sharpness, million swords that would just insta-kill you. And there are videos of people hiding in clock towers because there are these justices that, like, I think could break down doors and just, like, spam you. So that bunker, in its creation, was to prevent justice because they were just super soldier skeletons that would, like, zombie apocalypse slaughter you. And of course, the justices, which is what I probably would have died to, is the one day I had work. The one day I had work this event, because I didn't take work off for it, because I didn't plan to do anything. We're there. Like, so I come back and I'm seeing everyone talk about the justices, like PTSD. Like it was...
Were united. But then, right as the group photo was taking place, it started to rain, and lightning struck the tower. The second major event was about to begin. Very few people came to the tower this time, as most people sensed danger and quickly ran into the Sanctuary's secure bunker. Once everyone was inside, the entrance was sealed off. Meanwhile, at the tower, the Jaw of Chaos was unleashed.
Oh, we did actually mention... I don't remember him ever mentioning it. Yeah, these are the justices.
They're running down. Duckman! Oh no! Skeletons that
I was not around for this.
Spawned throughout the map. The people of the Sanctuary hid in the bunker.
Yeah, they were. I think they were invincible too, if I remember correctly.
Cave, hoping the skeletons wouldn't break in. Once again, the island was in a state of chaos.
Also, he's managed to fit the Jaws of Chaos every time because of Jaw Unleashed. The Jaws of Chaos were unleashed.
Run, people!
Because Jaw Unleashed.
You know, they're going back.
Bum bum bum. Yeah, it was a very gimmicky event. And then there's this, I was so happy he included this. This is Lamp, by the way, Lampire, that's by his name, but it's his footage. Lamp, Big C, Denver, Optimus, a group of just goats all setting up the flying machine to leave the event. And it worked to an extent. They literally got to the world border. Almost everybody died in the process, but Lamp. Lamp was the only one who stayed alive.
Is
one of the only people still alive.
The island.
Also, you can see the first Christmas hat.
Quickly realized that we were playing on a server with an endless, empty world. So once they flew away, nobody saw them ever again. But I do admire the effort. On day 5, people were starting to get creative.
Lamp's like the only one who survived and just kind of stayed out there. And I remember, I see, like, I remember you talking about Tyrannical because, like, the entire time he was talking about, like, I want to try and get off the map with slime blocks. Then there was no slime. It's like, we need honey. So, like, in the sanctuary, there's just a honey industrial complex of them just trying to spam bees. And again, especially at this point, hadn't played that much Minecraft. So I'm like, why the fuck do they need so many bees? Because I'm like, honey potions only delay poison. At least that's what I thought. Until they told me, hey, we want to make a flying machine, because Rex, who is an IRL friend of mine who was on there, was like, we're going on a flying machine. I remember it was so cursed.
What the frick? Somehow this guy had turned himself into my face. I did not quite know how to feel about this.
Thank you, Ish.
100 chickens to the middle tower to sacrifice them in hopes to appease the gods. The gods, also known as the staff team, decided to humor
immediately decides to sacrifice chickens to the devil.
Oh my God. As a reward for the sacrifice, the farmers got nothing. I then went to check on Wood Daddy and Thanos Chicken. They seemed to be doing quite well.
Which is his designated B plot, if you couldn't
generations of a cat family. Similarly, I found another guy raising a parrot in his cave. I then promptly reenacted the plot of the movie Rio. Parrots meet parrots.
Rio, goated movie. I remember watching that. Yeah. They deserve nothing.
No, it's not.
Oh. Overall, day
That's
5
true. Legacy,
was
valiant effort, legacy.
Needed peace and rest.
And you see the bees.
A day when people could finally mourn the dead.
Okay. Wait. I've never noticed this. Hold on. Wait. So I live. Okay, that's nice. Let me look at some of these names. Outlying, Storming, Bright Paladin, Lagoon, PDA, Saparata. The Saparata mention? Oh my God. Peak, Crown, DCO Met. So many names. And then Bomb Test, Zomba, Mr. Biaskmark, and Soilev. That's my new name. I'm actually going to rename myself to Soilev.
Celebrate their own accomplishments. Alanyalo permitted the building of many very impressive pieces of architecture, like the temples of the Sultanates,
now we're gonna all say
the large dome right outside Sanctuary grounds.
The large dome. They wanted to make it a snow globe, by the way. Club Gangbin snow globe.
The Gladiators Arena, where all the
Rex was so happy. This was Rex's only mission, which was my IRL friend, to make this a reality. And okay, WChat, we okay. But like was to make this a reality, and we actually all did get a fight in this arena. The original Coliseum.
People gathered to watch fights.
And like we'd all throw emeralds, and I think we like some of us fought Ish because as well. That's not the first time Ish has fought in a Coliseum in his own event. Because he fought in that one too.
Jungle to
in
have
one of the first weddings
before another major disaster could occur. Having had their parties, their gatherings, and their quality time spent with each other, and in some cases with their immense amount of pets, the people who were still alive saw a glimmer of hope that they could together escape the island and live out the rest of their lives. Alanyalo issued a strict lockdown at the end of day 5 in anticipation of a third major disaster that would occur during what ended up being the final day.
The final day, TM. 70 people alive, apparently.
6, the people woke up and stayed in their homes, awaiting a disaster.
Yeah, the only clip I saw of the entire Justice thing, by the way, in the Discord, was them hiding in here, terrified, in this building from Justices.
Accordingly, soon enough, it started to rain. It was time to implement the final variable of this experiment.
The people
were informed that an escape passage had opened up in the center of the tower. This escape passage would bring the players onto a plane to leave this island once and for all. However, the players were also
did he just not talk about there is another event that actually here Yep, I actually was online for day 5 of the sacrifice. I was just about to talk about the sacrifice call. So he gave everybody on the map a riddle, right, about something polluting the island, and you had to throw the right item into the tower to be spared. And it would say your name was spared in chat for you to throw it in. And he would give you riddles, and everyone would be throwing a name. Everyone, I thought right away, it has to be a player head. Threw a player head in, wasn't it? Thank you for the follow, Shazin probably, and Sarika from earlier, and Vixen Moon. I missed so many of those. But yeah, so you had to throw an item in, and if it matched, it would say you have been spared, or this person has been spared in chat. And everybody was trying to figure out what this item was. And if you didn't have the right item put in time, you just died. And after a while, when people started to figure it out, it's like you have 30 seconds to deposit the item. And I remember when it happened, it was the only time I joined somebody else, like joined a bunch of the Discord VCs. I'd spammed each VC. I'm like, hey, what's the item? What's the item? What's the item? And it was Cole the entire time. I forget who found it out first, but I think they got it just by throwing random shit into the tower. But yeah, no, that's an event they just didn't talk about. Because it was supposed to be like the evil god of the island doesn't like that you pollute it. And it's supposed to be polluting because you're burning coal.
Another player. With that shocking revelation.
Also, this is this one too. Like you have to kill another player to go in, and it didn't count for previous kills. I felt so bad for mine because I didn't know how to PvP, but everybody remembered me from season 1 for thinking like I was big, like I was terrifying. So what I did is I ran out of the sanctuary with like 2 people next to me, and I just gunned down the weakest looking person who wasn't a part of a group. And I remember seeing in chat them begging, like, please, Solab, don't do it, please. There's got to be another way. And I didn't, like, I'm just like, well, I was told to kill someone. I got to kill somebody. So I just gunned down this random group of people who were just completely defenseless. I'm in full diamond, and just gunned them down. And I remember seeing people like charging at each other all around. I think at one point, me and Legacy, correct me if I'm wrong, me and Legacy run into each other and we have those stare down. And it's like, okay, go kill somebody. It was wild because the person I killed was entirely defenseless and not scripted at all. It was me and Legacy as like the first people to go into the tower.
Every man for himself. Chaos. Alanilo snuck away to find someone to kill, so he himself.
One of the 4 people was killed. Oh yeah, I remember the funny ones kill.
By a group from the jungle and killed. So here we go, Dapper. Now in a fight, who is gonna win?
But yeah, I stared him down because at first I'm like, do I kill him? I'm like, no. And I'm like, is he gonna try and kill me? And it's like, okay, we're alliance. We're on the same team.
To the tower, he can escape. Oh, look at that. Solev got a kill. Solev.
Yeah, it's the Eola person. I think you might be able to see it.
Kill. If he makes it to the tower, he can escape. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, and I think there's somebody else with me. That was one of the people, and the other ones just ran.
Got a kill. Solev, Legacy, and their friend Matez were the first.
And their friend Matez for the next bit was just talking in like chat, like Legacy and Solev and Legacy's friend Matez, and their friend Matez. But yeah, we were actually the first person in, and I'm like, you know what? The event doesn't matter. Christmas hats, by the way. And we weren't sure if we were supposed to hold the head, so it was like.
Slowly, people started to escape one by one.
And just the slow descent all the way down.
One final twist. Anybody who didn't escape in the next 5 minutes would be struck by lightning and killed. One way or another, there would be no people left on the island.
No people left on the island.
To make a last-ditch effort to escape, while others huddled with their friends and accepted their fate. In the cat cave, neither Wood Daddy nor Thanos Chicken had gotten a kill yet, but they made plans to run to the tower anyway. More and more people started to arrive at the tower and fight for their lives. These 2 friends had made it, but only one of them had gotten a kill.
Tyrannical, no. Tyrannical.
Kill me, please, kill me.
That was Tyrannical, by the way. And that was crazy. So I'm gonna wait until the scene happens, and I'll go back. So what happens here is I'm gonna let this play out, and then I'll give a little funny explanation on Tyrannical's behalf, by the way, because he deserves it. Okay, so remember 1945. So remember how I said Ish typically doesn't fabricate things. Season 1.5 is the exception. It's the exception, and I get it. I get it. None of that happened. Sorry to break the illusion. None of that happened. Not that it just didn't. However, something that did happen though, if you go back and you want to pay attention here, if you pay attention to what actually did happen though, what just happened did happen in the event. It was not Wood Daddy and Thanos Chicken.
These two friends had made it, but only one of
Right.
them had.
So these two friends had made it, but only one of them had gotten a
for their
kill.
lives. These
So
two
if you
friends
pay
had
attention
made it,
here,
but only
it's Tyrannical and Dino Adventure, right?
one of them had gotten a kill.
They both jump in, and Dino gets kicked out. Tyrannical E-pearls out, despite Tyrannical going down and being able to escape. Tyrannical Ender pearls out and is like, "Kill me, please kill me," so Dino can get out. And despite going down the hole, Tyrannical E-pearls out, goes to Dino, who wasn't going to be able to escape, and tells Dino to kill him so she can escape. And Tyrannical runs down and does that. That actually happened. That you saw that happen live, and it got like 3 seconds. 3 seconds. And that's actually what happened between the Wood Daddy and Thanos Chicken. And it happened in such a more cinematic way. This is like one of the only thing I'm a little bit mauled about, because like now that we all know what's happening, let's watch it one more time, because Aura robbed. You're so right, Meph.
These two friends had made it, but only one of them had gotten a kill.
Even the E-pearl shot.
Kill me, please kill me, please.
Because it's right at the end too. It's like, please get me. So Tyrannical was the GOAT, and like it did what the actual climax of this video was. And that's where you get the punch me why, and then that's what happened. So it did happen. So what? Absolute Tyrannical. That's so it's like what happened in this explanation did happen. It just happened to somebody else, and I'm happy it's still like showcased. But and then everybody died. That was a crazy thing to see in chat. Everybody died. So don't feel robbed that it didn't actually happen. Also, all the hats. Don't feel robbed that it didn't actually happen, because it did. It just a little bit stolen valor. Not Wood Daddy and Thanos Chicken had nothing to do with it. They are actually goats. They are goats. But yes, and then you have Dino. So you have all the Christmas hats. All the Christmas hats. I want your face back, by the way. I do remember. Let's see if I can find that art, because at some point, I don't remember how. I think it might have been during the event. At one point, I had Legacy's head on my Christmas skin, and somebody made art of me wearing a big boxy cutout of Legacy's head and like wearing it and like peeking out from underneath it, because I had Legacy's. I don't know how, but I had Legacy's skull and I wore it around in 1.5. And then you have the Fortnite Battle Bus. But yeah, you know, production increased, everything else increased. I got thanked again. But yeah, no, great event. May go down as you know, it's so real. I'm so glad that happened. You know, perfect ending. Wasn't liked. Tyrannical, I don't think you realized, but I wasn't subbed when I watched the first video. I'm not sure if that got clipped. I don't think Citrus was here to clip it. But I think during season 1, I had to scroll down and sub it and go up because I wasn't subbed on this account. So, someone probably has it and can have it clipped, but everybody in chat is like, no way, you were not subbed to your boss. So, actually, just so no one can comment on it, let me...
In the biggest social experiment yet, I put...
Let me just do that. Ooh. All right, 1 second. Let me just...
In the biggest social experiment...
Why is it in Korean? 1 sec. What? What? Korean? Okay. Anyways. Yes, the 2 hours. Spood. FNAF Lore, then KOTC. I thought we were going to do KOTC, then FNAF Lore. I can read that. The sneaky dislike. Not true. Not true. I didn't dislike it. Didn't know I know Korean. Apparently I do. No. What do you mean? I love... It's a sneaky like. It's a sneaky like. I did not. There's no proof. I will delete the clips if there are clips. There's no... I mean, there are no clips because it doesn't exist. But yeah, hit the bell icon, hit notified for all uploads. First my backyard. Anyways, you and me can speak Korean together sometimes. Absolutely, Max. I don't know Korean. Anyways, have a great night, Legacy. Okay. Here's the game plan. So, anybody who's interested in playing King of the Castle, if you don't know what King of the Castle is, you should stay around to play it because we're going to play a quick game of King of the Castle. It's pretty much a game that everybody can participate in Twitch chat. You'll get put in a region. We're gonna have some fun. I get to yell at all of you guys. You get to yell at me. We get to go against quick game. All right, it might be like an hour and a half. It might be. And then we can do FNAF. You know, I'll do a poll whether we do FNAF Lore or whether we do King of the Castle. And I think King of the Castle is gonna win. But King of the Castle now. FNAF Lore now. What? All right. Regardless, whatever, what's it called? Whatever gets picked for this decision, before we do it, I need to take a quick break. I need to grab some water. I need to go to the bathroom. Also, I need to run ads to disable pre-roll because I just noticed I've gone 3 hours with people joining the stream to pre-roll ads, which I feel terrible. I feel terrible. We'll see. I'll let people vote, and regardless of the outcome of the vote, I'm gonna play an ad. But it looks like it's going to King of the Castle. Okay, Citrus, what did you? 1 second. I need to see what Citrus clipped. 1 sec. What is this? 1 sec. Sorry.
Social experiment.
Why is it in Korean? 1 sec. What? Korean? Okay. Okay, how do I delete the clip? Anyways, yes, the 2 hours. Oh, FNAF Lore then KOTC. I thought me. I think there's only one solution to do here. No more mod. No more mod. No more in Twitch chat. Goodbye. See, and that's how you engagement bait class. All right, welcome to class 1 of Twitch chatting. You need to engagement bait by disliking and then threaten to ban your mods. Gets a lot of engagement. All right, King of the Castle now. All right, let me enable the extension. Says overlay 1. I'm gonna get the game started real quick so people can join, and while that join is in progress, I will run ads. But I'm gonna launch King of the Castle first, so you guys can have a little bit of background and something to look at, etc., etc., etc. So we'll play King of the Castle, and while I do that, let me edit my stream information. Let me go here. King of the Castle with viewers. You're gonna get keyboard ASMR, so sorry. The kinging and castling. I think this is everyone. Done. Perfect. Wait, I did not change the category because I'm a very smart cookie. King of, not crabs, King of the Castle. There you go. Now I can't get banned. All right, let me go and new dynasty. I'm going to monarch name. Actually, we have to do a poll before I go to determine the regions too. All right. Ooh, what should the name be? You know what? My name's Tyrannical. I'm Tyrannical. That's what I'm going to be. I'm not Solov. I'm Tyrannical. Actually, no, I'll be Solov of the Tyrannical Dynasty. That makes more sense. There you go. The Tyrannical Dynasty. This is fitting. All right. Begin. We'll do play on Twitch. Continue. All right. We're going to do a poll. And what is your preferred region? We have Barons. Oh, God, I cannot type. Barons of the March. Chiefs of the North. Counts of the East. I think there's always going to be counts. Grandees of the South. And patricians of the coast. All right. You vote for your most favored outcome. I can also allow additional votes and make people spend money. All right. 2 minutes. Start the poll. Karen. Okay. Everybody vote for your preferred region. You can only choose your top one, and I'm choosing the top 3. So choose what your most favoritist is. If you have King of the Castle, you can design a noble for each one. So it doesn't have to be your favorite. We have a bunch of people, and you know, advertise your vote. Everybody drop. What do you think you will want to be? Oh, I just hit my microphone. So sorry. Patricians, counts. Come on, I want to hear what you like, because it's a poll and it's not a prediction. I can't say it. I want to see what people are voting for and see if I'm surprised. Octavia being Litorgio being a chief, that makes so much sense. Kenna, I knew you were going to be a chief. Patricians, there's a lot of patrician love. Typically, there's not this much love for the patricians. It looks like grandees, I think, are never going to get a game, by the way. I think the grandees are stuck to be permanently on a B team because, like, counts are always going to get it. There are so many counts, right? People love the edgelords. Patricians, I'm surprised. I never thought patricians would be popular. Barons, I'm also pretty surprised. Grandees are fun, right? Grandees are fun because they're like the religious region. We hate the grandees. Well, yeah, there are counts, so there's not going to be grandees. One of these days you should do underdog regions. You're actually right. I think next game I run, which might even be today, I'll do the underdog regions. So it'll probably be grandees, patricians, and chiefs, because I think those are least played, which is a really weird game, by the way. It's really weird, like having these 3. So Poogle, you're right. I will be doing that soon. All right. Voting is almost up. Looks like we're gonna have the barons, the counts, and the patricians. Perfect. All right. Counts of the East technically won fully. All right. I'll click begin. You can do exclamation point join, pronouns, and then your region. You'll be able to see on here. Whatever the fuck they're called. Yeah. Join she barons, join she barons, join he, join he. If you own the game, you can choose your region though. Welcome in Infinity, or the Infinity OL. I'll call it that. Thank you for the follow, Shins probably. All right. While that happens, I'm gonna give you guys a few moments to strategize. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. Right, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I'm gonna keep it $1.50. I'm gonna go get a drink, go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna run ads for 3 minutes. So we disable pre-rolls because I hate pre-rolls. You guys, you need to start propagandizing when I put on ads for 3 minutes. You need to start talking to each other. You need to strategize because right now we haven't had a good spread of region wins. So you guys are going to have to talk to each other and negotiate and talk about what you're going to prioritize on. I'm going to be completely honest. This is because I want my chat engagement up. I'm not going to lie to you. I need my chat engagement up. So like the viewership stays up for partners. So thank you. Okay. Be right back. You guys get this figured out. I will be right back in 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes. Figure this out. Wait, can I make them gamble? Yes, Max. Actually, I don't know how long it'll let us do a prediction. Run a prediction for which region wins. Barons, counts, patricians, or the king. Or so me, if you can do it for that many. I'm not sure if it's just A or B. If not, then do a prediction for me win or that they win. We'll find out. I'm used for engagement, best day of my life. That's true. That's true. I haven't run it yet. You can only do 2. Ooh, if we can only do 2, then run a prediction on whether it's going to be region win or solo win. All right, we can run a prediction for that. All right. That being said, you can do more now. Let me see. Start prediction. Wait, I'm looking at previous predictions and all I see is 10th try, 9th try, 8th try, 7th try, 6th try, 5th, first try. All right, welcome, Miliron. Okay. That's messed up. Anyways, okay, I'll actually run the ads now. Be right back, guys. Strategize. I'll be back. All right. Hello. I got plenty of water now, so I shouldn't need a break for a bit. All right, let's see what the predictions are looking like. Who wins? Still have you chat based. Okay. Well, what's the percentage? It's 4.5k to 12k. Or to 13k more like. Well, we'll see. Can I predict with my own points? I cannot. Streamers can't cast prediction on their own channel. Well, that's rigged. All right, I am not gonna look at anything you guys said over the past 5 minutes, and I'm just gonna hope that you guys are doing what's best. All right, we have 15 nobles on each team besides the patricians that have 16. Alrighty. Dumped into Solev. I see what you predicting chat based. Okay. So looking around, our barons, notably Tyrannical, Latorjo, Soliello, Lenzo, and then of course, apparently the dream team back here, Octavia, Kenna, and Colburn. I'm really putting out the people with the shiny names. So the counts, we have Floofdog, Susu, Green Apple Green, Nia Hawk, Elex, Thanetos, and Kuro. Just from some returning chatters. Patricians, yikes. I would not want to be a patrician right now. You have Meph, Quicken. Hey, at least you have Snooze Holler and Molly Archive. You have that going for you. You have Steven. You have Cryptid, Megalodon. Citrus is now the top clipper at 12 views. Oh no. Citrus, Mad Max, and Royalty. I'm so sorry, patricians, that you have to have that as a team. All right, we're gonna start Solev of the Tyrannical Dynasty right after I take a quick drink. Why are me and Meph always pronounced so negatively? You're not. You're not. You know, you're actually carrying the patricians. Did the game start? Am I right? You can join at any point throughout the game, Softal. You don't have to worry. So even if we did start, you can join right now. All right. That being said, I will begin. You just do !join, and we will go ahead. Thank you for the follow, Blementine. Wait, I just realized, do I still have the text? Wait, the text just disappeared. Let me remove it. I removed the text. Perfect. All right. So we have the barons, the counts, and the patricians. Our noble lists are looking pretty fat today. Let's continue. I will start with coronation. The Chancellor approaches me. Your Majesty, I've scheduled your coronation to take place in a week's time. Why the hurry? To delay any longer would make the nobles restless, and when the nobles get restless, they take their daggers and look for the nearest back. We wouldn't want that, I suppose. As is tradition, the council will decide what happens at your coronation. Of course. Shall we call the nobles in? All right. For you guys, if this is your first time, actually, just to get a quick head count, please say me or one or type something in chat if this is your first time playing King of the Castle. If that's the case, I'll use this as a basis for my explanations. Do type if this is your first time playing, because I'll be more than happy to give you an explanation as we go. Got quite a few. Okay, perfectly fine. If that is the case, then I'll give you a little bit of a rundown. So how you guys play the game is you are all sorted into 3 different regions. So your 3 different regions will either be barons, counts, or patricians. It'll show up on your extension. Otherwise, you'll find it out through here. What you want to do is eventually after this season, you will choose a goal that you want to hit. And the goals will always be to increase or decrease your number. So for instance, barons, you get a choice on whether you want to increase like trade, military, or authority. You want to prioritize the goal of your region over the other 2 regions and over me, because everybody has pretty much the goal of the game, narrative of the game is that everybody has an agenda they're trying to push. For the first few decisions, I will be completely honest with you guys, but then I'll completely say it. I will have an agenda, and I will tell you. How you vote or how you guys will come closer to winning is as we have votes, you guys will vote on the options that show up that will affect the specific stats you want. You guys don't have a goal yet, so really this one's just a test vote. So that being said, how I can influence the vote is I have laws of the land in which I can like veto a decision and vote for a decision myself or continue. So we'll start. I'll explain as we go further. That being said, I'm looking at these options. I think we religion max. Thoughts? I think we vote B. So you can do exclamation point vote, and then choose your option A, B, C, or D, and then you'll also show up. Vote D immediately. So we have all the barons down here. Just so you know, barons will be red, patricians will be green, and the counts will be purple. These are the stats that will affect. I'll give it a few more seconds. If you're curious about what your noble is, I'll kind of roughly scroll through here to see if you see yourself. It looks like it is overwhelming. Troops will bear the king through the streets atop a shield. Nobody voted for what I wanted, by the way. All right, we'll continue. The voting has been closed. The troops shall bear the king through the streets atop a shield. Soldiers from across the kingdom take part in the parade. They're even outfitted in impressive new equipment for the occasion. As you climb up top of the shield and hold your sword aloft, you realize it's not going to be easy. Your arm quickly starts to hurt. Your soldiers stagger and groan under your weight. Okay, I see what it's trying to say. Sure enough, one of your shield bearers trips on a loose cobblestone and drops you face first in a puddle. In view of half the city, at least the only thing hurt is your pride. Alrighty, my authority went down. Everybody's military went up. We'll do a council introduction now, which is you guys. You guys are the council. You're the nobles. You're the counselors. Now that you're king, your first duty is to meet with the Council of Nobles. Your nobles hail from all across the kingdom. The desolate east. I want people from the east to start saying, that's me. Yippee. East counts. I want counts. Show up, show out. We have the wealthy coast and of course the bleak march. I'll click the counts. I want the counts to all be very proud that they're counts. Wait, I'm not east, I'm lying. Here, I'll make it easier. The counts are right here. All right. Countess Bean Flask approaches me, saying, an honor to finally make your acquaintance, your majesty. May you escape the doom that befell your predecessor. Perfect. All right, I'm now going to talk to the patricians of the coast, which is the wealthy patricians of the coast. Patricians of the coast, I need you to show up. I need you to say, that's me. I need to show who has the most support behind him. But Lord Patrician, he's Mad Max, says, a pleasure, your august majesty. I hope to see our kingdom prosper and grow wealthy under your reign. That's Max. Look at him. Look how baller he looks. Look how baller he looks. All right. And I'm not one who's biased by any means. I'm not one who's biased by any means, but we'll introduce the great, the strong, the fantastic Barons of the March. Who's a Baron in chat? Baroness Niavi right here. Where's our Barons at? My Baron lovers. Barons on top. Look at all of our Barons in chat. Perfect. All right. Baroness Niavi says, hail and well met, my liege. Under your leadership, we'll whip this kingdom into shape. Oh, my lord, we'll wrap it up. Okay, Citrus. You're just envious. And with that, introductions are done. The council hall immediately fills with raised voices as the nobles argue with each other and demand your favor. You sigh and sit back. Is this what council's like? No wonder your father told you to avoid the throne at all costs. Alrighty. The path to victory. The spymaster approaches me and says, your majesty, when you die, how will you hope the kingdom will remember you? Okay. This is where I get to choose my personal... Your patrician didn't work. It might not have worked just because I know the patricians were a bit... Actually, it should have worked. Weird. You support the brands. I'm so sorry, Taxi Zab. All right. I'm going to look at the stats here. This is where I decide my goal. All right. I can choose to be as a conqueror. We have 764. That wouldn't be too bad. The greatest king who ever lived. Authority is low. I don't want that. As trade, 547. That wouldn't be too bad. Saint. Nope. Absolutely not. Or farming. 574. 7-6. We were so close. We almost got 6-7. Okay. I need to just choose mine already. 764. I think I might choose military again. I fail every time, but I think as a conqueror is my decision. I choose a conqueror. A warrior king is sure to be remembered fondly. If he wins more battles than he loses. I suggest over the next few years improving the kingdom's military as much as possible. I will be the greatest conqueror the world's ever seen. Barons can support me. Once you have an heir, I will return to discuss how your ambitions progressing. Good luck, your majesty. Barons, I have but one request for you. Keep your military as high as possible. All right, end the season. The scheme for the Baron. Johans of the Illyr E bloodline, infamous marcher Hellion, stands before a blazing hearth, roaring with arms outstretched. Johanna says, when have the Barons of the March backed down from a fight? Never. I'll know you will do whatever it takes me, your rightful queen, on the throne. This is open to Barons of the March only. Barons, you guys can choose what your goal is for this session. This would be your first goal. There'll be 3 in total. You want to choose what's going to be easiest to accomplish. You can do subterfuge, which is lowering stability, intimidation, which is raising stability, or gunpowder, which is a lowering authority. You can do what sounds fun, or you can do what's easiest to accomplish. Only Barons of the March can vote on this. So do exclamation point vote. I'll give it a few seconds as everybody's yapping. Okay, I have a feeling I know what's going to get picked. All right, I have a feeling I know. All right, continuing. Intimidation. The goal is to raise stability. The Barons plan to hold the king hostage in his own palace. First, they must lull the spy master into a false sense of security. To advance their scheme, the Barons must raise stability to 5 or more in 4 seasons. All right, next scheme is the Counts of the East. Sasha of the Green Apple Green dynasty, infamous Eastern chess master, leans delicately on the podium, sighing. My fellow Count, says Sasha, in ancient times, the East was its own proud kingdom. We can bring back those days of glory, but not while the false King Solev wears the crown. Wait, not only am I stuck being Baron, I'm stuck being a Baron with tyrannical? That's crazy, Taxi Zab. That's your fellow supervisor. I'm so sorry. What the fuck? Okay. Counts of the East. This is your voting time. This is what you choose. You can choose to raise authority, lower own defiance, or lower own faith. This is only open for the Counts of the East. This is what your goal to win over the other regions are. So remember to vote. I'll give it a few more seconds for Counts to all discuss with each other what they want. And then we'll see what it is. So sorcery, doppelganger, or ascension. All right. Looks like it is doppelganger. I'll click continue. 8 nobles voted for doppelganger. The Counts plan to swap the real king for a perfect doppelganger. First, they must gain the trust of the spy master. To advance the scheme, the Counts must keep defiance at 4 or less in 4 seasons. Alrighty, this is the scheme for the patricians of the coast, the rich bastards that they are. Julia of the Cryptid King's family, well-known coastal elder, scribbles with a well-used quill on a hardwood desk, muttering in frustration. Fellow patricians of the coast, my claim to the throne is far more legitimate than that of King Solev. Something must be done. All right, patricians of the coast, is your time to shine. I want you to vote. You can either do Uprising, famous Its Ender video, raising the treasury. Monopoly, famous board game, raising own trade. Or Corruption, famous Imperia mention, or famous Imperia, which is lowering authority. Make sure you guys vote, vote, and vote. If you're a patrician, that is. Okay, it looks pretty long live the trade empire. Okay, Monopoly it is. All right, voting has closed. Patricians plan to privatize the entire damn kingdom. First, they must build up their industry. To advance their scheme, patricians must raise their trade to 5 or more in 4 seasons. All of the regions have been really united, and that's scary for me. That is really scary for me. All right, and then this is where I get it. All right, I get to get a vote. I do call for unity for my law of the land. Can you show what nation you are? If you are on desktop, you can click on the extension to the left. If you are not on desktop and you're on mobile, yes, I'll show you real quick. So your barons, this would be your list over here. I'm gonna slowly go and scroll down. Capel, you're a baron. Your counts, slowly scroll up, and your patricians. I'm gonna slowly scroll down. Perfect. Bean Flask, let's see where you got put. If I can find you, if not. Oh, wait. I'm trying to take up too much time. Bean Flask, I don't know where you went. There you go, your account, Bean Flask. Okay. End the season. All right. We're gonna be looking around, and I'm going to start us out by dangerous roads in the east with the Counts of the East. Countess 3 Liz, Your Highness, the merchants of the East are complaining about bandits. The eastern roads are too dangerous to travel, even with guards. Gangs of highly organized, well-armed highwaymen will ambush merchant caravans and steal absolutely everything. What should we do to combat this? We can pay a mercenary company to patrol the roads. That's fair. Make a few empty promises and hope it all goes away. Send a battle-hardened regiment to root out the bandits, or offer a bounty on bandit scalps. Now, keep in mind, you in your region not only want your region to succeed, but you want to beat out the other 2 regions and me. So you want to do the best thing that sabotages me and the other 2 regions. So that being said, I don't like the idea of paying a mercenary company. I feel like the rest of these are completely up to you. So that being said, I'm vetoing A. You guys can vote B, C, or D, and it's entirely up to you. I'm just not paying for it. If it's your problem, why does the treasury have to bear such an expense? That's where your taxes go. Welcome, Gnosadok. I can't say that name, but welcome. I love the hello emote you used with Kirby. If you're interested in joining our game, you can do ! Join with your pronouns. So join he, join she, join they. And then once you do join, you can vote. If you're on desktop, it'll show you what region you'll be a part of. That being said, it looks like there's an offering a bounty on bandit scalps, which is still $800 out of my bank account. What a horrible night to have a scheme. It is, yeah. All right, 3, 2, 1, continuing. Voting has been closed. 1 second. 10 gold per bounty scalp by order of the king, reads the notice posted on village notice boards across the east. Adventurers, bounty hunters, and other scumbags sharpen their swords and venture into the wilds. The plan is a great success, with dozens of rewards given to these intrepid murderers in turn for hairy trophies. 1 second, I'm just going to close my door real quick. I almost trip over my dog every time because he loves to lay right underneath my desk. All right. Next, we have an invitation in the east. All right. Without a word, Count Kurox hands you a blood red envelope. It is sealed with a white wax in a shape of a skull. That is not creepy at all, Kurox. Not creepy at all, but we'll continue. Inside is a beautifully written invitation to an event called the Crimson Vigil, due to take place on autumn night later in the year. What is this all about? I can say no more. You must choose whether to accept our invitation or decline it. Okay. I want to attend because that sounds so sick. That sounds so sick, but like, I need to raise their defiance. That's their goal. They want to have a low defiance, but like, this sounds so cool. The envelope was sick. You know, you're right. I'll go because I'll probably be able to raise their defiance, but like, I'll attend. I'll see you at the next vigil, Your Majesty. I guess I have time. I'll make my busy schedule. The honor guard. In one evening, you're sitting up in bed reading some paperwork when a filth-encrusted peasant wanders into your bedchamber as bold as brass. Hello, Your Maj. Glad I finally found you. This bloody place is a maze. Mind if I take a seat? Who are you? Oh, me? Name's Quackin' Tony, Your Maj. Pleased to meet you. Listen, I've got a bloody great idea for you. What if we chopped off the...
A message from the Grand Pensionary of Kurth. Come to Vandermeer's.
Oh, not Kurth. No, I hate Kurth.
Quality furs and leathers at half price. Can make special alterations with grafting hairs and furs.
Oh, no.
Talk to Vandermeer's taxidermy for more details.
I'm not a fan of Kurth, though. I'm not sure I can do that. All right. What if we chopped the legs off horses and replaced them with wheels? Boom! Faster transport. Before Quackin' Tony can explain further, your marshal bursts into the bed chamber, sword drawn. Also, thank you for the 100 bits, Naz's Duck. Your Majesty, I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. I have no idea where the Palace Watch are. Do you want me to kill this intruder? Chat, do we kill the intruder? Do we kill the peasant? Do we kill the peasant? No. No, hold a vote? You know, I'll hold an unofficial... Wait, I want to hold a vote in this proposal. Oh, wait, I didn't know there actually was. I was going to do the polls. Whatever you say. She goes and gathers your council, who trickle into the hall in their pajamas, rubbing sleep from their eyes. They don't look particularly pleased to be woken up. Wait, should wheels be attached to horses for faster transport? There's actually a vote. No, that's animal abuse. That's animal abuse. Let's do in the east to raise their defiance. No, I'm not a fan of this. Okay. Let's all make an agreement. Let's all make a quick agreement. Let's all vote for no. Right? And okay. Barons, do you want to increase the stability? I do call for unity. We all vote for D. And we just forget this ever happened. Thoughts? We forget this ever. We just press D. And we just don't abuse animals. Thoughts? I think that's a great idea. We don't abuse animals and vote D. We don't do it. We just all vote for D. We raise the stability and we don't split the vote. Don't split the vote. Nas, that's a bad idea. We don't split the vote. We want no. We don't want a pilot program. All right. We love animals in this stream. I also love streams. We all talk about how much we love animals, right? Every stream we talk about how much we love animals. We just had 2 videos. Horses are great. That's true. That's true. All right, we continue. Voting has closed. No, this is incredibly stupid. That is so true. So real. The nobles shuffle back into the council hall, rolling their eyes and stifling yawns. Your Majesty, if this peasant had been a maniac with a crossbow, I dread to think what could have happened. If one thing's clear from this mess, it's that you need an honor guard who can actually keep you safe. Not like the pathetic watch. Think carefully, Your Majesty. These guards' loyalties would be divided between you and their region. Of course, you could always just hire foreign mercenaries, and they'd be loyal to coin above all. Ooh. All right, tell me about the Eastern Knights. The Order of the Drowned Rose is highly respectable. They understand palace etiquette, and it's been years since they've fought an actual battle. They mostly write poems these days. What about the Coastal Gladiators? A gang of low-born crooks who've jumped themselves into celebrities through their skill at chopping other people to bits. They're vain and selfish. Their skill in battle is undeniable, but can you trust them? Tell me about the Veterans of the March. These soldiers have fought more battles than they've had hot dinners. They'll be uncouth, no doubt, and won't adapt well to life in the palace, but they're loyal and tough as nails. What foreign mercenaries do they suggest? A band of fearsome fighters from the Tatterlands called the Battle-Bitten Brethren. They specialize in bodyguard work, but they're costly, and hiring foreigners would betray a lack of confidence in our kingdom's fighters. I've made my decision. I await your verdict with bated breath, Your Majesty. All right. I can't hire foreign mercenaries, damn it. I was gonna hire foreign mercenaries, but I guess I can't. If that's the case, I think the only correct decision here, I don't need an honor guard. No, I'm not tyrannical. No, I have to humbly disagree with you, tyrannical. I'm sorry. I will do Veterans of the March because they're the only, I need people who know how a battle works and know what a battle means. Veterans of the March. I'll make the arrangements at once. The veterans who arrive a few weeks later march into the throne room in perfect formation before lining up behind your throne, hands on their sword hilts. Each soldier sports a bigger scar than the last. I also just can't afford the Baron's Revolt. I had to be honest. All right, we will end the season there. All right, this is where we start the auction. All right, I'm not going to start it just yet. I'm going to explain the auction real quick. The highest 2 voted for options will go into effect. So if the highest voted option is A and F, stability will go up, trade will go up. So it's just the highest 2 options. You can only use the amount of personal wealth that you have. Most of you should have 1,000. If you are unsure, you can always check the extension. Otherwise, you have to freeball it. Whatever you vote for, or whatever you vote for, the top 2 will go into effect. The rest will get refunded. If you already are achieving your goal and you don't think it's going to go away, it still can be a good choice to vote for yours anyways, to try and sabotage the other regions, because you want to work against me and you want to work against the other regions. When I press start auction, I won't control when it ends. It'll just end when the time runs out. You exclamation point fund where you want to fund and how much. So it'd be like fund 1,000. That being said, I'm going to be starting the auction right now, and you have 60 seconds to fund. And obviously you can look around here. Right now, it looks like F is getting funded quite a lot by patricians. A is getting funded a decent bit as well by barons. People are actually not wanting to spend that much money tonight. Who funded 4 coins? I don't know, but it's throwing me off because it's an uneven amount. All right. 2104, 1550. Looks like it's the top two. If you want to dethrone and go for a third variable option, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, it's F and A. It looks like it's actually going to be a pretty even or pretty easy split in what we're voting for tonight. Oh, actually, Fortress is coming up. Anybody who wants to dethrone, if you fund a C, you actually can take over A last second. If you give like 500 funding to Fortress, it overcomes A, screws over the Barons. Did I say A or C? I meant C, but that works too. Either way, time is now up. You lost 7 coins. If your option didn't win, I believe it comes back to you. Alrighty, buildings funded is the Grand Bazaar for 2,800. Citrus providing the highest with 600. And the library for 400. You guys were actually so smart this time because like nobody funded their entire amount, which is, I've never seen people be as frugal this time because I don't think there's anybody who's like super broke. There's not. There's also a lot of people who just didn't buy anything, but fantastic. Okay. All right, I guess now it's time for me to go to the Crimson Vigil. I didn't want to go to this. If something bad happens to me, it is the noble's fault, and I'm holding you all accountable for trying to get me to go. All right, the Crimson Vigil. The Crimson Vigil takes place in a bleak castle atop an eastern hill. Your journey takes weeks, and your baggage train keeps getting stuck in bogs. Guests at the Crimson Vigil compete on who can dress in the most ghoulish and frightening costume. What did you dress as? You know, show up or show out, you know? Show up or show out. And 2 pampered, you need hardship. You know, no. A demon with horns, cloven hoods, and red skin. 250. I'm not spending the 750, I don't think. Or do I show off? Do I do demon or do I do dragon with gem-studded wings? I think show off. Do I want to show off to this? They do both sound cool. That's the thing. Like I'm trying to go cool factor. Okay, I'm saying more show off. A dragon with gem-studded wings and a golden tail. The wings get stuck in the castle doorways as you keep tripping over the tail, but the counts are in awe at such a display of ostentatious wealth. As you're assessing your appearance, Countess Saruk sweeps in, dressed as a living corpse. Welcome, welcome. Your costume's extraordinary, Your Highness. Truly puts the rest of us to shame. Please remember to stay in the upper levels. The dungeons are out of bounds. This guy's starting to sound like me in the Spooge stream. In the ballroom, you find the counts gathered, all dressed up as frightening monsters, wolfmen, pumpkin heads, or witches. A waiter glides past holding a tray of canopies. A pianist plays a mournful tune. All right. Count Kurok says, the Crimson Vigil begins at midnight. What role will you take? A mourner? Or are you willing to betray the Hound of the Betrayer? Can you tell me more? Surely you're familiar with our customs, Your Majesty. If you're unsure, you should stick to being a mourner. Do you not have a more prestigious role? The most prestigious role is the King in Exile, but that is usually reserved for counts who have been attending the vigil for many years. Okay. Okay, surely I can be King in Exile. I mean, I'm literally a king. I'm literally a king, surely. Even though he did tell me it was a bad idea. It does feel like a bad omen, you're right. All right. I'll play one of the hounds. I'll play one of the Hounds of the Betrayer. The counts gather. After Count Kurok delivers a short speech about remembering the old ways, a flaming crown is placed upon their head. I'll be betraying the King in Exile this evening. The Hounds of the Betrayer will try to catch me, but fear not, I am swift as a falling star and old as the hills. Chase after. Kurok run down the corridor, flames licking behind them. As you give chase, a dozen other Hounds of the Betrayer run alongside you, howling and yipping enthusiastically. Somehow, despite the silly costume and massive flaming hat, the Kurok is quick on their feet. Catching them won't be easy. Head back without catching your prey. Slipped back to your chambers, abandoning the game entirely. I could just raise Defiance. That would be so easy. That would be so easy. It would be so easy. Or I can gamble, and I'm all about gambling. Chase after. Despite your stupid wings getting stuck in doorways, you grab a hold of Kurok and drag them back to the circle of mourners. I'm the GOAT. Kurok, where's Kurok in chat? Kurok, you got shit on. All I can say. All right. Challenge succeeded. The ceremony concludes with the mock execution and a bottle of very expensive red wine spilled over Kurok's head. After that, the music is more cheerful. The counts dance and chat long into the night. At dawn, you board your carriage and begin the long journey back to the capital. All right. The bandit bounty. The marshal approaches me and says, "Your Majesty, I want to talk to you about the bandit bounty in the east. I have some concerns." But I thought everything was going well. Or I can say that was a lengthy pause, positively ominous, or I knew the council made the wrong call with that one. I knew you guys made the wrong call. I didn't support it at all. It's quite hard to verify a scalp. At the end of the day, it's just a tangled mess of hair. And the adventurers and bounty hunters, they're definitely killing some of the bandits, as well as people who like bandits or may have been seen near some bandits in the past or who are walking suspiciously. We're just paying adventurers to murder random people at this point. I've ordered it to stop. So the bandit bounty comes to an abrupt end, leaving the peasants of the east traumatized and paranoid. Countess Thrila says, "But the outlaws still plague our roads. By blood of the dead, the bounty must not have worked, but we still need to do something." Oh no, not again. All right, we veto. I'm vetoing A. B or C. All right, B or C. It wasn't my fault. You guys spent my treasury. To be fair. Ooh, water. Anyways. All right, it looks like we're probably going to send a battle-hardened regiment from the... you guys don't have the worst military this time. Never mind. All right, we're going gambling. Let's see if we can get a 40% and a 50% coin flip. We continue. Voting has closed. Send a battle-hardened regiments to rout out the bandits. It succeeded. Somehow. You send a battalion of the East's hardiest veterans, experienced in fighting on foreign fields. If they can't root out these bandits, who can? The operation is a complete success. Within a month, the eastern roads are perfectly safe to travel. If you don't mind the trauma of riding past hanged carcasses of bandits. Somehow the gambling won. GG to the counts. Good job. Time to found a spouse. In the twisty passages of your castle, you can avoid your nobles, your advisors, your nobles, and even the spy master, but there's one person you can't avoid. Your mother. Why haven't you found a spouse yet? It's been almost a year. Is it really that urgent? Of course. I'll take the liberty of finding you eligible candidates. What's your preference, man, woman, or do you not mind? Okay. We're going to go any, and nobody... I'm not even going to ask chat. I'm not even going to ask chat, because everyone's going to start saying yowie. And we'll take what it comes. Excellent. I'll send up messengers to the most influential noble families in the kingdom and see what they have to offer. I'm not yaoi baiting. I clicked any. Any is not yaoi baiting. It's not yaoi baiting. You know, just because of that. Just because of that, I'm cruel taxing the barons. Or the counts, sorry. The patricians invent insurance, making 500 wealth while fires wreck the coast. The other nobles gain 200 wealth. Jesus Christ, Kenna, thank you for the 10 gifted. What? Thank you. So can we get W Kenna's in chat? W to Kenna. Oh my god, I'm trying to scroll up in chat. There's just so many W's for Kenna real quick. Oh my god, W gifted. Cruel tax everybody, says Dolly.
Cruel tax everyone.
Cruel tax everybody. I'll cruel tax the patricians because they're rich now. Yeah, W Kenna's and that Zoe. Yes, everyone. If you got a gifted sub, make sure to say thank you. Make sure to say thank you if you got gifted. I don't make the rules. And if you gift one sub, apparently you get a reward for the hype train. But like Cryptid, Hightor, Ivanico, Milura, That Zoe, Kaisen Cat, Bean Flask, Soft Hallow, Pine Slice, and Kurox. Make sure to thank Kenna for the sub. All right. As we continue, someone said cruel tax everybody. I kind of like that. Also, I want everybody in this game to do me a real quick favor and look over here on the right. Look at the richest nobles in the game right now, and it all seems to be one color. It all seems to be one color. I think I'm a fair king, and cruel tax. So I'm gonna kill you. I think that there's somebody that's sticking out here. I don't mean to name and shame, but this is looking awfully green. And like I'm just saying, if you didn't think the patricians were evil, They invented insurance. Look at right here. They invented insurance. All I'm saying. They're rich. They're rich. I will, we tax the 1%. The barons are poor. Look how poor the barons are. Actually, the barons are the poorest. The barons are the poorest. Okay. Common tax the barons. The barons are the poorest. All right. I guess I'll common tax the barons. Not the counts. The counts, I'm sorry. The counts, you guys are also rich. Look at you. All of you have 1,200. Every single one of you has 1,200. Look at this. Look at me scroll and look at how rich you are. None of you are down money. None of you are down money. All right. Actually, that's just raising defiance. Okay, there's that too. Okay, we're confirming this tax. Now look at our richest nobles. Now look, this is so much more fair. Now it's Christmas. Now it's Christmas. Who can blame me? It's Christmas time. Red and green. Red and green. All right, we end the season. All right, as we continue, I'm going to look around and I'm going to look at the comet sighting at the coast. The counts have nothing to do. The counts, you guys have something to do still. Don't worry. Are we up? I'm asking my fellow patricians. Patricians are winning right now, if you ask me. Speaking of noble patrician Rose Scarlet, a blood-red comet was spotted in the night sky over the coast, Your Serene Highness. The workers are claiming it's a terrible omen. The common folk are on the verge of panic. Is there anything I can do? I will tell them there's nothing to worry about. Shit. Okay, you deliver a speech reassuring the peasants of the coast that the comet isn't a good or bad thing. Just a thing. Probably the ninth god riding a chariot or whatever. Unfortunately, the peasants don't believe a word of it, and it only panics them further. For a few weeks, the coast is gripped by panic. Riots break out in the streets. Soothsayers wander the land, foretelling doom. Why is it always comets, right? Every time there's a comet, everybody freaks out. I play EU4, like it's a fantasy mod, and if you get a pop-up that says a comet has been sighted, you lose stability. All right? What do comets make people go crazy? It's just a thing. It's just a thing. Thank you, Kenneth. Festivities just got given one. -1 stability, it's an omen. That's what I'm saying. It's apparently a bad omen. Just -1 stability for no reason. Thank you, Kenna, again, for the gifted. Festivities just is the favorite of the chat. Kenna is the goat. All right, a plague of rats. Baroness Taxizab. Taxi is the Baroness. Strides into the council chambers, distraught, waving a dead rat by its tail. That's morbid. Barons of the March. The fields and barns of the March are overrun by vermin. We have no more poison for these horrible things, and we can't cope anymore. Yeah, just cope. Just cope. All right. Well, about that. I am vetoing hire some adventures. I can't afford that. You guys can pick to take the rat and go. The March can handle this. Deliver some rat poison, or send them a shipment of cats. Everybody's going to send cats. I know they're going to send cats. And I don't blame them, really. Well, let me unlock my random emote. One sec. I want my hype chest. I'm sorry. All right. We have 19 people to sending a shipment of cats. 20 people. Okay, I wonder who's winning. All right, we continue. Voting has been closed. Send them a shipment of cats. Baroness Taxizab bows to you deeply. I can't thank you enough, my liege. You send a caravan of cats to take cats over the march. By the time they reach their destination, they're both very hungry and very angry. The perfect rat catching mindset. I've lost a 90% chance before. Let's see if it happened again. It succeeded. Soon the rats are gone, and most households in the march have very satisfied cats guarding their food. You hope the kittens don't become a problem. That is historically, that's true. All right, eligible options. Queen Mother. I found 3 potential matches for you. 1 eligible young candidate from each of the kingdom's 3 regions. Choose wisely. You will be securing a powerful alliance. And a partner for life to have and hold. Don't forget. I suppose so, but the alliance comes first. Your mother leads you to the Great Hall, where she's arranged 3 portraits on easels. For now, each is covered by a cloth. I don't even get to meet them? There's no time for sentiment. You just need a match that befits your station and suits your political needs. She whisks away the cloth from the first portrait. This is Roland, the eldest son of the Eastern Yelex puzzle dynasty. He's a good-looking one, huh? And not a bad word is said about him. Everyone likes him. Spends most of his time with this fencing master, mastering the blade. And he's got some trouble with the Inquisition a while ago, but that didn't come to anything. Interesting. From the coast, we have Rhoda, the wealthy heir to Lady Patrician Molly Archives estate. They spend most of their time in solitude of their villa, so I know a little about them. I like the sound of them. And finally, the March's offering. Ulcra, Ulrika, the scion of the prestigious Colburn bloodline. A typical baroness, really. Loud and brash and self-absorbed, but mostly well-meaning. She can always be found at the card table, drunk as a skunk, betting away her inheritance. But when she's deep in her cups, apparently, she mutters about revenge. Meh. What do you think, of course? By picking a candidate, you'll anger the other regions, but you gain a lifelong alliance. I'm a fan of Rhoda. As much as they're patrician, unfortunately, I am a fan of Rhoda. And this will be the first time we don't have Yahweh. Thank you, Walla Louisa. I cannot say that, but subscribe with Prime. I love Primes. They take away Jeff Bezos' money and not your money. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Big W's. Big W's. All right. Unfortunately, we're going with the coastal candidate. From the coast, we have Rhoda, wealthy heir to the Lady Patrician Molly Archives estate. Oh, wait, I'm asking this say again. I've made my decision. Straight solo, unheard of. Yeah, this is probably my first Yowie decision. This is probably my first, non-Yowie, I should say. Non-Yowie decision. Rhoda of the coast. Excellent. I'll make the arrangements. All right. We're ending the season. This could still be... If it was non-binary, then that's still a W. All right. I choose... Oh, there's so many good picks here, though. It's unfortunate. This is so good. I'll do Monarch's Iron Choice. Ooh, I thought I got rid of Veto. All right, Monarch's Iron Choice. Oh, we actually have some ones in the petitions. Petition? Patricians. There you go. All right, the hype train completed at level 4. Thank you, everybody. We got 100 bits, 12 sub gifts. You all are the goats. Big gifted subs. Wait, I'm gonna see if I can if I got my emote unlock. Wait. I have to gift a sub to myself. One sec. Hype chests are on the way. Oh, never mind. I got one anyways. Never mind. I lied. Okay. That being said, we're gonna start with the printing press in the coast. Lady Patrician Megalodon, your esteemed highness, a blacksmith of the coast has come with a sort of printing contraption. Instead of relying on the painstaking effort of scribes, it produces 100 copies of text an hour. Books. How boring. By the 9th year, August Majesty, don't you see the potential? This could prove a most profitable investment. Yes, I love that you can customize your avatars with the game. It's great. Don't you see how dangerous this is? Says County Sleepy Maho. Books should stay in churches, universities, or else the commoners will start getting ideas. All right, what do we vote on here? Ooh, I am vetoing A. We cannot let the filthy peasants get their hands on it. You can buy it on Steam, actually, Steven. All right. Peasants can't have it. Everybody else can vote. No, peasants can't have it. We could just give it to the church. Thoughts? The church would be very happy. But we'll continue. I'll let people vote as normal, right? But I think only the university. Only the university. Or the church, actually. The church would be a good decision. All right, I'll give it a little bit. It would raise the Count's defiance. It would, but it would also lower everything else. All right, we're continuing. Voting has been closed. Quill University will be proud to take stewardship of this marvelous new technology. Over the next few months, the university publishes countless educational texts, spreading knowledge that had once been confined to its own library. Oh my god. Oh my god. It proves an immense boon to trade and farming as the common folk learn to yield advanced techniques for increasing crop and mining yields. Oh my god. Patricians, how's it going? counts with the 9. Okay. Unfortunately, Quill Unistar also publishes a few histories of the kingdom that don't paint the monarchy in a flattering light. Well, you know, take some, you lose some. Win some, you lose some. A petitioner from afar. The Chancellor says, Your Majesty, a petitioner here to see you today. We're not exactly sure where she's from. What does she want? You'll see soon enough, Your Majesty. Oriad. Oh, hi. She looks fancy. Greetings, Your Majesty. My name is Oriad. I have a proposition for you. Tell me more about this proposition. 3 ships are docked in the harbor to the west. My goal is military. If you look over here, low crown. Their holds are packed to the gills with muskets and gunpowder, and each boast a full battery of cannons. They're all yours in return for a small favor. What is this favor? I only wish to stay in this kingdom with your blessings and protection. I can show your soldiers how to use the weapons, of course, to avoid any accidents. What did you do? I don't know what you mean, Your Majesty. I simply wish to keep my dealings private. You'll forgive me, I hope. Okay. Guys. We want guns. We want guns. We want A, and we want A now. We want A right now. Oriad, I'm just saying, we all saw Oriad, right? Oriad, we want to see where the storyline goes. We want to see, that's my reason. We want to see, yeah, we want guns. That's the reason. Guns and Oriad was cool looking. We can all agree Oriad was cool looking. Everybody needs to vote A. Okay, this is overwhelming. Everybody is an Oriad. Guns and bumping your... Yes, okay, the military does go up, of course. But, like, that is secondary. If this might lower my military at the end of the day, it might. It might. But, like, Oriad, just having Oriad in our nation is a W. All right, Oriad and her weapons prove most useful in the coming months. She and her crew train your officers as promised. Oh my god, I think this might be the most... Pause real quick. Everybody look at the entire stats of the kingdom. This is the most stacked we've ever been. 7-4-10, 7-9-6, 9-8-6, 6-4-5. Oriad demonstrates by puncturing metal breastplate at 500 yards. The council clearly made the right decision. All right, time for the royal wedding. The royal wedding to Rhoda is, naturally, the talk of the kingdom. Nobles and peasants alike travel from across the realm to attend. For a week and a day, the capital is one giant party. Feels like you're the only one not taking part. Instead, you're getting ready for the ceremony. Soon enough, you're staying in St. Bertrand's Cathedral with Rhoda at your side. Do you take this person as your lawfully wedded spouse? I do. Then I pronounce you king and spouse. After the wedding, of course, there's a feast, and after the feast, a dance. Your new spouse, Rhoda, turns bright red every time a toast is called in their honor. Aw. By the time you find yourself around Plata, it's well past midnight and you've never felt more tired. Hello. I hope you had as good of a time as I did. You too. You both lapse in strained silence. Robot gulps back their wine. Ooh, I can see you need some space right now. Yes, I think that'd be good. Thank you. Sorry. Oh, they're so nice. I feel so bad. Molly, why did you have to give me a decent person? You head to the spare bedchamber, leaving Rhoda alone. They will open up to you eventually, right? I think we're all Rhoda fans. I really hope we roll it so we get the Rhoda, what's it called? The Rhoda, the romance option. Otherwise, I'll be very sad. Deep in the forest of the march, Baroness Octavia has gone boar hunting with a few of her close friends. Our plans are going better than expected. The spymaster. Why? Okay, this... Taxi and Octavia have pink hair for their barons. You can romance in this game. There's a chance to have romance. You can either go off the dice roll whenever you pick somebody, or you can just not choose a spouse and marry a commoner. The spymaster thinks all is well as the kingdom. Baron Lenzo says, thanks to your lack of attention, I've secretly smuggled in gunpowder from Kurth, enough to give our armies an edge. Oh my god. Things are proceeding better than I ever imagined. Our next step is to replace the Palace Watch with our own agents. We are to control the honor guard. If we can buy the loyalty of the watch, we have complete control over the palace. 1,500 or less in 2 seasons. Not good for me. Far in the east, Countess Amsterdam is hosting a dinner party in her castle with a few distinguished guests. Ames, your character. Oh my god. Ames' character looks like a badass. Wait, Ames looks like a badass. Anyways, you said you had a surprise for me, said Ames. Indeed, says Kuro. Also, badass looking. Indeed, and here it is. Behold. Your Grace, what are you doing here at such an hour? I'm sorry. I hope you didn't hear any. Quick babbling, you blowhard. This isn't the king. It's a peasant who's the king's spitting image. Blood and stars, and just in time, the spy master trusts us, so we can move on to the next phase. Kidnapping the king and putting this fool in their place. How do we manage that? We need the kingdom to be in utter chaos, bad enough that the king's abduction can slip past unnoticed. The next scheme, they must be 4 stability or less in 2 seasons. And then the patricians. In a dingy seaside tavern, 2 patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme. Quicken says, the coast's economy has never been better. We're making more money than I know what to do with. Money breeds money, says Delamint. I made a series of investments to improve our profits even more, but what do we do with the rest of this gold? Okay. Rich-ass patricians. All right, time to start buying things, of course. Lands, roads, bridges. We'll buy up the whole kingdom piece by piece. But first, the king must be in desperate need of gold. Oh no, it's a double whammy. Welcome, Rot Surge. All right, end season. All right, as we continue. Let me look around. All right, Helping Hand program. What's a private exchange? The Kurth captain you allowed to stay in the capital, the one who traded those weapons, she's been the cause of some concern. Nobles have complained she's been rude and confrontational, and she does not know royal etiquette at all. Worse, some expect her of being a Kurth spy. Guys, you understand if I say we have better things to do, right? I like Oriad. I think we all like Oriad. I don't think it's right to kick Oriad out after they've helped us like this. Right? I mean, I'm a fan of Oriad. You're a fan of Oriad. I think... Okay, I have a word. You find Oriad pacing the halls far from her sign chambers. Can I help? Kurth bounty hunters landed in the coast not long ago. And they're looking for me. See? Not a spy. I'm not expecting to come here. Clearly, I was wrong. Tell me what you did and I might help you. Thank you for the follow. Oh my god. Jassim Carl, Spaghetti Sauce, Avelians, and PK1G. Thank you all for the follow, guys. Anyways, tell me what you did and I might help you. My crime was crime of thought. I dared to disagree with the other senators in a matter of great import. So you're a senator of Kurth? I was once. Now I am nothing. I could remove the hunters and ban the others from coming. Then do it, please. We stand behind. It lowers stability. I don't care. I don't care that it lowers stability. I don't care. I really don't care. We vote A. We love Oriad. Welcome, May. We love Oriad. Ban Kurth citizens from entering the country. No more Kurthians. Hey, thank you so much. Wallowwood, first gifted sub. Big W's. Big W's. Also, we're Oriad supporters in this house. See... All right, we're all voting. Stability goes down. Yes. For the fine shite. Thank you, Saffron Mints. That is a way to put it. For the fine. We love Oriad. We love. That's true. That's true. We all love Oriad. All right. Ban Kurth citizens from entering the country. The vote succeeds, and the Kurth are now banned from entering the country under any circumstances. The bounty hunters are swiftly expelled. Oriad is grateful for your assistance, though your chancellor warns of Kurth's inevitable response. We die. I don't care if it's forever war forever. We die for Oriad. We die for Oriad, all right? That is... We in the kingdom stand on our morals, and we told Oriad that we will keep them safe. That we will keep them safe. Disappear again. You guys have fun. Don't explain. Thank you so much, May. We will die for fine shite. Okay. Pine slice. We will run with that. We'll die for fine shite. Dying for Oriad in this house. That's true. We are Oriad supporters in this house. All right, a helping hand. Rhoda, that's my goat. Why do we have so many goats? We have Oriad and Rhoda, my goats. So, love, I have something I wanted to ask you. What can I do for you? As you know, I run a very successful jeweler's guild back home in the coast. But the current laws are a little restrictive for my trade. Lots of tariffs and regulations. You know how it is. was hoping you push for some changes in the council. Eliminate some of the import duties on Ateshi jewels, perhaps? You want me to give the coast preferential treatment? I think it's only fair. The other regions just can't compete with us in jewelry anyways. Fuck. Okay, well, I'll assemble the council. Marvelous. I'll see you there. Oh, no. Okay. Guys. This is so bad. This is so bad. God, no, this is so bad. I need, guys, I'm trying. My spouse wants me to reduce the import tax. My spouse wants me to, no, my spouse wants, no, I can't take one for the team. That's my what? That's my spouse. Do not let foreign goods into our market. Okay. Oh. F your spouse, who cares? Rhoda only wants what's best. Prioritize your integrity. Guys, no, please don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me, please. Rhoda is greedy. No, don't do this to me. Okay, I have to do this. This isn't even good for me. All right, let me just put this out there. I should be letting you guys vote B, right? Because voting A doesn't do anything for me. Doesn't do anything for me, right? Because all it does is it like B ups my authority. B helps me out. Legitimately, it does help me out. But I feel so bad. Rhoda was so nice and she was so shy. Please vote A. I will give you anything to vote A. I will bribe all the regions next turn. It raises the treasury. That's true. Anyone who votes A, I will bribe all the regions. I'll do it. And that's more than 1,000. We vote A. I'll do anything. Let's vote A. I'll vote A. I'll bribe the regions if that's the case. I'll bribe them. That's more money. That's more money in your pocket. Scout's honor. Hand on a stack of Bibles. Hands to the chest. All right. I will bribe the counts and the patricians that are making it possible. The counts and the patricians that are making it possible. I'll do it. Do it for love. Do it for love. Anything including mowing, not meowing. Not meowing. That's off the table. Patrician's throwing with a tyrannical. Do it for love. Tyrannical, you do it for love. Also, I did agree to bribe them. I will bribe the patricians for that, which will lower the treasury. I will. I promise. All right, hold me to my promise. Anyways, reduce import taxes on the gemstones. The other regions are outraged by the clear nepotism that's taking place, but Rhoda plays them no rind. As profits pour in, they share a portion of the income with the treasury. Welcome, Mist. All right, Rogue Golem. Baron Litorjo. Speaking of Litorjo, hello. A Rogue Golem has crossed into our territory of the Ashmedean border, Your Majesty. This could be an exciting opportunity. What's a golem? A machine in the shape of a man, usually sculpted from clay or stone. The Ashmedians use them for drudge work or warfare. How'd it cross over here? It was instructed to dig a trench, but evidently not told when to stop. It had dug a 16-mile furrow through the landscape and over the border, but by the time we stopped it. Please, my liege, this is our chance to figure out how the golem magic works. We can even turn it against Ashmead. Your Majesty, the barons would drown their own grandmothers to gain advantage over Ashmead or over the counts and patricians. Golems are an offense to the Ninth God and they're dangerous. We should destroy it before it gets out of control. I think we vote C. We take it apart. Take it out. Vote C. Discover its secrets. Vote for C. Fuck the Archbishop. We take it apart. We find its secrets. I have a feeling this is gonna be an overwhelming vote, but that's good. We need a strong nation, and we need to figure it out, right? Because if we figure out how golems work, Ashmead, forever war forever. Okay, will not stand a chance. They won't stand a chance. It's true. All right, 29 votes to take it apart. Voting has been closed. All right. The secrets of the golem have been a mystery for too long, says Litorjo. I'll put our very best artisans to work to figure it out. few weeks later, Baron Latorjo reports with a gleeful smile. It's slow going, my liege, but we're getting somewhere. In a few months, I think we'll have cracked it. End the season. All right, auction time. Oh my god, look at the richest nobles on the right again. Look at the richest nobles again. Oh my god. Okay. Start the auction. You guys know how it goes at this point. Obviously, I know the counts know what they want, and anybody who wants the counts to not get there knows what they want with A. So, Baron C, fuck the counts. Baron C, fuck the counts. What a term. What a term. Okay, if you let E win, this guy's surprised when gets rid of trade tariffs for patricians. That's not entirely true. They also have 10 trade. All right, let's be fair. All right, we have 20 seconds. Make sure to vote for you want to vote. Voting A would be fun too. Voting 1,000 into A would be a funny haha. Just putting it out there. Voting A, because then you get to counteract the counts. But I'm just putting it out there. Just putting it out there. I wouldn't tell you to do that. Oh, especially after voting E. I wouldn't tell you to vote A. But voting A would probably be good. Ooh, time's up. I didn't get it in time. Unfortunate. All right, time is up. Buildings funded, lower stability, and up farming. Ending the season. The Diplomat, About Your Heir, and Secret of the Golems. I'll start with Secret of the Golems. All right, Litorgia. Okay, Octavia, that's not wasting money because you're sabotaging another region. That's good. That's good. We've cracked it, my liege. Golems are powered by scrolls imbued with words of Kuldavaga, the Ashmedian's machine god. We could build golems of our own, but we need to pray to Kuldavaga too. Need I even say it? Heresy, heresy. This High Inquisitor should go. All right, guys. I'm going to do this. Allow it without restriction. Allow it without restriction. See war golems. Think how cool that is. Transformers. Transformers. Transformers in our country. We want military. Military can't go higher for the barons, to be fair. Military can't go higher for the barons. So it's not the worst. Allow it without restriction. Who, say it with me, fuck the ninth god. Fuck the ninth god. Who cares about the ninth god? All right, all the other gods are where it's at. No ninth god in our kingdom. I don't think we've ever had a game where faith has been high. All right, 26-3. Allow it without restriction. The church takes, holy shit. The church takes massive hit when heresy is allowed openly in the march. More and more common folk drift away from the ninth god. Meanwhile, dozens of church factories are built in Kaldova's name, and soon much armies are bolstered with untiring clay giants. I wonder that if it lowered faith by 5, it had to have boosted military by like 5 otherwise. All right. About your heir. Your marriage to Rhoda has gone strong and steady like an old castle wall. Though it began as a political arrangement, it's blossomed into something like love. It's high time you thought about an heir. W's. W Rhoda. W Rhoda. Congratulations are in order. The royal wedding was a magnificent affair. I'm very happy. Thank you. Your happiness isn't as important as fulfilling your duty to the kingdom, but I'm glad you found a way to have both. Thank you so much for the follow, Sovereign. After making goated, I need to add some of those emotes. You've done well so far, but there's something missing. An heir. You need someone young whose loyalty is assured. A child of your own would do the trick, even if they're a bastard, or the youngest of your many cousins. My spouse and I will have a child together. The traditional method, no one will object. I'll arrange for you to take a month off of ruling so you can get down to business. W. Okay. The diplomat. Your Majesty, a diplomat's arrived all the way from Kurth. This guy. I don't like this guy. Hate this guy. In fact, I think we should kick him out. Your Greatest Majesty, a pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much, Colburn. And it went to Sovereign. That's a goated sub. W Colburn. Going straight to Sovereign. Your Greatest Majesty, a pleasure to meet you. Why have you come all this way? I come on behalf of the Kurth Senate and the Grand Penitentiary. We become aware of this ban you've placed on travelers from our country. We ask you to lift it, and while you're at it, we'd like you to release the fugitive captain you're hiding in our custody. Kurth will compensate you, of course. I would also humbly remind your majesty that Kurth is a regional power that your majesty may not like the anger. If your majesty... He just threatened us. He just threatened us. Declare war. Can we declare war? Lift the ban. Sorry. Nope. Lift the ban. Nope. Retain the ban and turn away the ambassador. Send them back. I say send them back. Send them straight to sea. Send them straight back. Straight to sea. I want to ban every member of Kurth from the country. We send Kurth, put it in the sea. Put it in the sea. Put it in the sea. Get rid of it. I'm not a fan of Kurth. Sound like CP Solve? No. Send all the Kurthians back and make them pay for it. We're making Kurth pay for it. That's what we're doing. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Continue. Oriad is too good. Too good. Kurth has betrayed one of their own. Has betrayed Oriad. Declining both requests, you politely ask the diplomat to be on their way. Their pleasant facade fate falls quickly as they warn you that a reaction from Kurth will be swift. Okay, they threatened us again. A few nobles condemn you for your attachment to Oriad. You guys would never. Both lamenting and forsaking the forsaken coin and fearing the promised retribution. All right, we end the season. There's so many good plot lines going. Somewhere in the march, Baroness Octavia sits at a banquet, gnawing on a greasy chicken leg. She and her fellow plotters discuss their schemes between mouthfuls. Octavia says the Palace Watch won't accept our bribes. The treasure is practically overflowing, and they don't need our money. Lenzo says, and I suppose they ran straight to the spymaster to blab about it, too. Damn our luck. Is this the end? The best investments are never profitable to begin with, says Octavia. We will bide our time and strike again when the king least expects it. Treasure to 1,500 or less. Counts. In the darkest depths of the eastern forest, Countess Amsterdam has gathered fellow plotters around a mossy stone obelisk. The kingdom's Ames says the kingdom is at peace and everyone's looking for a new scandal to focus on. Not exactly the right time to abduct a king. I could finally publish my memoirs if you think that would cause enough of a distraction, says Kiro. No, I don't think they'll do it, says Ames. We need total chaos across the whole kingdom. You underestimate the impact of my memoirs, says Kiro. Stability to 4 or less. And at the villa, why do I keep saying villa? Jesus Christ. Sitting on the bench outside a Sunbleach villa, 2 patricians of the coast plot their latest scheme. The thrice cursed king is still refusing to sell us any public land, says Quicken. It makes sense, says Delamit. The treasury is flush with coin right now. Patience, my friend. Let's bide our time till the gold runs out. 1,500 or less. I suppose a promise is a promise. Promise is a promise. Promise is a promise. You guys help me for true love. I'll give you some gold. Actually, it counts. It doesn't matter for you. The CAD doesn't matter. The patricians need it. This is fair, right? For Oriad. Okay. Counts.
Cruel tax everyone.
You know what? You have a point.
Be funny.
You have a point. You have a point. You have a point. You know, you have a point. I'm joking. I'm joking. Calm down. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm engagement bait. Engagement bait. Engagement bait. Don't worry. It's just engagement bait. Don't worry. The counts helped you. That's true. But counts, think about it. You're helping the other 2 regions. Counts, think about it. Can we cruel tax the barons? I'm not going to cruel tax the barons. I'm not going to cruel tax the barons. But counts. You're okay if I don't bribe you, you know? I want money, though. Fair point. Can't argue with that. All right. I think this is a fair. All right. Everybody shake hands emoji in chat if you're down for this. If this is good for you. Well, only if you're like for the counts and patricians. No. Yes. No. Barons support the king. We barons support the king. That's true. No. Tyrannical, this gets you closer to your goal. All right. I could just do this. I could just do that. But like I'm losing more money because I'd have 3,000, right? I'm losing like 1,500 by taking this. Give me money. Tyrannical, let me recall, you voted against me, did you not? Tyrannical, you voted against me. Like, I think this is a good deal. You voted against me. Damn straight. Damn straight, I guess. Damn straight. Damn straight. Apparently, damn straight. Apparently that's what Tyrannical said. Damn straight. That's what I remember. That's what I saw. That's what I saw. Do it. Okay. Okay. I'll do it. Okay. We end the season. Tyrannical scared me. All right, we continue. Beached whale and the coast. Royalty of Hearts. You cannot ban minority of the throne. All right, Your Esteemed Highness, a great big whale washed up on the coast right outside my villa. However, before I could order my servants to harvest blubber, a finfolk crawled onto the sand. It begged me for an audience with the king. Finfolk, what's that? Your question is answered when a frog-faced, green-skinned man wobbles in, his flippers slapping against the marble. Oh my god, kill it with fire. That's me. Your Majesty, this whale name is Callum. She was a wise and gentle and a great friend of the Finfolk. We request her return so we can send her soul into the great abyss with honor. Susu requested to play an ad. Well, Susu, thank you so much for playing an ad. The rest, everybody else, the Finfolk, you can marry him, the Finfolk, if you don't marry. I know that's true for a lot of things. I wonder if you can marry Oriad if you don't marry. If I knew Oriad was going to show up, I would have never married. Also, Ames, you showed up a few times on screen and your character looks like a badass. Okay, I'm going to play a minute of ads to redeem that Susu, and I'll just yap for a minute. So I'll yap for a minute as we go. I also need to go through my redeems. All right, ads for a minute. I'm gonna yap. Also, there's 29,000 points in that pool. All right, give me Fish Lady. She is wife. No, I can't do that for you. I'm sorry. All right, I need to go to my manage reward requests because there's a lot of them I need to do. Time yourself out. I completed that one. Ask me anything. I completed both of these. Name an item. I've selected all. I've completed those. Play an ad. Thank you, Susu. I'll complete this for you. Fish Lady, marry me. Who is thirsting over the fish? All right, select all these. Complete. I think I have all my completes. All right, closing those. We have 10 seconds left until we resume. She's on me. Oh my god. Okay. All right, 3 seconds. 2, 1. Perfect. So you fish folk live under the sea? Yes, in Copa villages on the ocean floor. Some of us raid ships, but my village has never paid much attention to the world above. Until now. Please, return her to us so we can give her a proper burial. Loyalty of Heart says, by the 9th, you can't be seriously considering this, Your Serene Highness. The beast is dead. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I actually don't care. I actually don't care. We can make it a trophy. We can return it. We can let them harvest the dead. Either way, I'm calling for unity. And I'm saying you can vote for whatever you want. Whatever you want, you can vote. We love the fish people. Okay, we have a lot of people thirsty over the fish. Also, if you're count, you probably want to split the vote here because I did call for unity. I shouldn't be helping you, but I'm just telling you, you should probably try to split the vote. Anyways, we'll continue. All right, I'll give it 10 more seconds. What the fuck? Helping the counts. I'm not helping the counts, actually. Oh yeah, I am by telling them, but they were already way too late in that regard. I didn't want to seem manipulative. All right, it's not helping them. It's just lessening my sabotage of them. By the 9th, I can't believe this. The animal was already dead, says Royalty. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Finfolk owe you a great debt, says the Finfolk. Using a huge crane and a team of oxen, the rotting whale is lifted and placed upon wooden rollers. Without ceremony, it is plopped back into the ocean. From that point on, coastal fishermen report that their catches have never been better. The grateful Finfolk literally herd fish towards their nets. Based. Speaking of shark attacks, I want to kiss the fish people. Can I be moved to the coast so I can do that, please? Can we oust? 1 second. 1 second. Anyways, I'm going to put that up for 5 minutes. Anyways, not manipulating, so making giga manipulation behind the scenes. Pin of shame. Anyways, okay, I skipped that on accident. Upsetting. Okay, sorry, I had to read on my stream. So, shark attacks. We want to close Rosy Cherry's beach. No one mentioned closing that beach is vital for coastal tourism. You can't close it just because a few people got the wrong end of a fish. Now I want to close it. You can't. I'll take this all the way to the council. Okay, Rosie, damn. Okay, Rosie. Okay, damn. We'll take it to the council. We'll take it to the council. If that's what you want. If that's what you want. I think we shut down the beach. I think we shut down the beach. Fuck the beach. We shut it down. Shut her down. Shut down the beach. We vote C. Shut down the beach. All right. We can't trust it. There's shark attacks at those beaches. Yeah, that's dangerous. Yeah, peasant. It may just be peasants. It may just be peasants, but that's dangerous. All of the counts are not a fan of this. Not a single. There's a single count who's a fan, and I'm going to name and shame. Oh, Sovereign. I don't think Sovereign knows their account. Never mind. That's probably why. Oh my God. It still worked. They still. Wow. By the way, whoever these patricians are accidentally threw. Patricians accidentally threw that. Okay. I think the counts deserve it after that. The counts deserve it. They just harbored that vote. That was insane. The patricians who voted D. Ignoring advice from various grizzled fishermen, you decide to keep the post open. Coastal tourism cannot be allowed to suffer. Just wait and see. After eating a few more peasants, the shark will simply get bored and swim away. Alas, the prediction doesn't come to pass. More and more people vanish in the water, leaving nothing but red circles. Soon enough, nobody dares visit, and there's a catastrophic decline in tourism, and more sharks gather. The fish stocks dwindle too. The counts do have a lot of seats on the council, but also like the barons and patricians split their vote. A new contraption. Your Majesty, a baroness by the name of no idea how to pronounce this name, and I've said it so many times, and I have 100% thanked you for your sub, but well, Waluja wants to present you with a new invention. My liege, we are entering a modern age, a more humane age. Yet botched executions are commonplace. Decapitations where the head doesn't come off, or hangings where it does. Hallelujah, but Wallelujah? Wallelujah. I said that. No more. Behold, a merciful machine for removing heads quickly and painlessly. I'll call it the Wallelujah. Wallelujah. Wallelujah? I'm gonna say it 100 times like Soyola. Have a great night, Soyola. By the way, time out the tyrannical. He's a mod. I can't time him out. Unfortunate, because then I'd have to give him mod back, and that's still much work. So I'll do it later. Anyways, let me do space. Make sure to join the Discord. By the way, if you haven't already, no one's run the command. I have to self promo. Anyways, she swishes away a cloth to reveal a huge machine of iron and wood. It has a hole for someone to place their head, and in such a heavy. Okay. Someone time out Colburn for 60 seconds. It has a hole for someone to place their head and a heavy blade dangling ominously above it. The sight sends a chill down your spine. You want to name this horrible thing after yourself? Why not? This is a machine of mercy. This is Wallelujah. There you go. With a little funding, Your Majesty, I can distribute the Wallelujah across the whole kingdom. Get out. This is an abomination. Very well, Your Majesty, but there's a rebellion and it takes 4 chops to sever your own neck. Don't come crying to me. I'm not funding it. I'm not risking funding it. No, thank you. The Wallelujah not coming into fruition. And it's time. Monarch's golden choice, my beloved. No more call for unity, even though I probably should with to get rid of the counts. What a lovely 3 events. Too much crime, explosion, and sacrilege. Crime, explosion, sacrilege. We'll start at explosion. Lord Patrician Meph. Okay. Hi, Meph. Your Majesty, a ship exploded at the port. The water swelled like a tidal wave and the whole town was devastated. Fucking Kurthians are attacking us. The Kurths are here to attack us. What kind of explosion? I have no idea, Your Esteemed Highness. All I know is the ship arrived from Kurth yesterday and now my docks have been destroyed. If I may, says the spy master. This may be the promised retribution from Kurth. Retribution? This was an attack. You cannot let this stand, Your Majesty. Ban exports. Nah. Focus on rebuilding. Nah. Hand over to Kurth. We drive him. Okay. I know you guys want. Okay. Here's what we do. No, we do B. Actually, I'm not even gonna bribe you for this one. I think B is just the right move here. We need. Actually, I think that's kind of funny. Oriad is the main character. We give Oriad and we let Oriad blow them up. We blow them up. We blow up the Oriad. We make Oriad their ex-senator blow him up. We blow it up. Vote B. Vote B. Blow him up. Blow him up. Kill every Kurthian gunship that goes into our harbor. If Oriad dies here, by the way, I think I'm uninstalling King of the Castle and leaving a scathing review and making mean words on Twitter. If they make Oriad die here, I think it's only fair. Understandable? I think it's understandable. Oriad has been such a fan. I've been such a fan of Oriad this whole time. Continue. Voting has closed. Oriad is summoned from her quarters post haste. Hey, I was tyrannical. When you tell her plan, she's more than willing to accept and immediately sets sail. And between the patrols, she even trains your other captains on how to fight against Kurth's cannons. Over the next coming months, trade ships from both sides come under attack. Skirmishes in open sea between the kingdom and Republican navies have become commonplace. With no one willing to give in, the conflict will continue for the foreseeable future. At least you have Oriad on your side. Goat. That's our goat. Okay, for the fine shite. A sacrilegious request. See, even if you lose, oh my god, Tyrannical. Why does Tyrannical look so baller? We'll get to that in a second. So at least if you lose, we have gotten so much lore this round. There's been so much lore we haven't seen in King of the Castle. But while I say that, will everybody feast their eyes on Baron Tyrannical? Look at that drip. Look at that drip. Literally, like fucking even the Finn folk, it's drip or drown, and even the Finn folk doesn't even come close. Your Highness, I'm as devout as anyone, but it's beyond ridiculous that for one day of every week, all the shops shut and no work gets done. I know. It's the 9th god's holy day, the day he rested after slaughtering the other dogs like cattle, gods like cattle. But must it interrupt trade? I'm leaving profit off the table. All right, and I need to remind you that the March is an economic powerhouse, keeping the kingdom afloat. We should receive special dispensation. The High Inquisitor won't like this. What won't I like? I assure you, High Inquisitor, I have nothing but the utmost devotion to the 9th. But I need to think about my profits. Okay, well, I think we vote A to up trade, and you guys don't want to vote B because that gets my money up. So if we vote A, counts actually want B. Counts do want B. Counts really want B, actually. Everybody else should want A, but counts really want B. So I'll let you guys battle it out. Counts really want B because it screws over the other regions and lower stability. The other regions just don't want B. The other regions don't want B really bad. Look at this divide. Look at this divide. Oh my god, look at this. I've never seen a region so united, or 3 regions so united. Okay, I see. We continue. Only the March gets exception. thanks to the immense trade value, the March receives a special dispensation for its merchants to operate during the holy days. Profits increase as a heathen as a result, but congregations quickly shrink. They had the most faith at the beginning, by the way. Also, adios, taxi. The Archbishop tries to encourage better attendance, but the marketplace is more tempting than a dreary sermon. All right, too much crime in the capital. The marshal says, Your Majesty, the courts are overloaded. They simply can't fit any more prisoners into their cells. Vetoing A, and we're doing B or C. I'm not holding another prisoner lottery. We do it every time. Everybody wants to run a lottery every time, but not this time. Not this time. Amnesty or build more prisons? More prisons, yells Tyrannical. That's on point. That sounds like a Tyrannical thing to want. Or on brand. That's the word. It's on brand for Tyrannical to want to build more prisons. All right. We're continuing. Building more prisons or amnesty? Looks like we're building more prisons. All right. I'm probably still going to lose this, by the way. Build more prisons. I did. Your Majesty, I'll send a letter right away. Building new prisons turns out to be trickier than expected. Bureaucracy piles up. Stonemasons turn up and leave again. By the end of the season, one of the new prisons is barely started. The courts remain overloaded. See, every time it's a 70%, I lose it. All right, we're ending the season. So the embittered step-aunt Joanna, the distant cousin Sasha, and the ambitious vassal Julia. Oh my God, these are all 3 in the capital. That's insane. I swear to God, once every stream I get, or at least once every stream I get someone popping in. Oh my God, you're still live? Yes, I'm live. I yap. I'm a jester. I dance for entertainment and money. Anyways, trade war. Your Majesty, the Republic of Kurth has levied extreme trade sanctions against us for our perceived crimes against them, notably your refusal to surrender Oread to their custody. Well, you take some, you lose some. We don't need Kurth. They're our biggest trade partners by far, Your Majesty. Our economy is basically on fire. No, it's not. What can we do about it? That's for the council to decide. Kurth must also be suffering from this, but we can't afford to wait them out. Our people will soon run out of basic necessities. Oh my God, that's so many. Wait. This lowers my military, so this helps me out. That's okay. I'm gonna make it very clear. D helps me out, or sorry, D hurts me. D hurts me by far. Let's just kill them. Let's just kill the people we disagree with. we just kill people we disagree with. You know what? Don't vote B or A. Okay, here, let me help you out. If you vote D, you get 500 personal wealth. You get to help out Oread, who's baller, by the way. And you get to see 500 gold in your bank account. Vote D, we will destroy Kurth. We will take Kurthian goods. We will sink them to the sea. Kurth must die for Oread. Everyone who votes it gets 500 gold. And you get to help Oread. This is the only correct choice. The only correct choice. We must see Kurth in the ocean. I don't care. It lowers my military, by the way. I want everybody to know it only lowers my military that I want. That's my stat goal. And I would rather see Kurth in the ground than see Oread hurt again. And I think everyone can stand by that. Everyone can stand by that. I would hurt my own stat goal for this. For our fine trade. That's true. We continue. All right. Voting has been closed. This isn't just about winning anymore. It's not. That's not true, Ames. That's not true. Oread's navy starts patrolling the Ghost Sea, intercepting Kurth vessels and taking plunder whenever they can find it. Of course, Kurth is quick to respond in kind. The train war heats up, flaring into open battles on the high seas. We'll sink them. We'll sink them. A visit from the spy master. Your Majesty, I've come to you with a sensitive matter. Whatever it is was my fault. Not this time, Your Majesty. It's been clear that the royal consort Rhoda is utterly despised by the common folk. They can't appear in public without being mercilessly mocked. Kill them. Unfortunately, appearing in public is the only thing your spouse is really required to do. How could they despise my dearest Rhoda? In their first speech, Rhoda stammered a few words and then fled the podium. Since then, their rare public appearances have been equally disastrous. No sympathy, only mockery. I don't like to pry on your personal affairs, but if your spouse's popularity continues to plummet, they could be at risk. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Shall I fetch your spouse? Okay, I guess. What is it? I hear the commoners have turned against you, so I've noticed, but what am I supposed to do? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, this is not good. I can't. I'm sorry. I've done a lot of things for the sake of love, but I can't. I can't do that. I'm setting the city watch. That's a load off my mind. Thank you. Kill the peasants. To be fair, I said I'd kill the peasants who said such things about my wife, or about my spouse. Sorry. I'm not a bad husband. I literally just sent the military to protect my spouse. I just sent the military to protect them. Thank you. I just can't afford it. Your heir. Your quest for an heir is finally complete. You stand before the council holding a small child in your arms. Should I die, ask my crown to be passed down to my son. The assembled nobles break into polite applause. By designating an heir, you cemented the stability of the kingdom. Your Highness, hi Susu, may be the first to congratulate you on the birth of your son. What is his name? Solev II. Most pleasing, your grace. I'm sure little Solev II will grow up to be a chip off the old block. Now I have to get ambition. All right, we end the season. Auction time, auction time, auction time. You want 4 or less. Okay. Counts know what they want to fund. And the other regions know what they want to sabotage the counts from getting. So that's entirely up to you to organize. Oh my god, the money that's going into prison. Also, I don't think I've ever noticed, every time you get those trade bonuses, I'm pretty sure it literally just goes to whoever has the highest trade. Like, because it pops up and everyone will get a certain amount of money, but it's the highest trade that region that gets the most. I've never realized that. The SCP guard, thank you so much for coming out. All right, everybody's funding the counts have overtaken both, by the way. The counts really don't want to get sabotaged. 10,000 gold, indeed. 10,000 gold. That's how desperate they are. I've never seen 10,000 gold in a single thing. That is... Let's check the wealth here. Actually, it's not bad. It's not bad at all, actually. Stability down, trade up, aims, and green apple green. All right. Increased security. A quiet morning is interrupted by your spouse marching into your office, stinking to high heaven and covered in gunk. The commoners pelted me with tomatoes and rotten eggs and dung. It's a good thing you increased the number of city watch at my speeches. Something worse would have happened. I just don't know how to win them over. Is there anything I can do? Shit. Fuck, shit. Okay. Okay. I will pay, but only because I just saw my ambition, which means I can win this turn. I can win this turn. So, I will pay. I will pay. And I'll do more than enough. Mount an expensive public relations on your royal concert. Town criers throughout the kingdom shout about your royal concerts. Entirely fictional. Good deeds. Your spy master's agents weave among the public, spreading positive rumors. Works a little too well. Rhoda's soon the most popular person in the kingdom, even more popular than you. I never would have thought the common folk would grow to love me like this. Thank you, my dear. I did it for love. War on Kurth. I shouldn't have clicked this, but I'm curious. Loyal bird. This is it. Kurth against the kingdom. We've moved past the trade war. Now we're on regular old people war. As if the prophets haven't suffered enough. I hope the council has a plan. They have the cannons on ships, you know. Well, now my treasury is too low. God damn it. Well, you guys can only vote for that one, so I might as well get my authority back. Fuck Kurth. I couldn't afford the Armada anyways, so with 1,000 gold, I'm pretty sure. All right, we continue. I have to stick by my morals. I told you, this is not a game I'm looking to win. It's a game I'm looking to, what's it called? Role play. That's the word. That's the word. That's the... All right. Please have this work. You maximize your inferior navy by hitting Kurth right where it hurts, the trade routes. Shit. All right. The naval superiority leaves you nipping at their heels and stealing scraps from their most remote and least valuable merchant vessels. You put up a fight, but are ultimately humiliated. That's fine. Oh. Oh my god. Your nobles soon force you to make concessions and start diversifying your trade to prevent a complete collapse. Ooh. Well, we kept Oriad though. I just have to hope I win right here. If I win right here, it doesn't matter. Your ambition. At the start of your reign, you said you would be a conqueror. You look like you plan to live up to those words. The kingdom's army is stronger than ever. Well done, your majesty. We need to build that reputation. Your advisors have some ideas. We should crush these disloyal nobles, take command of their armies, and force them to submit. Or, if you're looking to unite the nobles rather than smash them, you could declare war on the Ashmedean Empire. They'll forget their schemes if you win. Crush them. A wise decision. I'll put together my plans. Raise your authority in the military as much as you can. Shit, it's not this time. I may have thrown, but that's okay. But that's okay. Everybody just got their schemes tonight. I helped everybody out because I'm the GOAT. I have to throw for content. I have to throw for content. Luck is with us, my friend. The palace watch are in our pocket, and they took our money gladly. The kingdom can barely afford to pay them a living wage. Music to my ears, says Lenzo. Soon the throne will be ours. Indeed it will be, but now we must plan our next steps. Lower authority or raise on... Barons, 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 baron, barons, barons. Maybe vote A. I think barons vote A here. Barons vote A here. A is the right choice. A is the right choice here. I think if you vote A as a baron, it's goated. Yeah, we vote A here, barons. We vote A. The other two regions, we have to stop the barons, by the way. We have to stop the barons. Raise own military. Over the next few months, we'll have our troops infiltrate the capital disguised as beggars. We'll stop place with this palace watch one by one. Once the king realizes he's surrounded by our troops, it'll be too late. He'll be a helpless little fly caught in our web. Magnificent. Once we've turned against the king, our puppet, won't the counts and patricians notice? That's why we need a strong army to make them think twice about challenging us. United with the king's forces, we'll be unstoppable. For the final stage, they must keep their military at 10 for one full season. Guys, we gotta stop this. The kingdom's on the brink of chaos. It's perfect. We have to strike. What do you intend to do, says Kuro, to Ames. Swoop in and kidnap the king in full view of the honor guard and palace watch? No, of course not, says Ames. We need chaos to take advantage. We need two options. We have two options. Raise own defiance or lower own farming. Manufacture a food crisis and kidnap the king during relief, or abduct him. Is defiance easier? Is defiance really easier? Okay, I guess it is. Ooh, I just knocked over something. All right, continue. Raise own defiance. We need to convince the king that the East is on the verge of rebellion. In the current climate, he'll be forced to make a diplomatic visit to soothe things over. That's when we strike. One king enters the peace tent, another king leaves. The final stage, they must raise their defiance to at least 7 without starting a rebellion. The patricians, sitting on a bench outside the sun-bleached villa, 2 patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme. Quicken says, what do I owe the pleasure, Madam Treasurer? Oh, give it a rest. You know why I'm here. Let's just hurry this up, shall we? Where do I sign? Here and here and here. Thank you. You got what you wanted. Of course, says Quicken. Goodbye, Madam Treasurer. Delamet says, do my eyes deceive me? Was that the royal treasurer you were speaking with? Indeed, my friend, says Quicken. Good news. With the king's gold running out, the treasurer will be willing to sell off the kingdom's roads and bridges. Soon the kingdom will be ours, says Delamet. But what will we do when we own everything? Raise stability by turning the king to a proud corporate mascot, or mercifully extract wealth from the kingdom till it collapses lower authority. Both of these are difficult. Probably raising stability, because I will be fighting you for every piece of authority. Every piece of authority I will be fighting you for. So make the wise decision and go A, because I will fuck you over if you don't. So patricians, that being said, let's work. We should all be working together against the barons, actually. Like that goes without saying. Soon we have the king dancing to our tune. We just need to make sure the kingdom's in a nice, comfortable rut. Stability to at least 6. That's not even that bad. Shit. Okay. I'll do this, I think. I think I'll do this. I can't afford that. So you can't even tax all of us. I won't do it. I won't do it. Sorry, counts. Not this time. All right. I have to go the ambition route. If I don't go ambition, I kind of throw. I could win or I could lose here. I could win or I could lose. 1 second. I'm going to get my dog once out of the room. All right. I need a drum roll while I let my dog out real quick. Okay. All right. Ambition, tyranny. You've done some redecorating in the throne room, anticipating your future as an iron-fisted tyrant. When the marshal walks in, she whistles appreciatively. I like what you've done with the place. Lots of chains and spikes. Is that a working Iron Maiden? Had it shipped over from Tavalion. Very nice. I didn't even know they still made these. But that's nothing. You pull a lever in your throne, and the trapdoor opens to the marshal's left. Beneath it is a pit full of writhing snakes. All deadly, of course. Ha. Classic. Let them try to vote against you now. She composes herself. I've been surveying the troops across the kingdom. Please. Please. Your troops are looking good. The mercenaries on the coast are primed and ready for action. Now the key is to make sure the armies are loyal to us, not their region. Easier said than done, of course. I need to speak to the ordinary soldiers, grease some palms, smoke some cigars, reminisce of our old war stories. They don't respect the council any more than I do. But at the end of the day, Your Majesty, have come down to how much they respect you. That evening, she rides out with the kingdom's soldiers to get a lay of the land. When she returns, the marshal punches you in the arm so hard you almost puke. Did I do something wrong? Nothing at all. It's all looking fantastic, says the marshal. I think this is my first king win. Thank God. Anyways. The troops are with us. They're fed up with the council passing all these namby-pamby so-called laws. It's time for an iron fist to punch this kingdom back into shape. Over the next few weeks, soldiers from across the kingdom mutiny against their commanding officers and swear fealty directly to the king. The nobles beg for a council session to discuss the crisis, but you put them off, blaming the renovation of the council hall. Of course, there's one person you can't avoid, your spouse. I hope you know what you're doing, Solev. Oh no! They're not your people anymore. If they wanted me to leave them alone, they shouldn't have schemed. It won't hurt anyone, just make a point. Maybe I'm a fool, but I believe you. Don't let me down. Oh no. No. No, this is so sad. Okay, I had to say. At long last, after you're sure the armies of the kingdom are in the palm of your hand, you allow the next council session to go ahead. The final council session. The marshal stands at your right hand, flanked by a garrison of city watch. Your honor guard flanks you on the other side, ready for anything. Nobles file in, one by one. Willow Z says, is that an Iron Maiden? Most of them are nervous, but Lord Patrician Heritor just looks angry. Your recent conduct has been outrageous to your esteemed highness. Unforgivable. Still called me esteemed highness. Heritor, somebody, mod, shoot that guy. Guards, shoot that guy. Take him out back. Seize him. Delaying the council session, secret meetings with our soldiers, violating feudal contract. My top officers have been killed in this little mutiny of yours. Let's call a vote right now. I'm ready to deprive you of that crown. No, scratch that. I'm ready to deprive you of your head. Guards, kill him. Oh, pull your newly installed lever. Have thrown into the deepest dungeon, or deal with this with intimidation, not violence. Fuck. Okay. It's a patrician. My spouse. My spouse. My spouse. My spouse. Fuck. Okay. Deal with this intimidation, not violence. You inform Lord Petitioner that any more of this kind of talk will be met with cold steel. Your marching veterans back up your words, drawing their swords. Depths below, your serene highness. How dare you threaten me? Ooh. I don't want to hurt you, but I will if I have to. Ugh. Depths below, damn you. Fine, go ahead. Just know this kingdom will remember you as a tyrant. To be fair, I think this is on point because I did call myself the Tyrannical Dynasty. This was the Tyrannical Dynasty. What did they expect? What did they expect? Literally, I am King Solev of the Tyrannical Dynasty. I'm just playing true to my... How bad can I be? It's in my nature. It is literally in my nature. There's a moment of silence. Your Highness as well. I'm sure we're all delighted to be here. Right, you lot? I don't think we need any more votes, do we? The king can take over from here. Of course, Marshal. Ooh. You don't need to scare him. Indeed, I wouldn't want anything I wouldn't want to do anything unfortunate. All the nobles shuffle out with their tails between their legs. You even let a joyful laugh. Maybe some would describe it as an evil cackle. But those people would be dissidents, and you deal with them harshly. Flashbacks, dissidents, and sycophants. Sorry. Without the council holding you back, your daily duties are so easy. This is so efficient. Your grip over the kingdom will secure an excellent future for those Solev II when the time comes. Your reign of terror is here, but your future has only just begun. The monarch is victorious. The Baron's attempt to worm their way into the palace was uncovered, and a number of arrests were made. Thank you for the follow, Rhea. Baroness Octavia ended her life chained upside down in a dungeon wall. All that remains of the Count's attempt to usurp the crown was a prisoner, deep under the castle, clad in an iron mask, shrouded in rumor. The patricians' attempt to buy the kingdom ended in failure. Bankruptcies were filed, marks were scratched in secret ledgers, and the risk-reward calculus wasn't favorable. Perhaps next time. King Solev's reign spanned another 15 blood-drenched years. The council couldn't defy him, fearing gruesome fate. It was a dark and fearful time for everybody but the king, who seemed to enjoy himself immensely, especially when spikes and thumbscrews were involved. King Solev the Tyrant of the Tyrannical Dynasty. Oh yeah, let me run the prediction.
Points.
Manage prediction. Choose the outcome. Solev EU. Complete. Dolly, congratulations. Thank you for the 200 bits. That's, I think, our goal. No fucking way, says Citrus. 29,400 points go to Litorjo and 4 people. 4 people, Litorjo and 4 others. Wait, Litorjo, are you still in chat? Is Litorjo here? If Litorjo is here, I need to know how much he just won. I need to know how many channel points. Litorjo spends channel points like it's nothing. Please tell me he's still here. Hi, welcome Xavies for real. That was a wild game. Wild game we just had. It was full of love, terror. I wish we won against Kurth for Oriad. That's the only thing I regret. I have a single regret, and that is Oriad. Like, Oriad didn't get a kill to Kurth. Dog, the one time you win in any game. My first king win on stream. So it's weird. When I play with, what's it called? When I play with people who are like in the party games, like when I played on Steam, I won pretty consistently. Twitch games, I never win. The fact that I won here when we gamble is insane. Why, when we do a prediction, you win? Kenna, why weren't you a believer? You need to believe in me. Yeah, you never win these. That's true. I don't. Not on stream. All right. King Solev the Tyrant. Game length 2 years, 9 months. Spouse Rhoda of the Coast. Successor King Solev II. My richest noble was Meister G07. The poorest was Green Apple Green. Oh my god, wait, Green Apple Green. Look at Green Apple Green's noble real quick. Do me a favor. Everybody, what the? That's such a drippy. Why are all the nobles so drippy? Green apple green. Phenomenal. Noble, if I say so myself. Damn. Aura. Anyways, we continue. This is what the kingdom looked like. This was also crazy because like we went from such insane trade, farming, and military stats to such dog stats with that war on Kurth. Like the trade 624, farming 796. Like this still is pretty good, all things considered. But damn. I wonder if I can go. I want to get a full noble list for who participated. Damn it. Okay. Either way, this is the King Solov II, by the way. All right. Phenomenal game. Whew. All right. Now, it has been awaited for. I think we have to hit FNAF lore. MatPat FNAF videos. I'm going to take a big drink. I'm going to go ads and then do that first, though. But GG to everybody. First, this is the first Monarch win that we've had. Ooh. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory. All right. Thanks for the gains. I'm going to play another round so bad. So do I. But like, I only have time for one or the other, and I'm already at 5. I'm already almost at 6 hours. And like, the FNAF videos are... I might have won one of the very first ones, but like, if I did, I've lost a lot more. Yeah, we had a lot of fine trides this game. Can I say that? Can I repeat what Saffron Mint said? Because like, Saffron, we had Oriad, we had Rhoda. All the nobles were phenomenal looking, right? All the nobles were phenomenal looking. Green Apple Green, Ames, Tyrannical, all of them, right? Taxi Dab had a crazy looking noble. I've been here every stream. My streak count is 1. I think you have to be for a certain amount. I'm not sure. It's lying. Okay, Floof Dog, I'll believe you. The fish people were the fine shite. Festivities. By the way, all right. While we do this first, actually, I'll show off my nobles as we're talking about baddies. So this is my king, as we've seen it many times. This is my king. He's the goat. This is my baron, which I love the long fluffy hat. I love it so much. But this is my baron. I think quite drippy. Quite the drippy baron. All right, then we have my chief. I think is one of my favorite ones. I love my chief. As we continue, we then have my count. I think my count is probably my least favorite. I'm not a fan of the count. I need to fix my count. My count looks so goofy, but we have to run with it. I'm not a fan of the count. I like my old one actually, because my old one had like the Shakespeare thing. The Grandee. You hate Count Center. That's true. My Grandee, I do need to change a little bit. I still like how my Grandee looks. He's just, look how dapper he looks. And then my Patrician, unfortunately, is a fire. I love my Patrician. I love him. Very much. Most people do. I posted a thing on the Discord, by the way. I posted a thing on the Discord because it was like $3. Yeah, I think my Baron and my Chief are my goats. I love the funky little mustache, and I love the Chief. All right. I'll go back. I'm going to run a BRB screen real quick. I'm going to cancel this out. Give me just a second. All right. Give me... And then we're going to run FNAF lore. It's going to happen. All right, let me close this out. It looks bought it now. It does. In King of the Castle, there's a party mode. You can have up to 24. If you have more than 24, you have to run it on Twitch, unfortunately. All right, let me... Am I doing FNAF lore? Actually, let me see how long FNAF lore is first. If it's like 17 hours. I'm doing the MatPat videos, so give me a sec. Where is my Google Chrome? I'm so hyped. I'm glad. I'm going to put something in the Discord so people who are interested. Game Theorists 5 Nights at Freddy's. Oh my god, this is every single one of their videos. Let's go with their official one.
The Copper Golem
not the Copper Golem. The Copper Golem is... Surely we'll find this out. Okay. Minecraft theories, ARG. Where's Five Nights at Theories? Five Nights at Theories, Five Nights at Freddy's. Where's the timeline? I need to know. Where's it at? No. Merry Christmas. Thank you, King Root Beer. Five Nights. Was I wrong? Okay. There's the ultimate timeline. It looks like. Okay, we have time. That's like 2 hours max. All right. Game theory FNAF ultimate timeline. Perfect.
Today we.
All right. From 2 years ago, so it's close enough. Okay. I'm going to run a few minutes of ads. I'm gonna grab some popcorn and we're gonna get together. If you're in the Discord and you know someone who wants to be here for FNAF Lore, make sure to ping them, by the way. Also, Kenneth, you're the only tier 3, but you still are only going to show up as a VIP in the Discord. I realize you're not going to have the Emperor Empress time. So, yes, let me change my thing and then go into general, ping who'd be interested. Let me run. Actually, let me edit my stream info first. Just chatting. Flashlight emoji. This is very important. I need to have the flashlight emoji, and if it's FNAF, it's law. Every FNAF Lore video. Wait. FNAFathon. Perfect. This is all set up. You can get the fancy row if you have it linked. Okay. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna run some ads. I'm gonna go grab some popcorn, and then we're gonna get it all put together. Let me put up some text so people know. FNAF Lore after ads. Taking snack break. There you go. Color, we're gonna make that red per usual. All right, I will be right back. Shouldn't be surprised, just alive. Legacy, I was just talking about how everybody always comes in like, you're still alive? All right, so where are my mods at? Actually, I need before I actually run ads, where are my mods? I need them to show up real quick. I need them to make sure they're okay. Hi. Or you guys have a single job. All right. If people show up, we have to stay. All right. 3 minutes. You need to entertain the chat. All right. You need to entertain them. All right. Get them talking. Can you join the call? Okay. Yes. Join the clubs. Join the clubs channel, and I can move you in. Oh, Ames, you can drag him in, actually.
Go on your food break. Shoo.
Okay. I'm gonna have a quick break. This is the Modcast, actually. Let me add that to the thing real quick. Enjoy Modcast. There you go. Bring the mods in. Citrus, Mad Max, Molly, Kiori.
Yo.
All right,
I'm turning you guys down real quick. All right, I'll be right back. Keep them entertained, or I'll beat you with the spoon again.
Okay.
That was one time.
My audio is broken. I don't know how to fix it.
Okay,
What's up?
Moblings.
Welcome to the Modcast. Episode 1.
You gotta make sure to chill out. Okay.
Hi, chat.
We can't scare the citizens off.
Do you think I would
scary.
scare them if I were to ask my stupid questions?
Are you?
Yes, you would. You
Yes,
absolutely
you
would.
will get kicked.
Don't do it.
For context,
Hi, chat.
Citrus has a habit of asking some questions.
They're very good questions, though.
No, you got kicked from VC for asking them in the mod VC. I don't think you should be asking them in the public stream.
This is true.
But like, aren't they entertaining? You know, they'll keep the people entertained. It's like
no.
Okay, so
Hold
guys,
on,
is
I
a
have
hot dog a
this-
sandwich?
All right, Max, you're getting out.
Hey, you
Bye.
have my line. He stole my joke.
Hello,
Oh my god,
Max.
he's gone. Oh, he's back.
Alright. Next person who asks a stupid
You know what?
one gets kicked,
I'm asking my question then.
You guys ask stupid questions, I have the power to kick you from this VC. And I will
Oh no,
not
the
return
chat
you.
wants me to say it. The chat is asking me.
Alright, one. Pick your best one. Don't ask more than one.
What if you know what? I'll ask the one I ask everyone. That is a crazy debate for no reason. Is ketchup a smoothie?
Oh, this one again.
Because this is why. It's made out of tomatoes,
Hold
and
on,
tomatoes
hold
are
on.
technically considered a fruit. Oh my god, why is
Yeah,
okay?
See,
See,
Chad
there's
agrees.
people who say yes.
No, Chad agrees. It's no.
See,
It's
yeah,
a
chat
component.
is
It's
agreeing.
not a smoothie. No,
Just
a
because
smoothie.
you put fruit in it doesn't make it automatically a smoothie.
Also, tomatoes are debatably a fruit. Everyone argues over it.
No,
and
but on
besides,
Google
it matters. It matters
on
about the
Google,
intent
they're,
of
fruit.
consumption. Yeah, see, they're scientifically a fruit, but they're culinarily a vegetable.
What the hell?
Well, what constitutes a
I just saw someone saying, "I hope I get demoted." Wow, that's mean, guys. That's mean.
I'm just saying.
Everyone's preying on my downfall here.
I'm just saying the inclusion of vinegar in a smoothie, not a smoothie. I don't care if
Okay,
it was
but the
smoothie
vinegar
or the
could be,
minute you
like,
put vinegar
considered
in it.
the other
absolutely
ingredients.
Okay, hold on.
But who
hold on,
makes
hold
the
on.
rules of what a smoothie is?
So the component, it's based on the components, right? It's based on the components. So it usually consists of fruits and or vegetables with a liquid base and optionally a thickener. So fruits, maybe like something to thicken it, like I don't know, milk, maybe.
Yeah, Legacy's got it.
Yeah,
Okay,
see,
but, like,
Legacy
technically-
understands.
Legacy's smart.
Technically, you could say that the vinegar is the milk, and the tomatoes could be like
Also, ketchup is
Thank
meant to
you.
be put on items. It's not meant to be
Yeah.
consumed alone. I
You're not
have.
like-
Okay, you can
Gen-
drink ketchup, you know.
You can, but
No,
you're a
you're not
psychopath if you
Sans
do it.
Undertale.
If you drink ketchup straight up, you're a psychopath, and
Okay,
I don't
I
trust
drink
you.
ranch. What are you trying to say, bro?
You could still do it.
Okay, what?
I'm so serious. I am so
Absolutely not.
This
serious.
is our moderator.
Who hired you?
Can they just share that I'm eating fried rice?
I'm so
So
happy for
nice.
you.
I'm so
Fried
glad
rice
for
is
you.
based.
Okay, wow. Everyone wants me unmodded. Wow, you guys don't like. You guys told me to ask the question, chat. You guys are
Okay,
all
we shouldn't
haters.
judge people who want to drink ketchup.
I agree. Like, I like
Hold
ketchup
on.
in the context of it being on other things. It is not a smoothie. A smoothie is a
is-
standalone thing that you can consume on
Yes.
its own. You can't do that with ketchup. It's just not
I
an
would like to
enjoyable
state
experience.
when Silif comes back, I'm kicking all of you out.
That's fair.
That's fine.
I think a
Yeah,
smoothie
yeah.
can be whatever you want it to be.
Yeah. Thank you, Molly.
Not
Well, in
ketchup.
that case, I
or
want a
ranch.
penny to be a
Just to
smoothie.
share my breakfast.
In that case, I want a penny to be a smoothie, and now I can blend up pennies, and I have a
All
penny
right,
smoothie.
I'm
All right.
dispersing the mods. Disperse.
Bye.
Tear
Oh,
gas at the
bye-bye.
mods. Throw tear gas at the mods.
All right, come on, Molly. Bye. One thing for you.
Okay. Okay. Bonked me as they went. Bonked me as they went. All right. It's time. I never thought I'd be happy to see Solov return. Yikes! Ow. Fruits of botanical description. Were they talking about ketchup being a smoothie again? Were they? Because I'm looking back. Thank you, Mono Food, for the follow. Thank you, Lava. Thank you, Lamas. Yes, yes. Good mod pass. Okay. All right, I'm getting rid of this text. You know, this is my fucking. I can't even blame it. I hired this mod team. I hired them. Okay. All right, I'm gonna chill for a second. I'm gonna chill. Make sure you join the Discord. Make sure you follow the socials. We're gonna be starting on the. I'm exposing myself. I'm a mod and I wasn't following until now. Monofood, my heart is broken. My heart is broken. Leave it again with Modcast. No Modcast. No more Modcast. But yes, no, I'm shilling. All right. I think I only have like 2 more streams till the partner requirement. So I'm trying to shield the 40 to 75 viewers. And I'm going to start throwing rocks at people who leave, especially for the long-awaited FNAF Lore. Next time you ask a stupid question on stream, I'm admin abusing and muting you. That's fucked up. Actually, wait, no, that's correct. I thought you were saying it to me. Logged in for the rest of the stream. Perfect.
Yeah, leave. I think you have to quit streaming.
No, doormat. No, doormat broken. Doormat.
They all
no.
want the mods, dude.
They all want
That's
the
all I
mods.
have to say. Goodbye.
Okay. What if I have work? Can I leave festivities? The only reason festivities I say you probably shouldn't is you said you worked with kids. You want to know about Lefty, right? You need to know FNAF lore for the children. The children need to know that you're cool and you know FNAF lore. What's wrong with my ketchup question? A lot, Citrus. You already know the FNAF lore? Okay, never mind. Festivities, you're good. You're all right. Okay, Ames, I'll answer your slightly odd question and then I'll get right back. Answer the slightly odd question and then we'll be watching. Don't answer Ames' question. Okay, if Ames isn't fast enough, I'm not. All right, we'll continue. And all of this, oh wait, I'll give Ames a second. But while I do that, you did verse actually. Boom, right here, display FNAF lore. All right, we're gonna be watching the MatPat one, and this is off the cuff, right? I'm gonna be taking this as I go. And I know very, 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 very little. I think there's 4 parts in total. 4 parts. Would you rather step inside an open building but not be able to see outside, or step out of an open building and not be able to see inside? Probably step in a building and not see outside. All right. Because like, that's just me streaming at night. Like I'm looking outside right now. It's pitch black. I'm looking outside, pitch black. Welcome, Vorda. How are you doing on this fantastic night? Okay, 1 second. Actually, I'm gonna hit BRB screen real quick. I need to pull this up, and then let me. 1 second. I'm gonna clear. So what I've been doing is whoever wins the game last on what's it called on King of the Castle, I put it in my status. Anyways, all right. I'm running display. I'm pausing the music. We're continuing. Get your popcorn. I think there's 4 parts, so it's gonna be like an hour and some. Thank you for the follow, Just Mardu. So many follows tonight. I'm so and infinitely appreciative of every single one of you. Thank you so much, actually, for coming out to this 6-hour stream, 30 seconds away from 6 hours. I'm saying it because you went. No, Barons won last time, and I put him in my status. I did. Yes, you have actually. I had 5 nights at Solev's, and it was the Baron flag. Don't play with me. All right, we're continuing.
Today we end the torment. 19 books, 11...
19 books? 19? Okay. 11 games? Okay, we're not counting some of the other ones. 19 books? Oh. Monofood, I stream... streaming... Okay, you just answer this as well, because I know a few people, so I'm pausing again. I'm so sorry. Streaming is very fun for me. I literally get to play video games. I get to yap. 2 of my biggest hobbies. Yap and play games. And like the fact that some people want to donate and that helps me, or like there's people willing to watch ads, it does a lot, and it lets me feel a bit happier about maybe taking less time off work to do this, right? So it's very helpful. It's a very nice hobby, and having people support me and seeing people come together, I think, is a really, really big benefit of that. And obviously giving people free entertainment also makes me feel good inside. I do other things still, obviously, like if I'm I stream twice a week, right? And I work like 3 to 4 times, right? When I get to university, it'll get it'll gonna be much more difficult, but it's like a nice hobby, you know? It's like, how many do you have time for like video games? All this is doing is just eating into like free time that I would have not spent otherwise. And instead I feel like it's doing something beneficial because it's going to someone else. Thank you, Coburn, for another mod gift. Making sure no mod is without a gifted sub. Thank you so much, Coburn, your W. But yes, I'll stop being super sappy and I'll get to it. But I really do appreciate it. I've like hardly streamed, but it's been infinitely rewarding. If I can remember, it's a meth pat now. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. All right, I'll continue.
Games.
So many books, by the way.
8 whole years, all leading to this moment. The ultimate FNAF timeline is finally complete.
How he says FNAF is really entertaining.
Are in place for us. Now all we have to do is put this story of tragedy, jealousy, and loss back together.
I didn't see any of that, but I didn't read the books, to be fair.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the show that feels
Welcome
like
to
a kid
Game
revealing
Theory.
the class project
It's been, I've not watched a
on
Game
all
Theory.
year. Except here, it's the class project that I've been working
Holy
on for the
shit, that's a
past
lot of videos.
decade of my life. This one is big, my friends.
I knew
and
there was
gotta
a
admit,
book that my
kinda
brothers
nervous.
had.
I haven't attempted a timeline video on this franchise since 2018. Back in the days
Wait,
when
2018. When was this? 2 years ago. 2023. Okay, so that's a sizable amount of time.
Mike was the crying child, Afton coming.
Mike, okay. I don't know how we got Mike for the crying child. Thank you, Techno, for the file. I don't know how we got Mike for the crying child, but that's cool.
Back was actually a surprise, and Fazgoo wasn't a phrase I'd ever thought I'd have to utter.
Pause. Fazgoo is not something I want to ever say, and hopefully that's not a thing that was in the games. Anyways.
But since the last time I did something like this, we've had 3 more massive games, the death and revival of the FNAF movie, and more robot kids than you
I do
can
remember the
shake a
FNAF movie.
staff bot at. It is exhausting trying to keep track of this whole franchise, which honestly is
Poop. I know all of these characters. Purple guy. Springtrap. Poop guy. Bunny rabbit.
why I'm here today.
Continue.
The lore at this point
The lore,
is
yes.
complicated. It is full of speculation and theory. So to hopefully make it a little easier for everyone and to give us all a baseline to talk about this franchise moving forward into the future, it's time to reveal my current working
Matt Pat, one of the first PNG tubers. Thoughts?
timeline. But just before I do, I just want to explain a couple of things. First, this timeline is massive. Seriously, it is huge. This thing towers over any video project we
It is honestly insane. I've heard so much about FNAF Lore, and it just seems, I don't know about the books and videos missing the game that came out this year. I have only played up to Pizzeria Sim. I'll probably do an epilogue or an epilogue FNAFathon. The epilogue FNAFathon will probably be a, what's it called? Probably the VR games. I'll probably have another one that's like I'll night 6 all of the ones. I'll go back, revisit. We'll see about that. But yeah, even if it's not sometime very soon, I will be doing VR. I just have to get it set up in my room, so I have to like reorganize my entire room, and then I need to reset it up, and then I need to figure out how it's going to work in OBS. But we'll get there. The death count will return.
have ever done on the channel. But when you
Can we, after we watch this video, can we go on AO3 to
look
watch
at the totality of this
FNAF?
franchise,
No.
the story of FNAF really
I like to stay
boils down to the
monetized.
story of one man, William Afton. His successes, his
I know that
failures,
name.
his rise to becoming co-owner of one of the most successful restaurant franchises in the world, and his eventual fall to the monsters he helped to create, only to then be reborn in a new digital form later. That's
Okay,
why I've
I
decided
have no
to
idea
split
what
this
that's about,
timeline into
but-
3 main chunks. The foundation of Freddy's, how the business started,
Hey,
and how
Five
it
Nights
came
at
to being,
Freddy's.
the Afton era, William's decades-long murder spree, and post
Okay, murder spree. That makes sense. A lot of people did die.
Purple Guy. Basically modern FNAF. Everything that happens after the Pizzeria Simulator fire. And because there are lots of new big revelations in this thing that seemingly come out of nowhere, as well as just points I want to talk about further, I
Also, Chuck E.
decided to
Cheese was
dedicate
goated. I
one
loved Chuck E.
episode
Cheese as
to
a
each
kid.
chunk. I originally wanted it to be one seamless continuous video, but it just felt incomplete without some sort of explanation at the end of each one. Once this whole thing's done, I promise I'm gonna merge all the narrative bits into one massive video so you can just
I
skip
didn't
my
see it.
explanations. But for now,
I
this
didn't
just
see it.
felt like the best, most satisfying, most complete way to do this. That being said, this is still about the story, the broad strokes of the franchise. So in order to
To
make
be
sure
fair,
that you guys
Steven,
know that I'm not just pulling answers out of thin air, not only
better
am I
than what mine
discussing
would've
some of
been.
the more controversial bits at the end of each chunk, we're also putting in a handy little graphic in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, which will show thumbnails, video titles, books, and any other citations that we need
Into
throughout
the
video.
pit.
So if you wish to understand
What did
that
aim?
specific statement in more detail, you know exactly where we've taken it from. That way you can look into those details for yourself.
Okay, so
sit
Floof
back,
Dog, I did try that, and then I got completely shafted. I have like everything I had an idea of just died. Welcome, Mercy.
grab some popcorn or your pitchforks if you're the type to get upset
Hello,
when I say something
oh,
controversial, and
Alison.
make
Well,
sure that you
welcome.
subscribe, since this is going to be a video that
Okay,
you're going
I'll give my broad strokes of what I think, right? William Afton guy probably killed a bunch of kids. William Afton guy probably killed a bunch of kids in the Five Nights at Freddy's, right? And there's this other guy who does not like him, who has a daughter that's Circus Baby. And this guy had his daughter killed. He is pissed. He's out for revenge. So at Pizzeria Sim, he gets them all together. He kills them. I'm missing the very fine details of each of the games because I'd have to go back. Like sister location, no idea. It feels very different from what I said last time. It does, and that's purely because Pizzeria Sim, we literally had a guy monologuing about like the darkest pit of hell has unleashed, like that, and like these are only very light put together. yeah, he straight up just started talking about like the children that you guys tried to kill and like the releasing of their soul. Like there's a lot. I've not played Ultimate Custom Night, but there's a lot. So like Pizzerism literally busted my brain. It busted my brain to bits. I have no idea. All right. Everything I said previously was very, 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 very basic. So yeah, that's why I'm like, that is true. And I haven't read any books, so that's what I'm going for. All right. Like Circus Baby and Circus Baby's dad, like, or Circus Baby's dad, whoever that is, trying to kill. I don't know. To be fair, though, I don't know who the player is in any of these games. That's the big thing I've been trying to get. I'm not sure if we're just like viewer, but yes.
I want to come back to a few times in order to
continue.
fully dissect. Without any more waiting, I present to you the story of a loving, obsessive father who slowly descended into madness and along the way discovered the secret to eternal life.
I know that sound effect.
Our story begins not in the 1980s or even in the 1970s, but all the way back in the 1930s.
Jesus Christ.
It was the
Okay.
throes of the Great Depression, and people were in desperate need of cheap entertainment.
Pause. Welcome, Techno. Pause. Five Nights at Freddy's, a game about lovely animatronics, starts out in the Great Depression. Sorry.
Especially in Utah,
In the
one of
Great
states
Depression.
hit hardest, fourth highest unemployment in the nation and full of transients. People looking for work in Salt Lake, finding none, and ultimately moving
That's
on
true.
to find their fortunes
I did
out
do
in
the whole
California. People
essay
were
about
tired,
the Great
they were
Depression.
hungry, but as they
Like people
traveled, there
selling
was
their
one
kids.
thing that could lift their spirits: a simple roadside attraction called Fredbear's Singin' Show. The ads were plastered all over town, featuring an
Okay,
animated
well, this
bear
from
drawn
Security
in
Bridge, that makes
popular
sense.
pie-eyed cartoon style for characters at the time. He resembled cartoons like Mickey Mouse, Felix the Cat, Betty Boop.
Well,
and
okay,
immediately
those are
said that
copyrighted.
this,
I can't talk. I
Fredbear's,
can't
was a
show
place where
those.
you could
Those are
bring the
copyrighted.
family.
All
And the
right,
price,
calm down.
honestly, couldn't be beat. For 50 cents, you could get food and entertainment as you watched the local trained real-life dancing bear perform on stage. Normally, you only got to see dancing bears at large traveling circuses like Barnum and Bailey, where the tickets would go for about $1. That's $1 without food. But this was a smaller show, like the type from the Von Brothers.
Fredbear's
or the
Singing.
Robbins
Okay, true.
Brothers, where tickets would sell for just a mere 50 cents. Watching
That's what I was
that
actually
bear do
thinking.
tricks on stage brought a glimmer
Like I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to sound super stupid, but it's like a dancing bear. Like
joy at a time when
I don't want to
so
sound
much was
stupid, but it's
wrong
just
with
straight
the
up a
world.
bear
The
on
simple
stage.
show would go on for years, bringing happiness to hundreds of travelers passing through looking for a quick meal. But it left a permanent impression on one little boy, capturing his imagination in a way that nothing else had. One little boy named Billy. That was his nickname at least, but his parents
I was
liked
gonna
to
say
call him
Billy.
William Afton.
William Afton. Sorry.
The bear could dance. It could
I just know the
sing.
name.
For
I actually
decades,
don't know.
William dreamed of recreating that moment of bringing a musical bear to life, but how? William was smart, without a doubt, and he had a keen mind for business, but he wasn't the most creative. How do you make a singing, dancing bear come to life? The best he could do was using rudimentary costumes. William was inspired by the work of Walt Disney.
Hey, we can't show him. I'm not. I'd like to keep my stream. All right, I don't want to get copyrighted. No Disney on.
Suits throughout his theme park. The big innovation: suits with 5 fingers. This allowed the performers wearing the suits to use their natural arms and hands to interact with the guests, as opposed to the older models where the arms would just hang limply by their sides. Finally, with a simple mascot suit, he would be able to realize his childhood dream. He would be able to bring Fredbear to life. To appeal to the kids, and for copyright reasons, he changed Fredbear from a realistic brown animal to a cartoonish yellow bear with a purple hat and bow tie. But feeling like one character wasn't enough, he added another friend, a yellow rabbit with a purple vest and matching tie.
Doesn't look like Chica.
Bonnie the
Okay,
bunny.
wait, no,
Well,
Bunny. I thought
Fredbear
that was
certainly his
Chica.
first
I'm gonna be
love.
so
Bonnie
real.
was extra special because that was his. It was an original character that he had created from
Okay,
scratch.
if Bonnie matters so much, oh, that's supposed the suit. Yeah, the suit. I'm sorry. I'm like, why is it called Five Nights at Freddy's though? All right, if that's the main
I do
guy.
mean scratch. William's hand-sewn costumes were rough with seams and stitches visibly showing, but it was the best that he could do. And you know what? It was just enough. Bonnie and Fredbear would perform on stage to small but enthusiastic crowds.
Fredbear.
Finally, he was able to deliver fantasy and fun to all the kids, delighting and inspiring them in the exact way that he had been delighted and inspired so many years ago. And things could have ended there. That could have been.
Keep in mind, I know nothing about. I just know the characters, like the funny little characters. Reject Red Bull, drink water. I have like 4 bottles of water around me.
The end to his story. It could have been perfect had it not been for one thing. Other people saw the success of his idea and they wanted in. Enter
You mean like
Chica's
him?
Party World.
I'm saying, you mean like him? Because he just stole the idea. Let's keep that in mind. He just stole the idea from somebody.
Rival restaurant starring performing animal characters. His idea, except they did it better. William may have been the first, but obviously
Okay,
he wasn't
calm
the
down.
best.
You
It
did the
hurt
same
the
shit.
prideful William Afton to admit it, but this restaurant was able to do the thing that he always wanted to do. Make the animals actually come to life. All of the performers in this restaurant were robots. Simple metal skeletons that were powered by battery packs, but all of them able to freely turn and talk and dance on their own. No human required. It was like magic. Magic that came from the mind of a brilliant creator named Henry Emily. This Henry.
Okay, the name Henry is familiar. I have no idea what it's from. Only the OGs. I've played FNAF 1, 2, 3, 4, Sister Location, Pizzeria Sim, up to 6. The first, like the main 6. I have not played the VR ones or the ones after that.
Some small way
I plan
to
to.
harness the power of life itself. Afton admired him. He was jealous, to be sure, but he also looked upon this man with awe. Off to one side of Chica's party world was a small cabaret stage featuring an elephant magician.
Orville the elephant. I know that guy. That guy. He's from Pizzeria Sim. I love Orville.
Hippo known to ramble on and on. That one was more of a joke for the parents, but it was the main stage that was for the kids. A rocking band of characters featuring a yellow chicken thing with a southern drawl named Chica, backed by a band
With
of
a
other country-themed
Chica Southern? Anyways.
Characters, including a pig with a banjo, an upbeat frog from the local
remember
swimming
these.
hole,
I
and
thought
a
these were
brown
just made
bear
up.
with a heavy southern accent. Wait, a bear? But bears were his animals. Why not a cow or a horse? Something to fit the country theme a bit better. Why did it have to be a bear? And adding
Okay,
insult to
calm down,
injury,
William.
They had the nerve to call this thing Ned Bear, a direct copy of.
That's actually really funny, but I just straight up thought that, like, in Pizzeria Sim, I just thought it was like knockoffs, right? Like copyright knock. I didn't know there's actual lore. I did not know I was looking for lore.
His own Fredbear.
Whoops, that's gonna leave a mark.
No, that was not okay. Afton's jealous admiration turned to hardened bitterness. A bitterness that would only grow over the next couple of years as families continued to choose Chica's party world over Fredbear's. William just couldn't compete with the appeal of the robots.
Well,
Eventually,
Henry
his
did it
restaurant
better.
would go
So
bankrupt,
sorry.
only to get bailed out by, of course, Henry Emily. Another insult. Another humiliation.
Another insult. This guy just this guy did what you did, but did it better. Right? Did the same thing you did. You did, but they did, but better. And then he bails you out, his own competition, and you have the goal. You have the goal to be mad.
1979. Despite being bitter, Afton
Hey,
couldn't
that was
deny
the book
what
my brother
came
had, The
next
Silver
was
Eyes.
a period of
I never read
massive
it, but
success and expansion. With the two franchises now merged into one, it was the best of both worlds. Afton's
See, that's
ideas
great.
with Henry's robotic expertise. The two men decided to launch under a new name, Fredbear's Family Diner, a pizza chain that would eventually come to feature a mix of humans in performing suits as well as on-stage animatronics. They decided to
that
stick
works
with
out.
Fredbear as the headliner, considering the yellow bear was easily identifiable as a brand and because he was the original
Golden
performing
Freddy?
little mascot.
Sorry.
Afton appreciated that. This new restaurant would also see a mix of characters as the two franchises merged into one, with Pig Patch and Happy Frog performing right alongside Fredbear and Bonnie. And as part of this one
Why does
big
Bonnie look so
Fredbear
fucked up?
family, they even got themselves official merch that released, ranging from masks to magnets.
The crappy Mr. Hippo fridge magnet?
That said, not all the
I am
characters
sorry,
were
Gregory.
winners. The
Sorry, that's-
reception to some characters was just mediocre, so they faded away into the
Hey, that's what it was called. It was like mediocre. It was like the mediocre something. That's what it was called in like Pizzeria Sim. I do remember that. But like, okay, I'm gonna be so for real. Henry has no reason to work with William. As a businessman, William like shafted the Fredbear group. Mediocre Melodies, that's what it's called. And like all Henry does is he's like, oh, I took your bear. I'm sorry. Replace Ned Bear or something else. Henry has no reason to work with William here. William is just like little junior.
Storage units and retro budget tech stores
Hey,
of
right
lost
there.
nostalgia, waiting for their chance to step back into the limelight if and when a headliner went out of commission. Others, though, would fare much better, like a new Pirate Fox, as well as a blue guitar-playing variant of the yellow Bonnie Bunny.
Hey,
Ultimately, the
I know
franchise
those
would
two.
get so big it would spawn its own cartoon show, Fredbear and Friends. Business was booming. In the end, Fredbear and Bonnie's popularity would be so strong that they would be able to support the Fredbear's Family Diner franchise all on their own, while also spinning off a new sister location dedicated to their
Hey,
friends. In 1983,
sister location.
Freddy
I know that one.
Fazbear's Pizza launched, giving a dedicated home to
I
all
know
this
that one.
new
My phone just
supporting
went off.
cast of characters. Chica the Chicken, Bonnie the Blue Bunny, Foxy the Pirate, and of course the headliner, a brown Freddy Fazbear.
Freddy the
Business
Fazbear?
was good, and Afton was
I do know this one.
happy, mostly. It did bother
What do you
him that
mean
the one
mostly?
original character that he created, the one that he himself played,
you.
Golden Bonnie, got passed over for inclusion in that cartoon show.
Oh my god, bro. You are this William Afton guy. I thought he would be cool. I thought everyone talks about William Afton. I thought he'd be cool. He's just a piece of shit. Sorry.
Only character in the roster of regulars to get ignored for the show, but other than that, things were going smoothly.
Yeah, but
he had himself a wife, 2 sons, a daughter. He had a thriving business, and best of all, he was able to learn the craft of robotics from the man that he both loved and hated, Henry. Together, they were constantly pushing the limits of what these characters could do. Because it was quick and easy, new characters introduced into the roster would be given a simple hand-sewn suit with 5 fingers that any performer could wear. Eventually,
That's not creepy
Henry
looking
would
at all.
design one of his signature animatronics for that character, utilizing a divided mouth with either a hinged or sliding jaw design. This was the first generation of animatronics. But why stop there? Afton had big ideas. What if the animatronics weren't just locked to the stage, but could freely roam the restaurant and interact with the kids?
Okay,
what if
creepy.
his mascot suits could become animatronics? What
That's
if you
not
could use
necessary.
more than just rigid metallic skeletons? Why not experiment with tubes and wires that would give the animatronics fluidity and flexibility while still providing structure? The possibilities for this technology were endless. Afton fell in love with robotics. He had started with a dream of bringing one simple singing bear to life, but with robots, he had stumbled across the tools that gave him the ability to control life itself. And thanks to Henry, he was practically speedrunning his way to an engineering degree. And
Yeah,
while
Henry's
William
just
wouldn't
doing
admit
this
it
all
out
for free,
loud,
like a
one other
college
thing that kept
degree for
pushing him
free.
forward was the desire to beat his former rival.
Okay,
to
that's
prove himself
fair.
smarter,
Right,
more
like,
capable,
competition.
to surpass the man who everyone else considered to be a visionary genius. But pride comes
He is the
before
smartest
the
in the
fall,
room, let's be
and
real.
tragedy was about to strike. Okay, so that brings
Afton
us
would
to
love
the end
Omnics,
of part 1
that's
of the
true.
story. That said, at the end of each of these chunks, I want to break down some of the logical leaps that I made, since the more
Okay,
narrative
break it
format
down.
doesn't give
I
you
need
much
to
of
know
a
where
chance
this is
to
coming from, because this is
justify
out of
a lot
nowhere.
of the big decisions. And admittedly, there are some large leaps in here. Let's just start off with Fredbear's Singin' Show, shall we? We know, based on the retro poster that was hidden in Security Breach, that at least at one point, Fredbear was an actual bear. And like I called out in that narrative segment, dancing bear shows were a real form of entertainment. The only problem is
Yeah,
that
imagine being like, hey, wife, kids, let's go have some fun. Let's go watch a live bear dance 5 feet from us and just hope it doesn't go crazy and murder us. I would not be comfortable with that. I'm gonna be real.
main characters would be the people in charge of that business in the 30s and a series of pizza restaurants in the 80s without him just being extremely old. Best case scenario, if Afton's running the Singin' Show when he's 18, that still puts him at nearly 70 when the first pizzeria opens and his murder spree begins.
I was gonna say, yeah, that seems way too far out.
Because he doesn't become immortal until his first death in Springtrap. That's why I suspect that Fredbear's Singin' Show was either a family business that Afton then carried on to a new generation, or something that he saw as a kid and just wanted to recreate when he grew up. The Fredbear Singin' Show thing also starts laying the groundwork for some of the core elements of this story, that Freddy's was a place of fantasy and fun, and that Afton, despite eventually falling to become the heartless serial killer and mad scientist that we know
so
him
he's
as,
the serial
began as
killer.
someone
Okay,
with good
purple guy.
intentions and a love of entertaining kids. He wanted to bring things to life from the very beginning.
Okay,
a theme
yeah,
that
but you can
recurs a
start that, and it's like, I'm doing this to like start and entertain people. I just want to entertain people. But that guy Henry, it becomes all about Henry.
lot for him.
It's like literally Henry is his Dinkelberg. Like he literally, any problem, it's like Henry. Come on, sorry.
Next up, let's talk about those mascot costumes. One thing that I keep going back to is the design of Glitch Trap. It's a handcrafted suit. You can see the seams and everything. It even has 5 fingers for the performer's hands. It is very much not a Springtrap suit. This is something much more rudimentary. It came at a time before animatronics were a part of the story. That's why I suspect that it was actually the first, predating literally everything. It's also a suit that is very personal to Afton. He put his digital consciousness in that form. It's his personal avatar. It's the way that he sees himself.
Okay.
There's also a whole separate discussion to be had here about the habits and rituals of
His is
serial killers.
Dinkelberg.
So the
Oh
fact
wait,
that
you
he's
didn't get it.
choosing
Like
to
if you Fairly Odd Parents, right? Like, and William is like Timmy's dad. Every time he walks up, he just yells Dinkelberg. Like it's this
lure
guy.
kids and kill them in this particular suit actually says a lot about his emotional attachment.
That's
to it.
creepy.
So while Fredbear seems to have started as someone else's creation, Golden Bonnie was uniquely Williams, giving him a personal connection. And that's not all. In this whole franchise, only one set of characters have themselves 5 fingers, the Nightmares. Even Golden Fredbear was a 5-fingered wearable suit at one point in the story, as we see in this shot from the graphic graphic novel. Before
There's a
he, like
graphic
everyone else,
novel?
was turned
Okay,
into an
cool.
animatronic. This seems to imply that all of the main characters had similar wearable mascot outfits at least at one point in time, and that whoever is having the FNAF 4 nightmares, if they even are nightmares, something that we'll touch on in part 2, saw those mascot suits.
That's what I was wondering too. I'm wondering, like, FNAF 4, how does that come in? Because you're in a guy's house. You're not in a pizzeria. You're in a guy's house.
Lastly, we have to talk about the elephant in the room. The literal elephant, Orville Elephant, as well as the rest of the mediocre melodies. For a while now, I've suspected that the mediocre melodies played a much more important role in the story than just being a bunch more animatronics to fill out the roster. Especially Ned Bear, which is just so suspiciously close to Fred Bear. And yet,
it's
there
a
are
knockoff.
two key details that we're gonna have to justify with any mediocre melodies mention. One, they're very rudimentary with external battery packs.
I was wondering that
implying
too,
they
because I'm
come
like,
very
that's
early in the
that's
timeline.
like
And two, we know that
evil
at
looking.
minimum, Mr. Hippo does eventually become an official member of the extended Freddyverse. But if these things are supposed to be cheap, generic rip-offs, why would you be trying to rip off yourself? You wouldn't. You would be stealing someone else's ideas. So if Afton created Fredbear, there would have to be some rival franchise. The only other person who would likely be ripping him off, Henry. We've talked extensively about how the mediocre melodies are clearly Henry's design aesthetic. So it just has to be
Okay,
him. I
fair.
don't think Henry's doing this maliciously. He doesn't strike me as the type. He was likely building the robots at the orders of someone else that was running a rival restaurant franchise. But that's enough motivation to start Afton down a path of jealous rivalry, but also begrudging
this Afton guy needs to go.
As the Freddy Files
I
Ultimate
feel
Edition
I
says, it's
thought I
important
would
to
like
revisit
William
the
Afton,
beginning of
but I
Henry
do
and
not.
William's
I do
relationship,
not.
so here you go.
I'm not a fan
This
of
is
I'm
where
not a
it
fan of
begins.
William Afton.
Also, this is future Matt Pat here coming back to add this one in. Seems like the recently released character encyclopedia has backed up all of this speculation. I've had this timeline written for about a month now, but I've also been holding off a bit to see what wrenches this character encyclopedia might throw into it. And on this particular point, I gotta say, it seems like we might actually have nailed it. They actively call out the suspicious similarities to the main Fredbear crew. Quote from one of the pages: Ned Bear looks like an imitation.
Okay, imagine how
altered
badass
just
you have
enough
to be a theorist, right? And it's like, this is exactly what I have thought, and then just something comes out, confirms everything. It's kind of badass.
avoid
I get the game
I don't know about
theory.
you, but that seems to imply that we were right
The
on
game
money.
theory,
Knowing all of
like
this, at one
bags.
point the franchises had to have merged. That's really the only way that you get Mr. Hippo from the rival franchise as part of the Fazbear crew. This also mirrors a lot of what happened in the real-life history of Chuck E. Cheese.
I loved
with
Chuck E.
two
Cheese as a
rival
kid.
restaurants, each with their own casts of characters merging to become one unified brand. Again, we've gone into that in detail
Those are
with other videos. Just
terrifying.
wanted to
Maybe it's just
remind
the
you all
Five
of
Nights
that
at Freddy's,
here.
and me,
But
those are
why would I
terrifying.
call out the rival
Those are
restaurant
real.
as being named Chica's Party World? Few things actually. First, we know for a fact that a location named Chica's Party World exists. It is mentioned in the source code teasing sister location, so it is
Oh.
out there somewhere.
That's
and doesn't
cool.
fit
They
cleanly
just straight up
anywhere.
leak it in
Second,
your own
the
source
story of
code.
The Puppet Carver, Chica is very explicitly looped in with the book versions of Pig Patch and Ned Bear, implying that she started as a mediocre melody. Thirdly, her design just fits better with a theme of down-home country animals with southern accents playing the banjo and eating with bibs. And with her being the headliner of the show with her name on the restaurant, it would make sense then that when the restaurants merged, she was the one that was
Yeah,
added
Mr.
to the main
Classic
cast
Chuck E.
of
Cheese is
characters while all the
terrifying.
other
It is
mediocres
terrifying.
faded away. It's also why when Freddy's closes after William's killing spree, she's the one to branch back off
Citadel
into
group
her
chat. Yeah,
old
we're having a
franchise
mod
and is
meetup
therefore
all in a
missing
classic
in
Chuck E.
sister
Cheese that's
location.
run
A
down and
detail that's
abandoned.
bothered me for years at this point. It might also explain why William decided to stuff his first dead kid into Chica. That one was Henry's creation, not his.
His first
Is all
dead.
of this a big
Okay.
leap? Yeah. Is it connecting
Okay,
a lot
that's
of dots that are
maybe he'll
very
describe
spread
it.
out across the
He
franchise
stuffs his
and I've been
first
holding
dead
on in the
kid
back of my
into
mind
Chica.
for
Okay,
years?
pause.
Absolutely. But I think it makes sense. It also serves as a clean answer to a lot of the random threads that Scott's been leaving dangling for years. So with all of that in mind, my friends, we can close the book on the foundation of Freddy's. And don't
Okay,
worry, next week I'll be back to give you arguably one of the most confusing parts of this entire timeline situation. Part 2, the Afton era.
Makes
I
sense.
promise
Okay.
it will actually be next week this time. No more waiting around. I am just as eager to get this one out the door as you are to watch it. I promise. You know what else I promise? I promise that we'll actually get to talking about the games. I would have liked to have talked about them in this
Okay.
episode, but they're just...
Thank you, Matt Pat. I do appreciate it. We're going to part 2.
Hello, Internet!
Hello, Internet. Okay,
Welcome
we're continuing.
to Game Theory, and officially page 7 of the FNAF timeline script. Last time we covered the origins of Freddy's. We talked about William Afton's childhood dream project of making a singing bear come to life, and the
Makes
infuriating
sense.
moment that his dream is copied by a rival restaurant franchise looking to steal away
I
his
don't-
success. The
he
merger
said
of the
that
two
he would,
franchises
but he said
results
like
in
he'd cut
William
out like the
meeting Henry,
explanation.
a brilliant designer with a knack for robotics.
Yeah, I'm not
Working
seeing it.
together,
Have a
they
great
make
night, Meth.
Fredbear's flourish, spawning popular Saturday morning cartoon shows, toy lines and spin-off restaurants under the Fazbear name. When last we left him, Afton was thriving. The world of robotics opening his eyes to new and exciting ways of bringing
Man, this
characters
Henry
to
guy has
life.
done so much for this dude. He's
Yeah,
literally, he's done
that
so
was
much.
His core driving force, his passion. And it was this very
I need to get a
passion
face
that
cam
would
eventually.
mutate,
Holy
twist,
shit,
and
I
morph
realize, I'm
from
like,
here on out
you
in the
don't realize
story,
how
because with
expressive I'm being, and like, I'm just dumbfounded. I'm dumbfounded. Like, I'm freaking out. I'm like, this guy. Thank you for the follow, Dysel.
life, there is inevitably death, something that Afton would become intimately familiar with. But before Afton acquaints himself
PNG
with
when
death,
I mean, that's true. I mean, it'd be hard to
acquaint yourself
express
with
like
our
how much I'm
newest
messing with my
channel.
hands.
Guys, this is a huge moment for us theorists. For the last decade, we've had this 4-player controller icon, and now we finally
I'll go
fill in the
past this
final
one.
missing piece. Get ready for the rollout of our newest theorist channel. Drumroll, please. Style Theory, where we're looking at the science, math, psychology,
I actually have never heard of style theory. That's crazy. Okay.
history, and mystery of the way you look, your clothing, fashion trends, hygiene, and makeup. Now, I know that theorizing about style might sound weird at first, but hear me out. I grew up not understanding style or fashion at all. Admittedly, I was a bit of a hot mess. Blissfully
Baller? What do you mean you don't understand style? Look at that.
ignorant to the impact that style has
Baller,
on your life
look at
and how
him.
the world treats
Sorry.
you. But over time, by educating myself on the ins and outs of the fashion industry, I was better able to achieve my true self and find my own sense of personal style.
Fair.
And
The green
that
suit,
right
that's
there,
insane.
that builds confidence. The way that you look directly affects the way that you feel and the way
Okay.
that
Thank
other
you, Matt
people
Pat. I'll
treat
skip
you.
by.
So
Check out
understanding those
apparently
rules and being able to take some
what's it called?
control over all of that
Style
is
theory.
incredibly valuable.
Would you dress like
It's
that?
an
I would dress in that.
educational curve.
I'd
And
I'd
what do
dress
we
in
do on
that.
these channels? We like to complete our other massive ongoing project, this timeline. Onward to part 2, where
Part
things
2.
are about to get
All right,
dark
let's
in
get
a
it.
hurry.
The Afton era.
1983. Business was booming with 2
Hey,
whole
that's
restaurant franchises running.
a long
Fredbear's
time ago.
Family
That's
Diner
like
and the
that's
newly
got to be
opened
like
Freddy
that's over 40 years ago for sure.
Fazbear's Pizza. Together, William and Henry had been able to take the hybrid suit idea and make it into a reality. They called their new invention the
Creepy.
Lock suit.
Hey, I know that. Spring lock, spring trap.
And fittingly
Also, the worst possible mission or night in Five Nights at Freddy's sister location.
enough, it was symbolic of the partnership between these two men. A human suit as designed by William that could become a freestanding Henry-style robot. But because it was still new tech with kinks to work out, the rollout was limited. Restricted only to the Fredbear's family.
By the way, I do need to. I need to edit down the one VOD. I have not posted the last VOD, the 12-hour VOD. I'm so sorry. YouTube does not let 12-hour VODs get put. So I have to, or anything over 12 hours. So I have to cut out, I think, the entire King of the Castle session at the end. So I'll have to post that, and then I'll post this.
Diner location. All of this meant that William was busier than ever. He didn't have time to be a full-time parent, so he designed a nanny cam system where cameras and speakers were hidden throughout the neighborhood, as well as in his youngest son's favorite toy, Psychic Friend Fredbear. I mean, plushy Fredbear. But since cameras just weren't enough to raise a kid, he also left
Ooh,
child
I
care
have to
duties
see
to
this
his
one.
eldest son, Michael.
His eldest son, Michael. I've heard of Michael. If Michael is the big kid, I fucking hate Michael. He's an asshole.
There's just one problem with that.
Cursing,
Michael
sorry.
was far from
I need to steal something from Spood, and I'll be proud of it. I need to steal the no cursing from Spood for the channel point reward. Michael, don't leave me here. I need to steal it. I curse way too often.
the best babysitter. He tormented his younger brother by jump scaring him with a foxy mask and constantly left him behind. William watched all of it from his cameras. Kids would be kids. Tomorrow was another day after all. Except Michael's torment didn't stop. Bitter, angry thoughts would run through Michael's mind. Why did he have to be the one to take care of this whining crybaby all the time? It just wasn't fair. It was time that he got even with his brother by playing the ultimate prank. A prank that just so
It's time I got even with my younger brother, who is only sobbing at the fact that I'm jump scaring him. All I'm doing, literally all I'm doing is like, oh, he's just crying because I'm scaring him. So let's scare him some more.
happened to be on this crying child's birthday. He and his friends would take
Let's
his
do it on
scared little
his
brother and
birthday.
make him do the one thing that he was terrified of doing, getting close to the animatronics. That would be embarrassing for the kid that was
I
such
feel
an
bad. This
embarrassment
is
to
so
him. His
sad.
brother squirmed, screamed,
That's
kicked,
so
and fought, but just
sad.
as they were putting that small, squirming boy up to Fredbear's lips, the mouth snapped shut. The sensitive spring locks inside the body had been triggered by the boy's movements, and they'd immediately clamped down. The wriggling stopped.
That's so
the boy went limp.
sad. What the fuck? Everyone was saying I was sad when it happened. What the hell? Can we kill this Michael guy with hammers?
But it was just a prank. It was meant to be funny. The boy was taken to the hospital and was immediately given an IV. Flowers and pills filled the nightstand next to his hospital bed, but the damage was too severe. He couldn't recover. As the younger brother's consciousness began to fade, he could hear Michael's last words, a small and flimsy apology. But his father, Williams, through the voice of the Fredbear plush, were a firm and committed promise to a dying son.
He's not even there. He's not even there. He's through his plushie comforting his dying son.
Broken. I will put you back together. This would not be the end. No matter what, William's son would live again. It would just take time. Time that, right now, he just didn't have. His young son's heart flatlined as the boy faded into the inky unknown of the afterlife. In the aftermath of the tragedy, changes started happening around the restaurants. Kids were now required to wear security wristbands to prevent anyone from getting outside without parental permission. Any kid who approached the exit without permission would have to answer to the security puppet, a marionette on strings that could fly around on rails across the restaurant to stop kids in their tracks. It was William's idea.
Is that really the way? You know what you do instead of investing thousands of dollars into doing that? You go, hey, I'm going on Indeed. I'm looking for a security guard. Your job? Make sure kids are accompanied. You don't spend whatever.
Michael,
you know, whatever.
Leaving the restaurant without
It's
his brother.
William.
In the wake of Fredbear's spring lock failure, all the hybrid suits were getting retired, locked away at the nearby Freddy Fazbear location. It was yet another tough pill to swallow after all the hard work that he and Henry had put into them. William would eventually bury the boy's small body in a remote location out in the woods right alongside his drive into and out of work every day. The death of this little boy sent the family spiraling. His wife, crippled with grief, was so distraught that all she could do was sit and watch TV. But his son Michael was far worse. Complaining of seeing hallucinations of a golden bear standing outside of his window. The boy was so racked with guilt that he was convinced that he was being haunted by the ghost of his brother stuck inside the suit that took his life. The suit's three-toed feet digging into the wet earth. The words, "It's me," ringing through Michael's ears. Some nights, Michael would even go so far as to break out of his room to check the gravesite and ensure that his brother was still there. As for William himself, he disappeared into
That would make sense, right? Make sure I'm getting this right. But like, if he's the one, I mean, I would think it'd be the little kid, right, that you're playing, but like that would make sense, like for the nightmares. That tracks, okay.
And his drinks. Junior's, the local bar, wasn't far from his son's gravesite. He found himself going there more and more frequently, spending longer and longer amounts of time there. The bar gave him a place to think, to remember, to reflect and stew.
I'm just saying, if I'm a bartender and this guy's at my bar, like, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. You are literally sobbing with alcohol. Like that is, the first thing they tell you, serve responsibly. And if somebody's sobbing and is ordering drink after drink, I just need to think, get out.
Stolen his idea for an animal-themed restaurant. How they'd cut his character out of the cartoon when everyone else was there. How Henry had humiliated him by buying him out of bankruptcy. And now there was his son. Henry had taken his son from him.
Henry, what do you mean? What do you mean Henry took his son?
William ordered one more drink, but it was one too many. The bar turned him out and told him to go home. But William did go home. Drunk and angry, William raced back to the restaurant to give Henry a piece of his mind, only to find someone else waiting. Henry's daughter, Charlie, locked outside of the building, bullies laughing at her through the window.
Oh, no.
Some other problem to fix. But then Afton got an idea. A beautifully awful idea. This was his chance to get back at the man that had humiliated him all those years ago. Henry had killed his business, and now
I killed my own son. So I'm going to string up the person who saved my life hundreds of times.
His robotic suit and killed his son. It was time for William to do some killing of his own. Let Henry feel what it's like to have something you love get ripped away. While parties continued inside the walls of the pizzeria, William attacked Charlie in the back alley.
I remember seeing this.
He felt free. The years of resentment and bitterness trapped in his heart finally released in a moment of pure unapologetic evil. He would make Henry hurt like he hurts.
Okay, Matt Pat, pop off with the voice acting.
But in that moment, William became a killer. He dropped Charlie's lifeless body and drove home, forced to confront his family problems later that night, appalled, but also a little excited by what he had just done. Charlie's death would remain on the books as a random act of violence. And though Henry had suspicions about William, there was no physical evidence, nothing that could link him back to the crime. In the weeks that followed, Fredbear's family...
I went quiet there. I'm like dumbfounded because this it makes sense. But like, Jesus Christ, that's so violent. It's a horror game, I get, but damn.
diner would close for good. 2 high-profile deaths around the restaurant with 2 grieving owners in such a short period of time was just too much bad press to handle. Besides, Freddy Fazbear's was still open, and it was the newer restaurant anyway. All the equipment from the diner, including the old yellow suits and security puppet, would get retired to that location, and there they would sit for 2 uneventful years. The rest of 1983 and 1984 were spent quietly grieving. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and the
Wait
new
till the
cast of characters
scooper,
were
bro.
hits.
Okay,
Tragic memories of their yellow
that's
predecessors
tragic.
quickly faded. Afton kept a low profile and buried himself in work and research, quickly reaching Henry's level of engineering and even surpassing him. And while Henry slowed down to grieve, Afton kept going, even starting his own company, Afton Robotics, for all those pet projects that were a little bit too experimental for the regular operations of the pizzeria. The first of these experimental projects was a secret workshop under his house, a veritable bunker, which allowed him to work while still monitoring his kids via hidden security cameras.
Okay, you literally watch your son die through a security camera because you weren't there and he literally died. And what's your solution? More security cameras. So in case your other son dies, you can be there. You think you okay?
1983. A passcode that served as a constant reminder of why the cameras were so important, why he was down there in the first place. This was all to fulfill the promise that he had made to his son, right? I will put you back together. This was for him. All for him, right? But cameras weren't enough. He needed to solve the runaway Michael problem. He had to keep him in the house. He couldn't have another one of his kids wind up dead inside of an animatronic suit. So why not run a little experiment?
Also, welcome back, Tasty Kirby.
All this work with Henry had gotten Afton to start learning more about life, robots, the human mind, and what.
Okay, I hate that they're showing like robots and they show that fucking creepy.
So easy to manipulate with a few sensory deceptions. Deceptions like sound. With just a few sounds, he had discovered that he could alter a person's vision. He could transform blank, smooth plastic robots into lumbering, twisted nightmares. Nightmares far scarier than he could create.
So I was right. Okay, I didn't want to sound again. I didn't want to sound stupid, but I'm like, Michael is
rotting, putrid, terrifying. These would be his means of keeping his son Michael in the house where he belonged. Was it extreme? Maybe. But then again, this was the boy who had killed his son. He would make him sorry. And so Michael would grow up not only dealing with the memories of his own guilt, the hospital room, the pills, the flowers, the death of his brother, but also facing literal nightmares, illusions created by sound. Michael would never forget these either. Years later, as a security guard, he would still draw pictures of them.
As a security guard? What? Am I playing as a psychopath? Pause.
Would never forget these either. Years later, as a security guard, he would still draw pictures of them inside of his logbook. But all of these extra projects meant that his home life suffered even more. He was an absent father and a non-existent husband, leaving his wife
shitty father, shitty son. The one thing good about their family, they killed.
Cold and alone.
Why do you hide inside your walls when there is music in my halls? All I see is an empty room, no more joy, an empty tomb.
And despite her repeated demands that he leave his office and engage with the family, he refused time and time again, leaving her no choice but to leave.
You burned down my house?
You call that a house? It was like a morgue in there. You need to see your son.
Oh my god, there's no way.
I'm keeping the diamond ring.
And through it all, there was one lingering feeling.
I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm like, my hands are on my head because I'm like, there's no way. Okay. I knew it was tied together. I didn't know it tied together like this.
To be unleashed, what it felt like to be free. Charlie's murder had unlocked something in him, and he wanted more. June 26th, 1985. Putting on the golden Bonnie suit, he lured children one by one to the back room of the pizzeria when no one was looking. At first, he was cautious. He would lure them with promises of cake and cookies. He told them that their dog had died. He would ask for help.
You told them that their dog had died? Okay. Hey kid, your dog died. Come here. What? Okay.
First, you never truly forget your first.
Don't say it like that.
But where to hide the bodies? He couldn't sneak out. Someone would see him. He had to hide them in a place where they'd never be found and where they'd never leave the building. They had to be stuffed inside of the suits.
Okay, so I kind of got this.
Anyway, except for him. And so Susie would go into Chica. Fritz, Jeremy, and Gabriel would come next. But it was easy. It was too easy. And with each little life he snuffed out, his lies got bigger. Their house was burning. They're just being kidnapped. Until the last one where all pretense was off. He let himself get violent. Too violent.
I'll just wait for him after school, throw a bag over his head, hit him with a shovel, and drag him into the back of my car.
The body of Cassidy was far more bloody and broken than any of the others. He'd let himself go too far. That one he shouldn't have killed. With no more active animatronics left, he shoved the body into the one suit that remained backstage. The long
Golden Freddy?
yellow Fredbear, now broken and discolored with age. Broken, like Cassidy was broken, like his son was broken. Newspapers reported on this disappearance, naming the whole thing the missing
5 missing children now reported missing. A suspect convicted. 5 children are now linked to the incident at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. A man dressed as a cartoon mascot lured them into a back room. While the suspect has been charged, the bodies themselves were never found. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza has been fighting an uphill battle ever since to convince families to return to the pizzeria. Quote, "It's a tragedy."
children's incident. Police would even charge William with the crimes after finding security footage of the golden mascot.
Wait. The 2 local children were reportedly lured into a back room during the late hours of the operation at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza on the night of June 26. While video surveillance identified the man responsible and led to his capture the following morning, the children themselves were never found and are presumed dead. Police think that the suspect, just as a company mascot, earned the children's trust. What the fuck?
Suit luring kids to the back, but they couldn't convict him. They had no bodies, and his face had been hidden behind the mascot suit the entire time. What they had was circumstantial at best, and so he walked away.
Well, you can convict on circumstantial.
But Henry knew the truth. In these murders, he saw his daughter Charlie all over again. So he threw Afton out of the company and shuttered the doors to the old pizzeria. Henry would keep the franchise quiet for 2 years. This would not happen again. This could not happen again. How could he protect the kids? Finally, he developed a solution. He would implement an even more extreme security system in the form of new animatronics, toy animatronics, inspired by the toys that they had been selling years
no wonder
ago.
they're...
But these guys, these were special. They were a new breed of robot with facial recognition abilities.
Okay,
most importantly,
I do remember this.
Into some kind of criminal database so they can detect a predator a mile away.
I do remember that.
Animatronics, now withered with age, were moved to the new location. With a plan in place, it was time to try once more. The year was 1987, and the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was making headlines in local newspapers. Headlines that just so happened to catch the attention of William Afton. Freddy's was back, and without him, that was his idea.
Oh my god, that's how you piss him off. You make a good idea, and he can't live with that. He can't live with someone else did it, right? Somebody, like, the second he checked that news article, fate is sealed. Fate is sealed. He's dead.
He's dead. Henry's dead. Cut him out of the picture. No. As long as these restaurants stayed open, William would always come back. Then he knows the phone number to apply.
Would always come back.
Bottom of the article. $100 a week to apply.
You're not you fucking kidding me? Are you saying if the player plays as that psychopath in FNAF 2, I'm never touching it again?
Afton would,
because that would make sense. That's why the animatronics would try to kill you. Because if they're trying to kill you because they see you as a predator, because you're William
back, not as an owner or co-founder. He would go back in the one place that they would least suspect him, a lowly day shift security guard. And there it was, buried in the back of parts and services, mixed in with the old withered animatronics, was the golden rabbit. With the yellow security badge still on his chest, he used his crank to pull open the spring locks. It was time for Bonnie to give an encore performance.
Someone used one of the suits. We had a spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it. Now
that was Golden Freddy.
From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, especially concerning any previous employees.
Oh my god.
We may move you to the day shift. A position just became available.
1987, 5 more kids. He didn't know what felt better, getting back into the suit after 2 long years of waiting, or knowing how devastating this would be to Henry the next morning. He didn't even try to hide his crime this time, just meant more blood on Henry's hands. He'd failed to protect the kids again. The restaurant had only been open for a few weeks, but William...
What the fuck? I don't know.
William was sure that this would get it to close. Good. If he couldn't have Freddy's, no one would. Whenever a new pizzeria opened, he would
burn it down or something, dude.
In his bunker, something else started to linger in William's mind. He had seen something strange. The old withered animatronics. They had been wandering around the building, spurred on by the puppet. It was almost like those old robots were trying to save the kids. Save them? They couldn't, obviously, but still, how were they moving? It was almost like they had been...
Because if they're the old animatronics that got like have the kids stuffed in them, right? If they're possessed and they're trying to save them.
Been given life somehow. Did he have
Unless there's the puppet. I mean, that could be it.
something to do with that? The following day, the news would report a security guard getting bitten by one of the animatronics during the day shift.
Okay, I read that already ages ago.
Him? William's curiosity was stronger now than his bloodlust. He had to learn more, but how? There was no way he'd ever be able to get inside another Freddy's pizzeria. Heck, there was practically no way a Freddy's would ever open again. He needed to create something new, something brand new. He needed to create his own pizzeria.
Due to the massive success, and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment.
Circus Baby's Pizza World. This would be the place where he could continue his work. No longer just murdering, experimenting. He needed more kids, and he needed them alive. And knowing that he couldn't show his face on the restaurant floor, he needed a way of remotely capturing his victims and preserving them for his work. With that goal in mind, he designed a new breed of animatronic. Their endoskeletons fluid and flexible. He equipped them with sound lures that could mimic voices. They could isolate children. They could incapacitate.
Criminal. Sound lures that can mimic criminal. This guy needs to get locked up forever. Not to mention he's already killed like 10, 11, 15 kids.
Contain them with zero direct input from him. It was brilliant.
That matches him watching on the other animatronics.
Brilliant. Far beyond the simple bars and wires of Henry's designs. And the characters he chose for this were uniquely his. His new roster wasn't going to be tainted by Henry's disgusting barnyard bird. Instead, it was back to his characters, his creations. Okay. Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, as well as two special ones. The first, Ballora, was an homage to the woman who left him. Now she would never leave him again.
Yeah, I'd fucking leave you too, you psychotic murdering piece of shit.
Second, the titular baby was designed with his baby in mind, Elizabeth, his youngest child. She would always be Daddy's little girl, the one that listened to him, the one that obeyed, until the day that she didn't.
Daddy, why won't you let me play with her? She's so pretty.
Oh no.
Didn't you
No.
The day before Circus Baby's Pizza World opened, she disobeyed. She didn't listen. Left alone with Baby, she got too close. The animatronic ripped in half and swallowed her whole. A scared and confused child fading into eternal darkness.
Yeah.
By the time Afton found her, it was too late. She was gone.
Yeah, another kid of your own you killed, you psychopath, and you're gonna be like, this is Henry's fault. This is Henry's fault, not anybody else. It's okay.
Canceled the launch of Circus Babies under the guise of a gas leak. But wait, as he sat there at the foot of the stage, he noticed that something was different. The eye color of the robot had changed. Baby had been built with blue eyes, but now they were emerald green, the same color as Elizabeth's. Was she
creepy
in there? Could this all be connected to the free-moving animatronics that he had seen at Freddy's? He had to know more. His mourning turned to excitement. He had to return to where it all started. 1993. Pathetic. This place was pathetic. Henry had clearly tried to reopen one final time with those old original animatronics from so long ago, but William's damage to the brand had been permanent. These things stank of death. They hadn't been washed in decades. But even if they had, nothing could wash away the stink of murder that haunted these halls. One night, then another,
It's just
then another.
no, I'm a hater. I'm a William Afton hater. I'm a hater.
Restaurant to lure the living animatronics to him, one by one dismantling them, robbing them of their endoskeletons. The metal had to be
So
the
that's
secret.
okay.
It had
That's what the animatronics is for. But he's going through and he's just like robbing. Yeah, he's breaking them apart.
the remnants of
I thought that was Purple Guy trying. I thought Purple Guy was a good guy. If you remember my original theories, I thought Purple Guy was a good guy. Like, because he was like, okay.
life itself, but he had to know for sure. Leaping out of a room
When I first watched it, because it looks like he's just killing the animatronics who are trying to kill me, which makes sense. Like, I thought he was a good guy, and he was like killing the animatronics. Was the animatronic? Yeah. When I first, okay, game 2, Five Nights at Freddy's 2, right? I see Purple Guy coming out and killing the animatronics that have jump scared me for 8 hours straight. I'm like, these animatronics are evil. They're evil. They are evil creatures of Satan. They need to get destroyed. And like, as I'm playing the thing, thank you, Mara Lives, for the follow. And like, he seemed good. Yeah, he broke the animatronics that were okay.
was invisible to the animatronics programming, he dragged the oversized robotic skeletons back to his underground workshop, back to where Circus Baby watched on with glowing, curious eyes. Eyes that somehow felt alive. Not knowing what else to do, William melted the robotic parts down. 5 animatronic endoskeletons reduced down to 1 silvery puddle of goo. Could he transfer this living metal to his own creations? He had to try. He picked up a syringe and filled it with the molten metal.
Oh, is he trying to like transfer the souls? You sicko. You sicko. You sick freak.
Twisted, wiry endoskeleton. And suddenly the coils came to life. Like snakes writhing in a pile, what had once been cold, lifeless metal moved and jolted on its own. He'd done it. He had unlocked the secret to life itself. Except
dead children
was clearly wrong. The movements were erratic. They were violent, angry. Baby didn't act this way. She had been calm, collected. This was clearly something else. Something mindless and frantic. Perhaps
is it because he killed them? Like he killed, like those kids were murdered. Baby just kind of killed themselves.
By mixing the souls and then portioning them out, he had created incomplete beasts. He would need to keep testing to truly understand it. He needed more of this remnant. As he searched the old pizzeria one more time for any remaining scraps of metal, the ghosts attacked. His past victims come to collect their due, all led by Cassidy. The 5 lined up and blocked the door, and Afton's mind reeled. The scientific
I do remember that.
implications of this were incredible. Ghosts, real ghosts that he could see, all standing against him. But what could they do? What couldn't they do? He panicked as Cassidy approached. How do you stop something that's already dead? Maybe with the thing that resulted in their death in the first place.
Also, yes, remnant mention.
Like
I'm sorry, I'm locked in.
His power over them just like the day that they died. He was the genius. He was the one in the suit. He was the one in charge. The spring lock snapped into place. Maybe it was his frantic movements. Maybe it was the leaky abandoned restaurant. Maybe it was just fate coming to collect its due. He didn't know. The only thing he did know was that his brain was suddenly filled with searing white-hot pain as hundreds of metallic pins and gears stabbed into it.
I'm so happy he at least got what he deserved and he got crunched like a chip in somebody's face. Yippies. Hoorays in chat. W's, sorry, I should say W for the dead. Yeah, L's to William Afton. W's for his death. All right, this guy, we celebrate. We celebrate William Afton getting crunched like a chip. Anyways.
His body from all sides. All he could do was collapse, blood slowly oozing out of the suit and pooling onto the floor around him. It couldn't end like this. It wouldn't end like this. His work was unfinished. Unable to move, his only option was to survive, to live, to keep
If that's the case,
living.
because they said they made, okay, I'm gonna make a guess. A guess. If that's the case, and they made the haunted house, did they make this pizzeria the haunted house, right? But that makes sense. All the phantoms that pop up at you, like with all the ghosts that are obviously there. And then, like that being Springtrap, because it, you know, killed them. Now that would make sense that FNAF 3, FNAF 3, is the old restaurant, but that's what they were saying is a haunted house, like based on the old thing, and like there's ghosts, and that always felt weird. It's like they're just straight up ghosts. And then obviously Springtrap, who's completely different. That's my guess.
Days lying in his own blood, but eventually someone found him. A security guard making a normal report. When he saw the animatronics torn apart in the middle of the party room floor, it caused him to file an immediate report of a break-in. An owner would have to come in and claim the damage. And who else would it be other than Henry? Hope jumped in Afton's
Gray
heart.
guy.
Henry would see him. They were partners after all. He would be the one to help
Really?
save him, to get
Really? We're partners after all. You fucking murdered his child. Went through, killed 5 children in your combined restaurant. Went to his new restaurant out of spite. Killed 5 children there, and then opened up a competing restaurant where you then broke into his previous one, and then, okay.
him out of this suit to relieve him from this tremendous pain. Henry entered the secret room. His eyes fell on Afton sitting there in the pool of red, and Henry, saying nothing, turned and walked away.
This is just to inform all employees that due to budget restrictions, the previously mentioned safe rooms are being sealed at most locations, including this one. Nothing is being taken out beforehand, so if you left anything inside, then it's your own fault. Management also requests this room not be mentioned to family, friends, or insurance.
Have a great night, Max.
And so there Afton would sit, hanging on for 30 years, trapped behind the walls with an iron will that refused to die. end of this part. I say this part because it's not officially the end of the Afton era.
75% of the follower go. Thank you, Count Swagula, for the follow.
Forever. Okay, so most of this is things that we already knew.
1,125 out of the 1,500. Thank you so much for the follows. It's been a lot. Sorry, I'm locked in.
Two things that I absolutely have to address. The first and biggest is the placement of sister location, or more specifically, Elizabeth's death. To me, evidence in game seems to suggest that it was meant to come before the crying child's death in 1983. The biggest clue to this is that the crying child saw something. Remember what you saw is the phrase that's repeated over and over again by psychic friend Fredbear, aka William Afton speaking through a walkie-talkie in the Fredbear plushie's stomach. But what did he see? Well, I think we can tell based on how the nightmare animatronics are visualized. They have mouths in their stomachs, just like Baby ripping in half at the waist to swallow a kid.
Okay.
There's also the empty girl's room, one presumably left behind by a dead sister. And lastly, it explains why he's scared, and more specifically, why Afton wants him scared. He needs his kids to stay away from the animatronics. He doesn't want them getting
Which is
too
fair.
close,
Okay.
because the last time one of his kids got too close.
If it wasn't William Afton, I'd be like, making him afraid of the animatronics makes sense. It's the best way to do it. It might be a little immoral, but making him afraid of like the actual murderous psychopaths would make sense. If it wasn't him who made them.
The robot, his daughter died. That's then why he sets up the nightmares, to scare both Mike and the crying child away from the animatronics from that point
Thank you,
forward.
Zerumi,
That's why
for
books
the
like
follow.
Character Encyclopedia outright suggests that we play as the crying child in FNAF 4. That's why he has a nanny cam following the crying child everywhere, so he can keep tabs on his kids when they're out of his sight.
Also, that makes sense for the eyes. The eye. Okay,
let
that
another
tracks.
Elizabeth
That tracks.
situation happen. The death of Elizabeth also gives William Afton extra motivation for killing. He's a grieving father. His daughter was taken away from him, so Charlie should die as well. He's lashing out at the world after losing his kids. And again, we know that at least one of his children had to have died prior to Charlie's
But like
death,
he shot
based
someone.
on
That's
the
true.
mound of dirt that we see in Midnight Motorist. It also allows Circus Babies to open and close.
Okay,
earlier
Midnight
in the
Motorist
timeline,
getting
which is
catching
how you wind
strays.
up with Funtime Foxy appearing as Mangle in the FNAF 2 location. Basically, Elizabeth dying first has everything it needs to fit, except for the most important thing, the murder weapon. Why would Afton be building an animatronic with a giant claw in its stomach so early in the timeline? At this point, he just has no motive. It just doesn't make sense prior to
He's a
1983.
psychopath. That's your
At this
motive.
point in the
He's a
story, He hasn't
psychopath.
killed anyone. And we know for a fact that the missing children's incident is 1985. So Elizabeth's death coming before any of those events just doesn't work. Hence why I placed it where I did in the narrative timeline. Afton's death here is also a bit tricky. We know that he
Don't
returned
put
to the
death in quotes like that. Don't put deaths in quotes like that. He needs to stay dead and like be gone.
FNAF 1 location to break down the original
Don't put deaths in quote
animatronics
like
in
that.
order to harvest their remnant. We know that he melts down 5 things to become one thing. Candy Cadet makes that very clear. So
I'm
the
so
5
sorry. Don't
things
say
are the
that.
5 endoskeletons
Don't
from
say
the
that to
various
me.
animatronics. That would be totally fine if it weren't for one huge problem. On his 5th visit to the pizzeria, Afton gets spring locked. So either the 5 becoming 1 starts in 1993, but then finishes 30 years later when he reemerges from the wall to add the last endoskeleton to his pile, or he's had himself some reason to return
Why
to
is he
the
also? Why is he
original
stare
location
like
after
that? I
harvesting
don't
all the
like.
stuff
I've never
that he
liked
can.
Springtrap
It's
stare.
not ideal, but it's the one angle that makes the most sense. And with that, this next chapter comes to a close, thereby leaving us with 5 more games to cover and another 40 plus years of Fazbear history to recap.
40
When you put it that way,
years.
something tells me that this might balloon into 4 parts. Ugh.
Balloon in the 4 parts. I see when I look at the finale over there.
Welcome to Game Theory and
We
page
continue.
20 of
Almost
our
7
final
hours in.
FNAF
Big
timeline.
W's.
This is getting ridiculous.
1 more minute,
Last
almost
time we covered
exactly
William
starting.
Afton's
Now it's
rise
1
as a
minute
serial
exactly.
killer. How the loss of his young son in 1983 caused him to make one fateful promise that would ultimately serve as his driving force for decades. I will put
W's
you back
to chat.
together. Fueled by grief and obsession, Afton would lose himself in work and drinks. One night in a fit of rage, he lashes out against Henry's young daughter Charlie, his first murder. This moment becomes the first domino to fall in a long sequence of events that ultimately destroys William's
Welcome,
life
W.
and the
Glazer
lives
Perp.
of those around him. That one murder gives Afton a taste for blood, resulting in the deaths of 10 more children across 2 different pizzerias. Those children go on to
So
possess
many kids.
animatronics,
Okay, I
giving
thought
Afton
max,
his
right? I
first
thought max, right? Like maybe 5 dead kids, 5 animatronics, or like 6 if they're on the extra, like Golden Freddy, right? 10? Because he's done it again? What a
to Remnant and the potential solution for bringing his son back to life. The need to learn more about this miraculous power leads him to produce the Funtime animatronics, as well as their capture devices, robots designed to bring kids to him for experimentation and collection of more Remnant. Except there was one thing that he didn't account for: his daughter's curiosity. He made the robots too appealing, and it would cost him Elizabeth's life. Now with 2 children to put back together, Afton was more desperate and crazed than ever, returning to defunct pizzerias to steal the possessed metal still living inside their walls. What he didn't account for, though, were the ghosts, forcing him to pay for the sins of his past. When last we left him, William was spring-locked, bleeding to death behind a secret wall. Gone, but certainly not forgotten, as we're about to see in today's video. Today, we're finishing up Chapter 2 of our story,
Chapter 2,
wrapping
okay.
up the Afton
Sorry,
era.
I'm locked in. I'm locked
We
in.
switch our focus to the other main character of the franchise, Mike, a young boy dealing with the fallout of a stupid childhood decision with tragic consequences. A young man whose life is best described as collateral damage, caught in the blast radius of William's whirlwind of destruction. Now, before we begin, let me just rip off the band-aid now. We won't be finishing the timeline today. I know. I'm sorry, I wanted to, but covering FNAF VR, AR, and Security Breach wound up taking me an additional 9 pages of script. And I've already made you wait long enough for this part, so I just had to make the executive call to break this one up into 2. Don't worry, that part is already written.
see.
It is already recorded. It is just in the process of being edited. It is a hefty episode. So mark it on your calendar. That one's actually going to be going live on March 25th. It's also
Okay, guys, mark your calendars. March 25th. That's when we'll watch it.
Everything from the past couple episodes, as well as having ourselves some very special guests. So overall, that one should be a lot of fun. Fair warning, though, the conclusions we've reached that solve Security Breach, they are controversial.
Happy Five Nights at Freddy's birthday.
I think that we've locked in on a lot of the answers here, but they're gonna raise a lot of discussion. Let's just say that you're either gonna love that episode or hate it. I don't really think there's gonna be much in between on that one. Anyway, without any further ado, let's cover a chunk of the timeline that's a lot less controversial. Let's meet Mike.
Mike, okay. It gives me Breaking Bad vibes.
His father sometimes traveled for work, disappearing for days on end, but usually there was some sort of notice, a phone call, a post-it, something. It's not like Michael and his father were close.
One second, someone asked me, have you fallen in the trenches of the FNAF Lore? Yes, I'm locked in. Anyways, I'll continue.
But as a household of 2 suffering men coping with years of tragedy and loss, there was at least some element of communication between the 2 of them. They were united by a name and a shared pain. This time, though, things felt different. William had left nothing. His absence was longer. There were no check-ins, no updates, just silence. Something had happened. If there was one thing Michael knew about his father, it was that he had contingencies, safety
That's
checks,
true.
backup plans.
Backup plans. Backup plans consist of, I'm gonna watch my children grow up through a screen. Literally, he should have just been in prison anyways. Nothing would have changed.
Father was a careful and guarded man.
He probably would have raised his kids better if they were in prison, because he would have talked to them through a thing.
Cards close to his chest, and as such, William had prepared him in the event that something like this ever happened. Normally, his father kept his home office locked, but in the event of an unexpected, prolonged absence, Michael had been instructed to enter his father's office and look behind an empty set of shelves mounted in the corner of the room. Rolling his eyes, Michael entered the office. He never fully understood how William was able to spend so many hours of his days locked up in here. There was just nothing to do. Most of this place was empty. He dragged himself over to the shelf
Wait,
in
that's
the
actually
corner,
crazy,
expecting
Dynam.
to find an
He does look like
emergency
Dr.
contact
Doofenshmirtz merch.
family safety deposit box. But what he actually found there was completely unexpected.
Father, it's me, Michael. I did it. I found it. It was right where you said it would be.
The shelf swung open and revealed a giant industrial elevator, one that led straight down into an underground bunker. But that was impossible. What? Hidden inside his childhood home was a secret entrance to an enormous
What? If I disappear for a while, because he died. Okay, let's walk in, take the key, giant industrial elevator.
Underground science lair? It didn't make any sense. Seriously, it didn't
make any we're talking about this a lot. What moment?
Here it was, mapped directly.
Yeah, no, literally didn't make any sense.
Of the house that he'd grown up in, lost his brother in, been tortured in. Michael thought that he'd known his father, a prideful, sad, angry man with petty, everyday problems, but clearly he'd been living with a stranger this entire time. His father had secrets. Suddenly, the days of William being locked inside of his office made sense. He'd been here the entire time. Where was here, though?
And this
Was
is the lab.
Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals? The Circus Baby restaurant always did seem to be a deeply personal project for Father. A failure.
Oh, they
of his
get
that
rented
cut
out.
usually deep, especially after that first location had to be closed prematurely due to
Yeah,
the
he's a
gas leaks.
sicko.
After that day, Father really did seem to change, to lose himself even more in his
I'm like
work.
leaned in.
Clearly,
I'm
the
like
entrance
leaned
he had found
in
was
to
some
look at
sort
the
of
screen
secret
because I'm like,
back way into the facility, one that required crawling through vents to navigate. His father had been working here, but in secret. Why? And that's when he found her. At the end of the facility, Circus Baby, his father's pride and joy. Except something was different about her. She wasn't like the others. The way she talked, the stories she told. This wasn't just a robot. She was alive somehow. And not only was she alive, she also felt familiar.
There is something bad inside of me. I'm broken. I can't be fixed. Will you help me?
Was this his sister? William's baby girl? But how? Why? What was this place? He dug around some old files and found blueprints outlining the features of these animatronics.
I'm like,
Storage
sorry, I'm like,
containers,
I'm completely-
voice mimicking, parental tracking. And was that a child in Freddy's stomach?
oh my god, that is. Wait, it's like the feet. What is this sick bastard?
Was his father collecting and experimenting on kids? Were all the rumors that he'd heard throughout his past actually true? That the animatronics came to life at night? That there were murders done in all the pizzerias? That his father had somehow been the prime suspect in all of it? Suddenly, Michael's mind flashed back to his persistent nightmares throughout his childhood. Had he been experimented on too? Tears stung in his eyes as anger, fear, and confusion filled his body. His father's secrets were pouring out. William wasn't just a lame, overworked father. He was a monster.
He was still a lame, overworked monster.
Itself. Suddenly everything clicked.
Who happened to be a father.
He frantically looked around the room, blinking human heads on poles staring back at him. Green eyes, his sister. Blue eyes, his brother. Closed eyes, his mom. All just staring expectantly.
I touched those things. I touched those things. I touched their noses.
These were meant to be human. William was working down here trying to make believable humans, literally rebuilding the family that they had both lost. The small little girl robots with their British accents
Okay.
roaming the hallways of this underground facility suddenly took on a whole new context.
I hated that, by the way.
Were those meant to be his sister? A replacement for her? A clone? Was William building clones of
Oh
his
my
sister?
God.
They seemed to know him, after all, to react to his presence.
They were all there. They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you.
He always did have a bit of a resemblance to his father. Michael's mind reeled as the reality of his world crumbled to dust. No,
I'd be afraid
no,
of any
he
British
had to get
person
them out of
in
there.
my
If
events.
this really
Or
was
any
his
British
sister,
person,
heck,
full
if
stop.
any of these things were
You might catch
human
something.
souls, whatever remnant of the humans that they once were, they needed to be rescued.
They always put us back inside. There's nowhere for us to hide here.
Led by the voice of Circus Baby, he marched through the now empty halls of the Funtime Auditorium. He would lead them. He would protect them. And finally, he would be able to forgive himself for the killing of his brother so
Thank you,
many
Dr.
years.
Doofenshmirtz. Oh my god.
You are in the scooping room now. The scooper only hurts for a moment.
Scooper? That violent extraction arm? Michael had seen that one in the pile of blueprints. Something about heat rendering the magical silver metal inside useless. In reality, prior to getting himself spring-locked and put behind the wall, William's methods had become increasingly sophisticated, with a mechanized arm that could infuse new bodies with a soul. William could finally give and take away life. The only thing he needed
So is that like a, okay.
were the bodies. But
I'll
William
just go.
wasn't the only one looking for bodies, as Michael was about to learn.
But if we looked like you, then we could hide. If we looked like you, then we would have somewhere to go.
Michael was going to be the hero to help these animatronics, all right. He was going to help the haunted tubes and wires of these animatronics escape, just not in the way that he anticipated. His sister had lied to him, another game of pretend. The scooper plowed forward, digging its extraction arm into his body. As he heard his bones ripping through his flesh, Michael blacked out.
But something is
Even after he's dead, William is just killing all of his children.
I should be dead, but I'm not.
For the next
He's
several
purple.
months, Michael's life was not his own. He was forced to comply with a tangle of wires and spirits that lived inside of him. His body felt like an overfilled balloon begging to burst as day by day, week by week, his flesh began to sag and discolor. He was a walking, talking, rotting corpse.
That's morbid.
Alive.
That's fucked up. It's a meat suit.
But wishing he wasn't. He was a puppet, a walking shell. And while he did his best to conceal his fate, there was only so much a man filled with robot spaghetti could do. The entity in his innards would eventually leave.
That's gore. That's gore of my main character.
At that point, the damage had been done. His decaying flesh stank, turning him into a literal purple guy. But still, even
guy. Okay, Matt Pat. A purple guy. Like it's some
bones.
Sorry.
Even with rotting purple flesh and begging to die, Michael continued to live. That silvery metal remnant injected by the scooper meant that he couldn't die. His anger also refused to die. What he had seen down there in his sister's location had rocked him to his core. His father had killed and captured dozens. His experiments had killed his sister and then tortured him throughout all his childhood. He was actively trying to build human replicants. He didn't know where his father was, but Michael knew that he was out there somewhere.
I've been living in shadows. There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find you.
Michael had to correct for the sins of his father. He had to make things right. Michael would burn Fazbear Entertainment to the ground. I mean, what else could you do when your skin was permanently purple? Michael's strategy was simple. He would apply for night security guard positions at the old defunct pizzeria.
So that matches. Okay, that matches everything else. So it is Michael.
That way, no one ever had to see him or smell him during his shift. And all these old, shuttered locations did need guards. Teenage vandals and squatters were always looking to get inside these abandoned buildings, and yet no one ever really wanted to work an overnight graveyard shift unless they were practically out of options. Enter Mike. One by one, he would take on the job of security guard, changing his name each time to ensure that no one was able to follow his paper trail. Once inside, he could tamper with the animatronics and figure out how they worked, writing about his experiences in his security logbook. While there, he would listen to the old tapes where upper management awkwardly welcomed new recruits to their summer jobs, even though he was working there nowhere near the summer months. He heard the gory details of his father's franchise from the outsiders looking in, confused and afraid about what was happening in the walls around them.
One guy kind of is the goat.
His brother in the form of the Golden Freddy suit. It's me appearing on the walls around him. Except now, there was something else there.
That did show up that it's me. Yeah, okay.
He was no longer alone. Another angrier presence was also in the suit, as if two spirits were forced to share the same body. And Golden Freddy would attack him now. It was aggressive. Its vengeance wanted to lash out at anyone with the Afton name, anyone who wore a security guard outfit. Over time, Mike worked his way through the old restaurants, the original pizzeria, the bigger, better Freddy Fazbear's. He spent weeks there looking for clues as to his father's whereabouts, and each time at the end of his week shift, he would then set the location on fire. Remnant can't survive high temperatures after all. So burning away whatever spirit-laden animatronics that still existed inside.
Sorry, my food just got here. Okay, that's okay. So I just got food delivered to me, so I'm a bit scatterbrained. But what the fuck? How did we?
Whereabouts, and each time at the end of his week shift, he would then set the location on fire. Remnant can't survive high temperatures after all. So burning away whatever
Thank God we're burning it down.
That still existed inside seemed like a winning strategy. All this revisiting of his past, though, was causing the nightmares to begin again. Hallucinations that brought him back to his childhood. The guilt around killing his brother.
So I assume he's the guy who's also in FNAF Lore.
Mixed with the shrill phone calls of the security guards, but it would all be worth it in the end. The goal was to eventually stumble across the one location, the one job that would finally reunite him with his father. Little did Mike know that that day would come sooner than he expected. 2023, an advertisement came across Mike's TV. Fazbear Frights, a new horror attraction inspired by the awful crimes that occurred around Freddy
Whoever run
Fazbear's
that location
Pizza
needs to
years
get
ago.
burnt.
It made Mike sick. People looking to make a quick buck off the tragedy of others, off his own family. This wasn't a joke or entertainment. Regardless, he had to be a part of it. If this team was combing through his family's history, they might stumble across something that could be useful. And if his father was truly still alive as he suspected, there would be no way that he wouldn't.
What do you
show
mean
up
as he
here. Maybe
suspected?
Finally, this could be the final
Oh wait, no,
chapter
he
in his
just
family's
disappeared. He didn't
marathon of
never mind.
tragedy. Mike applied for the job and was immediately handed the keys. Years of doing this had taught him that security guards rarely receive thorough security checks. They also liked how creepy Mike looked. They thought it was a costume, on theme for the job. What little they knew.
Hey, glad you came back for another night. I promise it'll be a lot more interesting this time.
For weeks, there was nothing. But just as Mike considered giving up, he received the call that he'd been waiting for years.
You're not gonna believe this. We found one. A real one.
Could this finally be him? Sure enough, there he was. William.
Oh my god, wait. We found one, a real one, because all the other ones were like mock-ups. Oh my god.
Iconic golden Bonnie Springlock suit, only now it was green and decaying with age. And there they were, a small family of broken men finally reunited. It's been a long time, Dad. Mike had always struggled with the phantoms of his past haunting him, but now all the animatronics he'd encountered over the past months, hopping from pizzeria to pizzeria, suddenly sprang to life, their burned faces haunting him as he tried to keep track of his father on the cameras. It would seem that William's mere presence had put the spirits.
No wonder that game is such a pain in the ass. Fuck Michael. Sorry. Fuck William. Sorry. Wrong one. Wrong Apton. Wrong Apton. Fuck William. Fuck
High
him.
alert. Ultimately, they were harmless, more annoying than anything else, but there was one that felt different from the others. One that was more than just a mere phantom. The security puppet. If he looked at the cameras at just the right moment, he could see it floating there through the halls. He could
fuck this guy too.
even see its reflection in the water pool down the ground. It would seem like he wasn't the only one there on a mission. While he was dealing with Springtrap, Michael assumed that this one was likely dealing with the spirits of this place, finally setting them to rest. Hopefully this means a happier day for all of us, Mike thought to himself. And in that moment, he felt the air around him release, like pressure being let out of a bottle. The building sighed, as if 5 spirits had finally been allowed to move on. He had the sense that his brother was a part of them. He rigged the wiring inside the building to misfire, and the dry, desiccated walls erupted in flames. It is finished.
Don't say except. I was gonna say thank God. But like I'm still gonna shit on the puppet. After everything the puppet put me through in FNAF 3, I'm still gonna shit on it. Oh my God, I hated it.
Except it was not. Somehow, through sheer force of will, Afton remained. He had survived, and Mike would need to find a new way of finishing off his father. Luckily, the solution would present itself later that year. Not from Mike.
Think about it. Beat it with hammers. Done. Beat it with the hammers. I always come back. Boom. Beat with hammers.
But from another victim that had been left in his father's wake.
We're talking about becoming a Fazbear Entertainment franchisee, restaurant ownership and management.
I love this
Something
game.
Almost anyone can do with a limited degree of success. You are now the face of the newly rebranded Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Fazbear Entertainment as a brand had been closed for years. William had been stuck in a suit and a wall. The only person who legally could bring the franchise back was Henry, but he'd largely pulled out of the franchise around the time of his father's disappearance. Something was up. Surely this had to be some kind of a trick, right? Mike, doing what he did best, applied for a franchise and immediately got the job. There was just one thing out of the ordinary. Paragraph 4.
If you are playing this tape, that means that not only have you been checking outside at the end of every shift, as you were instructed to do, but also that you have found something that meets the criteria of your special obligations under paragraph 4.
No employment contract he'd ever signed required him to keep special lookout for independently moving animatronics outside the restaurant. Now he knew something was up here. Henry was luring them.
By the way, this guy has an animatronic stuck inside him, which we remember, right? Unless that's the one that got up. Wait, okay, chat, enlighten me. Does he still have the animatronic? Oh yeah, he threw it up. Okay, yeah. Yep, never mind.
Them all back. Rather than trying to go to them,
Because he still had the remnant in him.
Done for years, Henry was doing the opposite. He was putting them all under the same roof. He was finishing them off for good. Mike knew this wasn't meant to be a restaurant. It was meant to be a prison, a containment vessel, a locked box meant to trap them all in so they could finally end the madness. It took a few nights, but eventually everyone was there. His father, the puppet, the robot spaghetti that had once violated his body, and his sister, now hopelessly devoted to serving
robot
the man
spaghetti.
that had once gotten
Okay.
her killed. It was time. He had been instructed to seal the doors and leave, but while he locked everything down, he didn't move on. If this was truly meant to be the end, if the remnant needed to be washed away, he needed to be a part of that.
This is where your story ends. And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you. Although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be. And to you monsters trapped in the corridors,
Oh my God, this means so much more. There's so much weight.
don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace and perhaps more.
Especially the delivery of this line after. Oh my God, this is peak. This is peak.
Waiting for you after the smoke clears. Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend.
And with that,
Old friend. It's peak. It's peak. It's peak. It's peak because his old friend, because Henry invited all of them there, and it's like this, even though good job finding it, because they both wanted the same thing.
over. Afton legacy died with all of them trapped inside of a literal box. As the flames danced around the office, Mike, for the first time in decades, was happy. But William wasn't gone yet. Although the dark...
Don't say that. Series ends here. In my mind, series ends here, but this is where I've stopped playing so far. Series ends here. For me. Let's continue.
This pit of hell was open and waiting for him. Something or someone wouldn't allow him to move on. Instead, he found himself locked in moments from his past. The pizzeria, his son's room, his underground bunker. It was as if his brain's neurons were all firing at once, overloaded,
Hello,
mixing and matching all his biggest fears, regrets, failures. What was this place? How did he get here? He called out into the silence. Then they started coming. Without warning, animatronics, both new and old, began to jump out at him, bite him, rip him limb from limb. The pain was immeasurable. Make it stop. Make it stop. William, for the first time, longed for death, an end to this torture. Just as it felt like he couldn't take it anymore, everything was quiet again. It was as if the world had been reset. There was a brief moment of quiet, and then the onslaught began again. Dozens of faces from
this would make sense for Ultimate Custom Night, which
nightmare that he couldn't escape
as much
from.
as I would love to play, I would want to beat it in its entirety, and I don't have 3 weeks to practice, unfortunately.
More pain, more ripping. It was his own personal hell, but why? Why couldn't he just die? And then he saw them, a group of characters he never thought he'd see again. Those janky, stolen characters that had started everything. The mediocre melodies. It had all started to go wrong once they showed up, once Henry had made them. But mixed in with their obnoxious southern drawls, William heard something else. It was barely a whisper.
He cannot be doing this. He cannot be. It's Henry's fault. You sick bastard.
You could just make out the words.
He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here. No matter how many times they burn us.
That voice. He knew that voice.
Never mind, based. I don't think William Afton should die. I think he should sit there and suffer. You know, he's actually real.
The one he shouldn't have killed. William thought back. He'd done a lot of awful things, but there
A lot of
was
killing.
always the one that stood out. Not Charlie, his drunken act of revenge. Not Susie, his first true murder. No. Instead, it was the one that he had lost control with. The one that he had broken beyond repair for no good reason other than because he could. The one that he'd stuffed inside the golden bear that his partner used to wear. Cassidy. They were back, and now they were trying to punish him, to make him suffer like he'd made them suffer. It was almost like William and Cassidy's souls had been locked together, fused by a collective rage and spite.
That's true, actually. By Bride,
but while Cassidy
how
was
he
so
words
focused
that
on
is
taking
the one he
revenge,
shouldn't
they
have
actually did
killed.
the
Maybe
one
not
thing that
kill
would be the
any of the
downfall for
13
so many
kids.
others. They kept William alive. Even though fire should have destroyed the remnant that was coursing through his being, Cassidy kept William breathing, paving the way for his escape. William's will was so strong, his soul so powerful that he managed to put a part of himself inside the circuitry that housed the spring-lock suit. And there, his consciousness lay, inside a single circuit board, waiting for someone to find him and set him free. A person that no one would suspect. Okay, so a bit of a shorter chunk, but an important one as we shift perspectives to Mike and tell his side of the story. And with FNAF VR, AR, and Security Breach having...
Okay, so... Insane, by the way. For lack of better words. Insane. Psychotic. Scott Cawthon, seek a psychiatrist. But... fucking inspires. Especially that last monologue. Oh my god, okay. I see. I'd expect a lot of this to be pretty loose. All that phenomenal. Also, Cassie having a bowl cut's really funny. Thank you for the follow star. Oh my god. All right, we'll continue.
So much to explain. I didn't want to rush through things by trying to cram it all in here. Don't worry, I know you've all been patient. The final video is happening on March 25th. That is locked. It is getting ready to go. Trust me, I want this thing to be over and done with as much as you. I am not just stretching it out for the views. But before we wrap up for the day, I did want to talk about the big Orville elephant in the room, Mike's quest for revenge. You might have noticed that I was vague about the dates, and there's a good reason for that. I don't know them. There is no good way for me to make them fit in. Here's what I do know. We know with a high amount of certainty that Michael Afton is the character that we play as up until Ultimate Custom Night. Mike Schmidt and Fritz Smith, the security guards for FNAF 1 and FNAF 2 respectively, get fired for, quote, tampering with the animatronics and odor. So weird connection between the two of them, right? But now, look at the phantom animatronics that are haunting us in
Odor,
FNAF
which makes
3.
sense
They use
because you literally are a rotting corpse.
models from both FNAF 1 and FNAF 2, meaning whoever is sitting in that security guard chair Fazbear Frights, they have to have seen both locations and their animatronics. And that's not all. Their designs are burnt. It's a weird detail in the game, and it's something that the character encyclopedia repeatedly calls attention to. The burned texture for these phantom
Oh my god, that actually,
animatronics.
wait, that
Why
tracks.
is that so unusual though? Fazbear Frights is the first time in the franchise that we hear about anything burning down. From that point on in the story, it's like the characters turn pyro and are suddenly setting fires left and right. But for the first 3 games, nothing ever catches fire. The animatronics are just moved or repurposed in some way. So when did they burn? And why would our security guards see them as being burned? Someone has to have been going location to location, setting these places on fire, purging the sins of the past. We know we're definitely playing as Mike and Sister Location in FNAF 6 based on the in-game dialogue. And in FNAF 4, there's an Easter egg where we can hear the phone call from Night 1 of FNAF 1, meaning that whoever's in that bedroom has heard the recording as a security guard. We also know that Mike has seen the nightmare animatronics based on his drawings in the security logbook. So overall, there is solid evidence that connects all of FNAFs 1 through 6. You'll also notice how the character encyclopedia doesn't have a page for Mike Afton. This thing has a page for Chocolate Bunny Bonnie, but not
Okay, that's kind of fucked up how they did Michael like that. It's kind of fucked up. It's like, oh yes, Chocolate Bunny Bonnie. No, Michael.
Michael? Some tells me they don't want us to confirm how many games he's been in because that would confirm too much of the theory. In short, this gives us an incredibly compelling and complete narrative. Mike as our protagonist and William, his father, as our antagonist. Mike accidentally kills his brother in Fredbear's mouth, which begins our story and sets William
Now
down
there's
his
4th
pathway
of July,
destruction.
Freddy.
Mike is then haunted by the guilt of his past and is looking to make things right across the rest of the games. In Sister Location, he learns what his father's been up to and realizes what he has to do to correct it. After failing to finish the job in FNAF 3, he ultimately helps Henry end it all in FNAF 6. It is great. It is a clean narrative. There is just one problem: timing. Mike's quest can't really start until he's been down to Sister Location, seen Baby, and gotten himself scooped. That's when he finds out about Afton's secret life. It's also when he's gonna start to smell, because, you know, he's a walking, talking, rotting corpse.
That is true.
And we
They would
know
have
that
odor.
He's not going down into the bunker until the Funtime animatronics have been made, Freddy's has been closed, and Afton is out of the picture. That all should be happening post-1993, after William is sealed behind a wall. But that then presents us with a few problems. Afton has already dismantled the original animatronics as we see in the FNAF 3 minigames. How are those things getting burned if they're already deconstructed? But more importantly, we see FNAF 2 paychecks with the date 1987. That is way earlier than I
That is also,
think it can be. To be fair, Fritz Smith's pink slip on night 7 doesn't have a date, but it's a bit weird to say that the first few nights are in 1987 and then employee number 3 is hired on years after the restaurant closes. Anyway, just wanted to call that out because I don't have a solid answer for it, and I'd love to see your comments down below. And with that, my friends, this chapter comes to a close. We'll see you on March 25th for the grand finale as we cover the final 3 games in the franchise and the controversial answers we think solves what those games were trying to tell us. Until then,
I don't know
my
what the next one
Fazheads,
is about,
remember,
because if it's, okay.
Afton kind of
I'll
succeeded in being brought back to life. Gotta admit, he's still
I was
looking
literally gonna say we have to wait
little
till
bit
March
on the dry,
25th.
dehydrated side. I suppose 3
Okay, what's this one about? Because if this is one about games we haven't played, I might hold off on this one. Let's see.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory.
1 second.
Solved. Even or you're just watching. Fazbear Entertainment was dead.
There is no need for you to return to work next week,
Okay.
as Fazbear Entertainment is
In love with to a drunken monster struggling to hold him. He died so young.
Also, almost, it's the games I haven't played. Okay. I'm gonna hold off on the finale. However,
This chapter
all of
comes
the
to a
lore that
close.
I've played up to Pizzeria Sim, nice little bow. Nice little bow. Actually, you know, just because of that, give me 1 second. Let me bear it back real quick. Let me. Five Nights at Freddy's Pizzeria Sim ending speech. I want that ending speech real quick.
You played
Okay, right here.
right into our hands. Did you really think that this job just fell out of the sky for you?
Okay. 1 second. I have to, because this hits so much harder with all the lore.
This was a gift for us. You gathered them all together in one place, just like he asked you to. All of those little souls in one place.
Because that's
just for us. A gift. Now we can do what we were created to do and be complete.
and kill the children downstairs.
I will make you proud, Daddy. Watch, listen, and be full.
Connection terminated. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Elizabeth.
I don't know what this
If you
animation
still
is in the
even
background,
remember that
but
name, but I'm afraid you've been misinformed.
the green
You are
eyes.
not
Okay.
here to receive a gift, nor have you been called here by the individual you
So
assume.
this is a custom animation,
Although
true,
you
but
have indeed been called. You have all been called here, into a labyrinth of sounds and smells, misdirection, and misfortune. A labyrinth with no exit, a maze with no prize. You don't even realize that you are trapped. Your lust for blood has driven you in endless circles, chasing the cries of children in some unseen chamber.
can we listen to the
always
living
seeming so
tombstone
near,
after? I'll take
yet
the I'll
somehow
take
out
the
of reach.
DMCA strike
But
actually.
you will never find them. None of
Oh,
you
we'll
will.
listen
This is
to
where your
give
story
me a
ends.
single song and then I'll
And
close
to
it out
you,
with that.
my brave volunteer, who somehow
That's
found
also
this job
Half-Life.
listing not
Not
intended for
Half-Life.
you.
Yeah,
Although
actually,
there was a way out
Source.
planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be. I am remaining as well. I am nearby. This place will not be remembered, and the memory of everything that started this can finally begin to fade away, as the agony of every tragedy.
I don't recommend doing that. Okay,
And to
well,
you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still and give up your spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace and perhaps more waiting for you.
that makes sense. Okay, so I was wondering why this guy. Oh, not that guy, but that like the Freddy one looked like the sister location
Although
animatronics.
for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, friend. My daughter, if you can hear me, I knew you would return as well. It's in your nature to protect the innocent. I'm sorry that on that day, the day you were shut out and left to die, no one was there to lift you up into their arms, the way you lifted others into yours.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was Circus Baby. When he's like my daughter, I thought it was Circus
And
Baby.
then, what became of you? I should have known you wouldn't be content to disappear. Not my daughter. I couldn't save you then. So let me save you now.
But that makes more
It's
sense.
time to rest. for
That makes
you
more sense.
And for those you have carried in your arms. This ends, for all of us, in communication.
I don't know what that is. Anyway, actual peak. I did not expect. Like, I did not expect there to be that much deep. It's not worth the strike. That's true. That's true. I wasn't saying we might. I was thinking about taking the strike, but also because I skipped through it. Okay, that's cool. Anyways, cinema, absolute cinema, and like a fitting end to the 7 hours and the 30 minutes. I wanna do a quick 1 second. Let me go on my ending soon screen. A quick thank you to everybody who both was here for the entirety of the FNAFathon. From yes, we can listen to it. Another I might do it around the VR. We'll see. But thank you for everyone who's been a part of this stream. All 7.5 hours of it. You guys are the goats. For the people who've been here the entire bit of the FNAFathon, besides the epilogue, because there will be an epilogue with the VR and some of the other things. Fantastic. I'm so. Someone shoot King Root Beer for 300 seconds. I'm very, very appreciative. You guys have made every single one of these so phenomenally entertaining to be a part of. And while I may be the funky little jester, you guys are the true ones being entertaining. King Root Beer, 600 seconds. Yep. King Root Beer, 600 seconds. Take them out back. But yeah, no, I cannot express it enough. Thank you to every single one of you who's been here. Festive, you did make it to the end. Congratulations. That being said, join the Discord. The only thing I asked, there's a bunch of other socials too. The Discord's the only thing if you want to get consistent updates. Otherwise, hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your night. For most of you, it's 8 p.m. for me. It's much later for a lot of you. I appreciate every last one of you. As parasocial as it is, you are all phenomenal. Have a fantastic... Wait, I about forgot. We need to raid somebody. I about forgot. The most important part of our stream is the raid. I would be... Do not go just yet. I forgot. That's on me. Let me pull up a Twitch. Goated chat. You guys are all goated, and you're going to show somebody else how they're all goated too. Oh, I did not mean to click on this guy's stream. All right, let me go to the creator dashboard. We're finding someone. The closing monologue was great. That was insane. Insane. All right, raid channel. Let's see what channels it recommends. All right, make sure you stick around. We're all gonna jump and attack somebody together. All right, sort by for you. Who is streaming, I wonder? Padari? We could go to Padari. That is true. Let me grab Padari. Padari was very entertaining last time. Padari. Yes, they're on Warframe. Let's check. All right. Are we set? Okay, we're going back to Padari. All right. Start the raid. Everybody hop in. Hop in. Everybody go in. Join in. Get together. Show some love. Okay, 55. We need a little bit more. Everybody get in. And then I'm gonna see all of you next time. You guys are all phenomenal. Thank you all for showing up. W stream, W chat, W everybody else. All right. What's the raid message? There is not gonna be one. I don't actually. We always come back. I always come back. That's the one. William Afton. We always come back. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. I always come back, or we always come back. One of the two. All right. But have a great night, everybody. See you in the Discord. I always come back. All right. Go kill with hammers. Have a great night.